Yes, one can say that we're very Edinburgh living in Edinburgh, and indeed we are. Of course, it could change. Not that I'm against change. It's just that I like to know where I stand. If new neighbours then are in the offing, I must confess to a certain anxiety, and who wouldn't? So when Bruce, my neighbour on the stair at 44 Scotland Street, announced that he would be getting a new flatmate, I started to worry. A rock musician? A night pianist?
Morning, Dominica.
Oh, more than a mere morning, Bruce. Good morning. You're up early.
Early bird catches the worm, Dominica.
And the early worm, remember, is himself caught, poor thing.
Why, yes.
Have you found a new flatmate yet?
Interviews in progress.
Oh, and what are they like?
I'd love to tell you, Dominica, but look at the time. I must dash.
Dash where, Bruce?
A survey. Nice Georgian flat. Trade Georgian, in fact. Bids have to be in before noon. Must dash, Dominica.
Well, he dashed, and I set off on my usual morning walk. I always like a walk before I start work. I'm an anthropologist, you see, and I work at home editing anthropological papers. Most people, of course, think anthropologists go off to the remote valleys of New Guinea to study tribes who've had very little contact with the outside world. Some do that, of course, but humanity is just as colourful and interesting right on your doorstep. My neighbours, for instance. On my walk, I often see the woman downstairs taking her son to kindergarten. She's called Irene Pollock.
Come along now, Bertie. Don't dawdle. We don't want to be late for kindergarten, do we?
I don't think they might, Mummy. In fact, I think they'd be quite pleased if none of us turned up at all. They could all go home. Or go shopping. Teachers like that, I think.
Oh, no, Bertie. That's not the way we think about education, is it? It is not. You love kindergarten, don't you? And you love your yoga and Italian conversazione and all the rest.
And trains. I love trains too, Mummy.
Trains are all very well, carissimo, in their place, which is down at Waverley Station. Come on now, Bertie. Why are you walking in that extraordinary way?
I'm trying not to tread on the lines.
Oh.
You see the lines in the pavement? You see them, Mummy?
Of course I see the lines, Bertie.
Well, you have to be careful.
Well, look out, Bertie. Watch where you're going. You don't want to go charging into Miss MacDonald, do you? Miss MacDonald, I suspect, would not wish to be knocked over.
Good morning, Irene, and good morning, Bertie.
Good morning, Mrs. MacDonald.
I saw you walking very carefully there, not treading on the lines, I'd say.
No, you see, if you tread on the lines, they get you.
Oh, really? Who? The bears?
Yes, and the CIA.
The CIA, Bertie.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Bertie. Come on, we mustn't be late. Nice to see you, Dominica. We really must go if Bertie's going to get to kindergarten on time.
I must be going too. I shall be very careful of the lines, Bertie. Thanks for the warning.
Bertie, you know, I must talk to you sometime about magical thinking.
About magic, Mummy?
No, Bertie, magical thinking. That's thinking unscientifically. Thinking about things that just can't happen because the world's not like that.
Such as?
Such as this nonsense about not treading on the cracks in the pavement.
But it's true, Mummy. You have to be careful.
Nonsense, Bertie. That's being completely irrational. Superstitions and things like that have no play in a modern outlook.
Careful, Mummy! Are you all right, Mummy? That big crack in the pavement, I tried to warn you, Mummy. I really did, but you were talking about magical thinking.
Now then, Bruce. You know what we need?
Yes, Mr. Todd. All perfectly clear. Give the place the once-over by noon. Usual stuff. Wiring, subsidence, is the building falling down? Does it have a roof? All the usual.
I'd prefer it if you didn't joke about these things. This is the client's money at stake here, let me remind you.
Of course. And it's perfectly safe with me.
I hope so. Now listen, I want you to pay particular attention to the stonework. These older Edinburgh properties often need a bit of careful inspection in that department.
Sure, nothing will escape my attention.
It has in the past. The ground floor flat...
Now, that wasn't my fault, Mr. Todd. How was I to know it was a supporting wall?
As a surveyor, you must assume that everything is a supporting wall. If you see a wall, say to yourself, what does that support? It's the only way.
Right. Supporting walls.
Good. And we want the report filed by 11 at the latest, together with the valuation.
Your wish is my command.
Exactly. Now off you go. You can take the office car.
Thank you.
And remember the speed limit.
60 in town? Fine.
It's not a joke.
No. No, Mr. Todd. Life is not a joke.
Unbearable young man. He's so pleased with himself with that stuff he puts on his hair. Clove-scented gel, I believe. Clove-scented. The vanity of it.
It's none of my business, of course, but I would love to be able to help that little boy, to say to him, Bertie, I know about your mother. I know how difficult it must be for you, but don't despair, Bertie. One of these days you'll grow up and be free. That's the problem, I think. There are so many situations where we would like to do something, to intervene, but we can't. That would be like going to the theatre and shouting, Don't do it, Macbeth, or Look behind you, Caesar. You can't do it. You can't worry about everyone you meet. Or so I told myself later that morning, after leaving Big Lou's coffee bar. I saw that the shop over the road was finally about to open. Naturally, I slowed down and had an entirely discreet look.
Good morning. I'm Matthew.
And I'm Domenica. I've been watching your progress.
Or lack of it. Still, we're almost there.
The Something Special Gallery. A promising name.
Something was meant to stand in for an adjective, or an adverb, perhaps. But it sort of stuck.
As names do.
Would you like to come in and take a look around? You don't have to buy anything, of course.
I would never go into a shop that said I had to buy something.
Well then, be my first customer. Who doesn't buy anything, of course.
Now, Bertie, there we are. You've got your lunchbox, haven't you?
Yes, Mummy.
And your handkerchief.
Yes, Mummy.
Good. Now, you be a good boy this morning and learn a great deal. Not that they teach you very much in this place. Sand play, finger painting and so on. It's never too early to teach children languages, philosophy and gender stratagems.
Bye-bye, Mummy. You can go now, I think.
All in good time, Bertie. And remember, this afternoon we have yoga and then your Italian conversazioni with Mummy.
Do I have to, Mummy?
But you love it, Bertie. Mummy knows that you love it. You can't fool Mummy by saying that you don't. Clever, Bertie, but it won't work.
I think it's time for you to go, Mummy. Miss McFadgen is coming, and she doesn't like the mummies and daddies hanging around.
Darling Bertie, how quaint you are. Well, until this afternoon, carissimo. Ci vediamo questo pomeriggio. Ciao,
Good morning, Bertie. That's Mummy away now, is it? Good.
Right. Not a bad place altogether. Get the old dictaphone out. Here goes. Early 19th century top floor flat in an attractive part of town. Views of... what can I see? Roofs. Right. Views of upper aspects of the city. Floorboards. Yeah, they're a bit creaky, but nothing a good carpet wouldn't cure. Original floor with good movement tolerances. Walls need a lick of paint here and there, mostly here, I'd say. Oof. Ghastly colours. Well decorated in a subdued classic style, but employing an adventurous palette. Right. Now then, the roof space, or what the layman in his ignorance calls the attic. Let's take a look up there. Pretty dicey ladder, maybe not. So, wiring, fine. Decorative order, fine. Views, excellent. Overall, recommend purchase. 351 no, let's say £381,000. Any advance on £381,000? No? That's it then. Yeah, full report and valuation ready.
We don't have a great deal of space in here, but then I think that the smaller galleries, the more intimate ones, are much less threatening.
True. Oh, you've certainly got a lot of paintings. Piles of them, in fact.
Yes, they do need sorting out, don't they? I got them as a job lot. A gallery went under and I bought all their stock. Everything.
I see.
Of course, I know that an awful lot of them are of not much interest. I'll weed out the older ones and get rid of them.
The older ones? Is that wise? Sometimes it's the older paintings.
Not all of them, of course.
Do you mind? This one's rather interesting. Do you know what it is?
This one? Well, actually, I'm not at all sure what that is, other than being a woman in a hat.
Cadell painted women in hats?
Who?
Cadell. One of the great Scottish colourists.
Do you think anybody goes for that sort of thing these days?
Oh, I think they do, Matthew. And this one over here, on top of this pile, the one of people dancing on a beach.
In their evening clothes? With umbrellas? Really?
Umbrellas are often rather useful on Scottish beaches. Oh, and on the subject of beaches, may I take a look at that small painting over there?
Sure.
It's rather nice, don't you think? And that looks terribly like Mull.
Should be. Or any of the other islands. Pretty dull.
May I ask you something else, Matthew? What if you found you had something really good in all this? Something valuable?
That's highly unlikely. But Pat, my assistant, knows what's what. She studies art history at the university. Well, she's not in right now. She's looking for a room to rent, got a few places to see. One flat's very near here.
Oh, whereabouts?
Scotland Street.
Ah, I live there.
Oh, this flat's in number 44. Well, we'd be sharing it with somebody called...
Bruce.
You know him?
Oh, we all know Bruce. What age is Pat?
20.
I see.
You look concerned.
Do I? Oh, heavens no. None of my business. Well, thank you for showing me your paintings. They're interesting.
Oh, nothing appealed to you?
Does that young man know quite enough to be an art dealer? The little painting of the island of Mull was, I suspected, something very interesting and potentially very valuable. But was this any of my business? Not really. Nor was it my business that Matthew's new assistant was possibly about to move in with Bruce, a fate from which any young woman should ideally be protected. When I got to 44 Scotland Street, and I saw Bruce opening the door of his flat to a rather nice-looking woman of 20 or so, I realised that was Pat. Just about to enter Bruce's lair. She went in first, giving me the chance to whisper to him. Your new flatmate?
Could be. I'm just about to show her round. I can tell she's pretty keen. And who would blame her?
I bit my tongue. I could have gone in after her and warned her, but as I remarked earlier, you don't shout out, do you? You just don't. As an anthropologist, I'm an observer, and one of the cardinal rules of anthropological observation is this: don't join in. Don't try to influence the outcome. So, if you're in some remote spot, watching some unspeakable ritual about to be carried out, you really mustn't rush forward and attempt to bring things to a halt. Not that I'm in a remote spot. At least from my point of view. Edinburgh is hardly remote, and within Edinburgh, Scotland Street, where I happen to live, is pretty much the epicentre of things, again from my point of view, of course. And it's there that I witnessed Pat, the attractive young assistant from the new gallery round the corner, arriving to be shown the flat next to mine, owned, of course, by the handsome Bruce.
So, that's the living room.
Okay.
Great view, isn't it? The rooftops of Edinburgh. I'm a surveyor, you know. I sell places like this, and I always point out the view, whatever it is. What did you say you did, Pat?
I'm a student. Art history. But I have a part-time job in that new gallery round the corner.
Right. But if we go through here, well, this would be your room.
Okay.
Nice, isn't it?
There's storage space? There isn't much, is there?
There are cupboards in the hall. You can have one of them. I'll clear it out for you. Bags of room. Sheer luxury if you ask me. This way, I'll show you the bathroom and the kitchen. You'll have to do all the cooking, you know. Only joking.
And the other person, Bruce? The other flatmate?
I will be back in a couple of weeks. She's in London. Something to do with her work. You'll get on fine with her. Here's the bathroom. See?
Are those all yours?
Yeah. Personal grooming products, yeah? Do you want to borrow any of them?
I'll be all right.
They're mostly men's lines. Men's moisturisers and so on, but you can use them in an emergency. The kitchen's this way. Fancy a coffee?
Thanks. Who lives next door?
A woman called Domenica MacDonald. She's no trouble. She likes me, I think. Keeps staring at me on the stairs. Do you mind if I'm honest, Pat?
Sure.
Well, I find that I have an unsettling effect on women. I'm sorry, but there it is. I can't help looking the way I look.
I see.
The room's yours if you want it.
Well, yes. Please.
Good. Listen, I'll leave you to it if you don't mind. Places to go, things to do. The gym, actually. I work out Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. And Thursdays too, if I feel the urge. And Thursday's a good day to feel the urge, Pat. Just joking.
So that young woman took the room. Shortly afterwards, I saw a very pleased with himself Bruce on the stair. Mind you, he always looked so confident, unlike Stuart downstairs, a man with the world on his shoulders, not to mention his wife.
Close the door, please, Stuart. That's better.
I must say, Bertie's making progress. He's not bad, considering he's only just started.
Progress on the saxophone, yes, but I'm afraid that all is not well at the advanced kindergarten.
Oh, I thought he enjoyed it there. That woman, what's her name?
Christabel McFadgen. She's all right, I suppose. A bit weak on the theory behind it. Rather too much sand play for my liking. But one takes what one gets. And maybe that's why Bertie has revolted. He's intellectually frustrated.
Well, I'm not sure.
Would you want to spend your days playing with sand and then painting with your fingers when all the time you want to do mathematics and philosophy?
I'm not sure that Bertie really wants to.
Oh, he does, Stuart. I assure you he does. Bertie has an inquiring mind, a very inquiring mind. No, I think it's all La McFadgen's fault.
What's happened?
Well, I was down at the floatarium halfway through my float, and my mobile went. And it was La McFadgen on the line saying that I should get up to the advanced kindergarten as there had been an incident. Well, she didn't tell me what it was, so I went up fearing that Bertie had breathed in sand or something like that, and quite worried. But no.
What was it?
When I arrived, I was greeted by a hatchet-faced McFadgen who said that there had been an incident. Again, no explanation. So I asked her what it was, and she said that one of the children had written graffiti on the toilet wall.
Oh, I see. And she was blaming Bertie.
Exactly. So I said, why did she think it was Bertie? And she said, well, he's the only one who can write.
I suppose if that's the case...
Well, if he's the only one who can write, what does that say about the education she's providing to the rest of them? But I let that pass. And then she said, and it's in Italian.
Then it must have been him.
I fear it was.
I see. And there was that business with my copy of The Guardian.
What about your copy of The Guardian?
Well, Bertie set fire to my newspaper the other day while I was reading it.
Stuart?
Well, boys like fire. It's natural.
Boys like fire, but they do not set fire to their father's copy of The Guardian while they're reading it.
Well.
And they do not write uncomplimentary graffiti in Italian about their kindergarten teachers. Psychotherapy. Stuart, there's only one thing for it. I shall make an appointment.
Where on earth is that sound coming from? Actually, I rather like it. Anyway, I found myself thinking about Matthew and his new gallery, and about the painting that had caught my eye. I did a bit of homework on my Scottish colourists. My suspicion was that the painting I had seen was by one of them, possibly even by one of the major painters of that school. Mull and Iona appeared to have an overwhelming attraction for them. Perhaps I should have said as much to Matthew, but frankly he seemed uninterested in my advice. Young people these days.
You, wanted to see me, Mr. Todd?
Yes, I did. Come in and sit down.
Nice morning, Mr. Todd.
That may be, but I didn't ask you in here to discuss the weather. It's this I want to talk about. Your report, which I have now had the pleasure of reading.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mr. Todd.
Oh, I enjoyed it, all right. I like a bit of fiction now and then.
Fiction?
Yes. Did you examine the roof?
Of course. Sound as a bell, it says so there.
You actually looked at it?
Of course. Of course I did.
Interesting. And the roof space? Did you get into the attic?
That was fine.
I asked, did you get into it?
Of course I was into it. I was very interested in it.
So you didn't notice the fulminating rot? You didn't smell it?
Rot?
Yes. You see, as it happens, although I was unaware of it at the time, I had inspected that property 5 or 6 weeks ago. I didn't note the address when I sent you the other day.
I see.
And I had put in a report, got it here, which revealed the rot problem and warned the client against purchase. Whereas you...
I see.
Yes. I'm glad you see the problem, Bruce, because then you'll understand why I need to dismiss you.
Dismiss me?
Yes. After all, it's here in black and white. I go to number 132 Waverley Terrace West and observe rot. I put it down in the report. You go to number 132 Waverley Terrace West, and being too lazy to climb up a ladder and stick your nose into the attic, you write a positive report. Result? A client buys a defective property.
Hold on, Mr. Todd. Number 132 Waverley Terrace West. The address I went to was number 32. I think you surveyed another place altogether. I'm afraid you've made a bit of a mistake, Mr. Todd. There's a big difference between 132 and 32. 100, in fact. So, well, will that be all for now?
Well, I suppose so. But don't cut corners in future, Bruce. I'm watching you.
Where are we going today, Mummy?
We're going to psychotherapy, Bertie. Don't worry, you'll enjoy yourself. There's a very nice therapist called Dr. Hugo Fairbairn. You'll like him.
Do I have to have therapy, Mummy?
I think you do, Bertie.
Do other boys have therapy?
Some do, some don't. You're one of the fortunate ones, Bertie. You're having therapy. You're very lucky, you know.
Is this okay here?
Up a bit.
Is it straight?
Some paintings never look right. Either that or the floor slopes. Or I slope. I don't know.
Matthew,
Yes?
it looks like we've got a customer. Is she going to come in?
That's that woman from round the corner. She dropped in the other day.
I think she lives opposite my new flat in Scotland Street.
Everything going well? Oh, you seem to have made good progress.
This is my assistant, Pat, your new neighbour.
Oh, of course. Well, I must say this is an improvement. And I see you've got the painting of Mull up on the wall. It's very eye-catching, isn't it? Have you got a price on it yet?
Not yet.
It looks even better now that it has the light on it.
What do you think it is?
What do I think it is?
Yes.
Oh, a view of Mull, I'd say.
Would you like to buy it?
If I did, I'd like to know what I was buying.
You mean I should do some research?
Yes, that's how it starts, you know. Artistic discoveries usually start with a bit of research, a bit of burrowing away in the literature, going through old catalogues and so
Oh,
on.
hardly worth it for a few daubs.
Well, anyway, I'm expected in Big Lou's coffee bar. Have you tried her coffee yet?
No.
Well, think about what I said about Mull. Goodbye.
That painting, Pat, I think you should take it off to your professor. Ask him his opinion.
I'm not sure, Matthew. It could be very valuable.
Don't worry about that. It's not going to be anything that important.
Domenica thought it could be. Didn't you see how she looked at it?
I'm not so sure how much she knows.
Now, Bertie, I'm Dr. Fairbill, and you and I are going to be having a nice wee chat. I bet we've got lots to talk about, don't you think?
I don't know Dr. Fairbairn.
Oh, I'm sure we do. All sorts of things. Maybe you could tell me what songs you like. How about that? For example, do you like the Teddy Bear's Picnic? Do you like that one, Bertie?
It's quite nice.
Do you know the words for it, Bertie? Do you know how it goes?
But everybody knows how it goes, even Tofu.
Tofu, Bertie. Who's Tofu?
He's a boy at school.
It's an interesting name.
It starts off with something about you going down to the woods today.
Exactly, Bertie. Exactly. And then it goes on to say that you're sure of a big surprise. It says that if you go down to the woods today, you'd better go in disguise. It says that, doesn't it, Bertie? It's a nice song, isn't it, Bertie?
Yes, but it's a bit sad too.
Sad, Bertie? Why do you think it's sad?
Because some of the bears won't get a treat. That's what the song says. It says that only the bears who've been good will get a treat. What about the other bears, Dr. Fairbairn?
They get nothing, I'm afraid. Do you think you would get something if you went on a picnic, Bertie?
No, the teddy bears who set fire to their daddy's newspaper won't get a treat. Neither will the teddy bears who've written Italian graffiti on the kindergarten wall. They'll get no treats, Dr. Fairbairn.
Very interesting, Bertie.
Or a neighbour.
Morning, Domenica.
Ah, Bruce, are you a baritone or a tenor? Or a bass, perhaps?
What?
I've been thinking of the city as an opera set and wondering what role you might play. Let me guess. An opera by Mozart. I think so. Don Juan.
You flatter me. But sorry, Domenica, I must dash. Early start.
Of course. Don Juan it is. But he's never seen the ending, and he doesn't know what lies ahead of him. And out into Scotland Street, and then a brisk stroll through Drummond Place with the birds in full voice. Sopranos, of course.
Good morning, Domenica.
Good morning, Irene. And good morning, Bertie. Still not stepping on the lines, Bertie? Very wise, very wise.
You know, I got into trouble at school, Mrs. McCall.
Hush, Bertie, no need to go into that. A little misunderstanding.
Oh, these things happen, Bertie. I've had the occasional local difficulty myself.
So now I go for psychotherapy.
Do you now, Bertie? Well, well.
Yes, I go to Dr. Fairbairn.
That's enough, Bertie. Come along.
He's a bit mad, I think, but Mummy likes him a lot. Don't you, Mummy?
Bertie, that's quite enough. Good day, Domenica.
Priceless. Mummy likes the psychotherapist, does she? Watch out, Stuart. Irene's husband is all I'll say. What, I wonder, would Big Lou think of that? Big Lou's the complete opposite of Irene, a no-nonsense type, a dispenser of folk wisdom from behind the coffee bar, where that morning, when I arrived, I found Matthew from the art gallery already there, with Pat, his assistant.
Your coffee, Matthew. And yours, Pat.
Thanks, Lou. Very welcome. So, Pat, you took the painting up to your professor?
Yes, I did. I felt a bit embarrassed, but he was very kind.
Oh, he said it was nothing.
No, he didn't. Far from it. He said he thought, just thought, mind you, that it could be a peplo. He couldn't be sure, though. He said we'd need to get further opinions.
Huh. Well, well.
I've left it back at my flat, hidden it. I didn't want to carry it round. It could be really valuable, Matthew. Will you come and pick it up with me later?
Ah, Domenica. I was beginning to wonder.
I would never miss my 10 o'clock coffee, Lou, rest assured.
Good. Well, it's 10:30 now.
All the more need for it, then. Good morning, Matthew. Pat?
Good morning. Matthew tells me you've been in to look at his gallery.
I have, and I was very impressed.
Do you think he knows what he's doing?
Oh, come on, Lou. Of course he does. And if he doesn't, he'll learn. Presumably you didn't know how to make coffee before you bought this place.
There's a big difference between making a cup of your fancy coffee. There you go. And selling some muckle costly picture.
Perhaps. But your coffee's magnificent as ever, Lou. May I join you two?
Of course.
I take it you've got somebody in to look after the gallery during your coffee break.
Not really.
Oh, no?
Matthew puts a sign up saying, back in 15 minutes.
I see.
I don't think people mind.
Ours started 20 minutes ago.
Oh, well, I'm sure it'll be all right. Tell me, Pat, have you settled in at the flat?
Thanks, yes. I like Scotland Street.
I'm glad. I've lived there forever. Oh, virtually born there. Well, actually, I was born there. And Bruce, what about your glamorous landlord or flatmate or whatever he is? Easy to share with, do you think?
He seems fine. He's asked me out to dinner this evening.
Oh, really?
He's asked you out to dinner. Why?
Come on, Matthew. Why does a young man ask a girl out to dinner?
Have you accepted?
Of course. It'll give us the chance to get to know one another better. Now then, Bertie, I want you to lie down on your tummy. That's right.
It's not very comfortable on the floor, Mummy. Couldn't I lie down on my bed?
We don't do yoga on our beds, Bertie.
But it should be so much more comfortable.
Yoga, Bertie, is not about comfort. Yoga is about spirituality and the achieving of the proper balance of mind and body.
But can't you have a proper balance of mind and body on your bed?
You cannot, Bertie. Now pay attention, please, Carissimo. Now, we put our hands on the floor like this, see? Then we gradually raise our heads off the floor, stretching our neck back as we do that. See, like this? Oh, this is what we call the cobra, Bertie. The cobra is greeting the morning sun. We greet you, O sun.
Why does the cobra want to greet the sun, Mummy?
Because that is what is required in yoga, Bertie. We're not talking about real cobras, Bertie. We're talking about cobra essences.
Can we stop now, Mummy? We've greeted the sun.
We'll have a little break now, and then we can do some Italian conversazioni. And maybe tonight I'll read a little bit of that story by Mr. Buzzati about the bears who went to Sicily.
Mummy?
Yes, Bertie?
You know the wolf cubs?
Well, I've heard of them, Bertie.
Do you think I could join them?
Join the wolf cubs, Bertie? Why on earth would you want to do that?
'Cause, well, I've heard it's really fun. You get to make campfires and sing songs and learn how to track things in the forest.
Bertie, when would you ever need to know how to track things in the forest or to make campfires? No, darling, the wolf cubs are definitely not on. Mummy doesn't approve of paramilitary organisations, Bertie.
Ah.
Another coffee, Domenica?
Oh, well.
Here you are.
Those two, Matthew and Pat, do you worry about them?
No more than I worry about MDs at the lower end of 20-something. The world isn't the easiest of places, and when you're that age, you've got plenty of time to make mistakes.
True. Matthew seems fond of her, doesn't he?
He's fond of her, all right. I'm no sure if she returns it. She likes him, I think, but I'm no sure.
Unreciprocated affection. It's a very poignant thing, that. But not easy.
No easy.
I used to be married, you know, years ago. And my husband... Oh, it seems so odd to call him my husband because it's so many years ago. He loved me more than I loved him, I think.
But it didn't last.
There was an accident, I'm afraid. We lived in India, in Kerala. I met him when I was out there doing one of my projects. We were young and got married too quickly, and I found myself a member of an extended South Indian family in Kochi. They had a factory, made electricity, would you believe? That was where the accident happened.
That's a gay sad story, Domenica.
Yes, I suppose it is. He was a good man, and I think we would have been happy. You can grow into a marriage, you know. It's like a tree. It takes time to get its roots down deep.
That was awful bad luck.
Thanks, Lou. But still, life's gone on. It has to. And it all seems further and further away. It's not disloyal to think like that, I hope.
Of course not.
But what about you, Lou? Do you have anybody at the moment?
Ach, I can take men or leave them. Mostly they leave me, though.
That man I met you with once, that chef.
He's history.
And the Jacobite?
History too. In fact, his problem was that he was only interested in history, had no time for me.
It must be strange having a romance with somebody whose sole interest is the restoration of the Stuart line.
You can say that again. So maybe we're better off by ourselves.
Maybe.
As long as we've got enough to read. Mind you, it would be nice if you had somebody to take you out to dinner from time to time.
More wine, Pat?
Yes, please.
Yeah, there's nothing to beat a nice little Chianti. It's a great job, you know, Pat. If you're on top of it, then you can sell anything.
But, Bruce, there must be some houses that just don't work for people.
Well, you'd think that, wouldn't you? You see, that's when I come in. Look, let's imagine you want to sell a basement flat in, well, anywhere, I suppose. You come to me and I say, first thing, this is not a basement flat, no. This is a lower ground floor flat, eh?
But a basement's not a lower...
Nothing's not anything. Basements are yesterday, Pat. Seriously, yesterday. So then, we see if anything could be done about the number of bedrooms.
Difficult, I'd have thought.
Well, that's where you're wrong. Large cupboards, Pat. Small bedrooms. As long as you say it with sufficient authority. Another glass of wine?
Please.
Did I ever tell you about when I was in Tuscany? That's where this stuff comes from. Of course, I prefer Brunello di Montalcino, but this place, as good as it may be, doesn't quite run to that. Anyway, I was with this Italian friend whose father had a wine estate slap bang in the middle of Brunello territory. And he said, hey, let's organise a party. And before you knew it, olive oil was out, wine, bread. Fantastic.
Time to go to sleep now, Bertie. We can do more of the bears in Sicily tomorrow evening. Oh, Mr. Buzzetti is a marvellous writer, isn't he? The Italian he uses, so different from the sort of Italian you hear on the streets of Italy today.
Mummy?
Yes, Bertie, carissimo.
You know it's going to be my birthday soon.
Indeed, Bertie.
Could I get a book for my birthday present?
Oh, Bertie, what a wonderful choice. I was afraid you were going to ask for a penknife or something unacceptable like that. A book? Of course, Bertie. Who by?
Mr. Powell, Mummy.
Mr. Powell. What a wonderful idea, Bertie. Mr. Powell. Or I believe he called himself Mr. Pole. But we'll pass over that. He wrote A Dance to the Music of Time. It's very popular, Bertie. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. A little advanced, perhaps, but we are advanced. Aren't we, Bertissimo?
He wrote another book, though, Mummy. That's the one I want.
Oh? Anthony Powell?
Yes. He wrote a book called Scouting for Boys. It's jolly good, I think.
Bertie, that's another Powell. That's Baden Powell. He and Mr. Anthony Powell, or Pole, are Powells apart. And no, Bertie, you most certainly cannot have books like that, birthday or not. Mummy's sorry, but there we are.
Ah.
Do you know, I could have been in the Scottish ski team if things had worked out differently.
Oh.
But I twisted my ankle, you see. Going down a serious black run in Austria. They took me off the mountain in a helicopter.
Oh, how awful.
Yeah. Have you ever been in a bad accident, Pat?
I was playing hockey once.
You see, some of these resorts are great if you have an accident. They get you down in minutes, which can make a big difference.
Oh, yes.
So, are you happy in the flat?
Yes, I'm fine.
Oh, you know you wanted a bit more cupboard space. I did a bit of clearing out today. That cupboard in the hall? There was a lot of accumulated rubbish. I got a whole load of junk out of that cupboard in the hall. I took it to one of the charity shops in Morningside. Old coats, a record player, a hockey stick that I'd got there somehow or other, an old painting.
An old painting?
Oh, of an island somewhere. Something wrong?
I put that painting there to keep it safe.
Oh. Oh, well, it was pretty ancient. Rubbish, if you ask me. You can get another one of them from another charity shop.
No.
You're not cross with me, are you?
A summer's morning in Edinburgh. They start pretty early in these latitudes. It's broad daylight by 4. Not that the postman rings the bell that early. He usually comes just before 8 and gives me not only the mail, which he could just as well put through the letterbox, but also an account of what's been going on in Edinburgh overnight. Anyway, it was not the postman at the door that morning, but Pat, the young woman who had recently moved into the flat opposite, in tears. Ah, I thought, Bruce trouble. You poor girl.
Oh, Mrs. MacDonald.
Oh, Domenica, please.
Oh, Domenica. I feel so stupid.
Look, my dear, come away in, come on. You're obviously very upset, and one doesn't want to be upset in a doorway. Now, I don't want to say that I warned you. I've never understood these mixed flats. Young men and young women sharing contra naturam, if you ask me. Of course you're bound to get trouble. Remember what Big Lou said. So Bruce took you out to dinner, did he?
Oh, it's nothing to do with that.
Well, of course he'd behave himself in the restaurant, I suppose.
No, it's not what you think. I'm upset about something else altogether.
I see. Well, come and sit down. I shall put on the kettle. That's what we do in this country when trouble's brewing. We brew some tea. It has an extraordinarily calming effect. You sit there. That's right. Now, you say you've done something stupid. Well, who hasn't? Perhaps you should tell me about it. I shall not be judgmental, I assure you. I'm bound to have done something even more stupid in my time. I've had many more opportunities to be foolish than you have.
Oh, you make it very easy. Thank you.
Well, let's hear the trouble.
Well, that painting.
Which painting?
The one you commented on. The one in the gallery.
Oh, yes.
You thought it could be something interesting.
It crossed my mind. I'm not sure it had crossed Matthew's mind, though.
You thought it could be by one of the Scottish colourists?
Yes, I did. I thought it might be a Peploe. It looked a bit like him to me, but then I didn't really want to interfere. You and Matthew seemed so...
Ignorant.
No. I wouldn't say that. Vulnerable, perhaps?
Well, you're right. We don't really know what we're doing.
Who does? A lot of people who look as if they know what they're doing don't, you know. In fact, if you go out into the street and look about you, you'll see an awful lot of people wandering around not really knowing what they're doing. Remarkable. Now, this painting...
Matthew and I discussed it. We decided that I should take it up to the university to show to one of my professors. He's an expert on the colourists.
A very good idea. People don't mind being asked, you know. In fact, most people rather like it.
Well, I brought it back to the flat for safekeeping and put it in a cupboard in the hall. I was a bit worried about leaving it in my room. What if we had a break-in? Peploes can be worth an awful lot.
$500,000 for a big important one. But that one, if it is a Peploe, is rather small. But it would still be worth a lot.
Exactly. So I hid it away. And then Bruce cleared out the cupboards. He gave a lot of stuff to one of those charity shops. Chucked it all out.
Including your painting?
Including my painting. Except it wasn't mine. It was Matthew's. It's awful, Domenica. Just awful.
Oh, listen, Pat. Few awful things are quite as awful as we think they are. Fairly awful. Rather awful, yes. But not truly irredeemably awful. You said that he gave everything to a charity shop.
Yes.
Where?
He said... I think it was at the top of Morningside Road.
There are rather a lot of them up there. But let's see if we can find it. What's the time now? 8:30. They'll be open at 10, I imagine. That gives us time for coffee and Big Lou's on the way. We can ignore the kettle.
But what if they sell it before we arrive? We have
Calm down. Nothing is more important than morning coffee. Not even a Peploe.
Will Bertie be all right in the waiting room by himself?
Yes, he'll be fine. He loves to read magazines at Scottish Field. Very entertaining, no doubt, if that's the sort of thing you like. You sit there quietly, Bertie. Mummy is going to have a word with Dr. Fairbairn.
Yes, Mummy.
He seems very biddable, doesn't he?
Most of the time, yes. He's been complaining a bit about his yoga lessons, but apart from that, we haven't had any real acts of defiance.
Yes. Interesting. Of course, there may be...
Underlying neurosis, Oedipal issues. I'm sure you're right. A Melanie Klein.
Yes, Melanie Klein.
I read her extensively, you know. We have an Edinburgh Melanie Klein reading group. If you're free someday.
Yes, possibly.
Dr. Fairbairn. Hugo. Do you mind if I call you Hugo?
Not at all.
Well, Hugo, I hope you don't mind my saying this. As a psychotherapist, you doubtlessly encourage honesty of expression.
Yes, of course. Say what you like.
I can't help but notice that you look a little bit haunted. Perhaps that's too strong a term, but it's an impression I get.
Haunted?
You look a bit that way. You look as if you have some great, how shall I put it, sadness within you. Sadness, loneliness, even.
You may be right, you know. In fact...
You can talk to me, you know.
There is something.
A personal disappointment, perhaps?
No, that. It's something deeper. Something I did.
Tell me, Hugo.
It was some years ago. It was just after I'd written my book, Shattered to Pieces, Ego, Dissolution and a 3-year-old Tyrant.
And?
A patient was referred to me by the social services, a 4-year-old boy called Wee Fraser.
Oh.
Father was a fireman. Mother had been in a bit of trouble, hence the social service referral. Anyway, I started therapy on Wee Fraser, a most unpleasant child, I'm afraid. A little thug, to use the lay terminology. Anyway, I started him on farmyard therapy, set out the little models of the cows and the pigs, the tractor and all that, and then I noticed something very odd. Wee Fraser was putting the toy pigs upside down with their legs in the air. So I said, Fraser, piggies go this way. And I turned them over so that they stood on their legs, but he then said, no, piggies go like this, and turned them upside down again. So I said, no, Fraser, this is the way piggies go, and then...
Yes, and then...
And then he bit me. Quite hard.
If a child did that to me, I'd have some difficulty in controlling myself.
I didn't. I can hardly bring myself to say it, but I didn't.
What did you do?
I can't speak about it.
I can see how heavily this weighs on you. You can speak to me, Hugo. You really can.
I slapped him. I'd never done that before, and I'll never do that to a patient again. It was almost automatic. I felt really terrible. And then I turned the pigs the right way up. It was utterly cathartic. I don't think anybody had ever slapped him before, and then I said, if you turn those piggies over again...
This coffee's just what we need. Look at Big Lou over there dispensing this highly medicinal brew with such vigour. Feeling better, Pat?
A bit.
We'll get the painting back, no bother. These things sit about in charity shops for ages. It'll be years before anybody buys it. In fact, I doubt they've even got it out on display yet.
I hope you're right. But what if they have put it out already, and somebody comes along and thinks, that's a Peplo? What then?
We jump that fence when we come to it.
You must think very little of me. And I deserve it.
No, I understand. Wee Fraser bit you. And now you've revealed yourself so bravely. I admire that, Hugo.
But a therapist should never, never slap his patient, and I did. I slapped wee Fraser. And now I carry around on my back a whole rucksack of guilt.
A rucksack of guilt?
A rucksack of guilt. And it gets worse.
You mean your rucksack gets heavier? Do you want to tell me?
I do. And I don't.
It might help to dislodge the rucksack of guilt.
Can anything ever dislodge our individual rucksacks? I wonder. Would you mind if I told you some other time?
Can I do anything for you? Oh, are you just browsing? We've got some nice new coats in, virtually new, and it's all in a good cause. Here's one I think that might just look very good on you.
I've got one quite like that, thanks.
Thank you. And I have rather too many coats, I'm afraid. Not that these aren't very attractive indeed, they are. It's about something that's been brought in.
By mistake? By somebody called Bruce?
A young man.
A very good-looking young man with hair on bross.
That's him. That's so him.
I remember him well. I was on duty at the time, you see, and he brought in all sorts of things he'd been clearing out of his cupboards at home. It was very generous of him.
Yes, of course. But unfortunately, one of the things didn't belong to him. It belongs to this young lady here.
I put it in the cupboard. I share a flat with him. Well, he's my landlord, really.
Oh, dear, that happens, you know. We do get people coming in and saying that somebody's handed in their property. Usually it's husbands coming in for clothes that their wives have thrown out in the course of modernising their man. Was it clothing?
No, a painting. About this size. Quite small.
Oh!
I really will need it back.
Oh.
There's a problem?
Well, I'm afraid there is. You see, I rather liked the look of that painting, and so I put it in the window. We found it much easier, you know, to sell things that we put in the window. And as it happens, earlier this morning, a man came in and bought it. £20. It sold.
Do you know who this man was?
As it happens, I think I do. It was that man who writes those books.
Which books?
You know, those ones with all the deceased characters.
Could be anyone. Most books these days have a very high quota of deceased characters.
He writes about an inspector, somebody, unusual name.
Rebus?
That's him.
Ian Rankin?
That's him.
You don't know where he lives, do you?
No. Somewhere nearby, I think. But I'm not sure.
Pat, we have to go. Thank you for your help. Goodbye.
Hopeless, Domenica. We have no idea how to find him.
My dear, don't be such a defeatist. Cities are villages. I happen to know somebody who knows somebody, and that person, the second somebody, I think knows him. So if I phone my friend, she can then phone her friend who can phone... well, maybe... Simple. 6 degrees of separation? Not even that.
Oh, but even if we did find him, he obviously knows what it is. We'll never get it back now.
We can try. Mr. Rankin, I'm sure, has got quite enough pictures of his own. He doesn't need a Peplo, whereas...
We do. We need one badly.
Our situation was not particularly encouraging. My neighbour Bruce had given away the valuable painting that Pat, his new flatmate, had hidden in one of his hall cupboards. We had found the charity shop to which it had been consigned, but no sooner had the painting been put in the window than it was snapped up by a passer-by who just happened to be one Ian Rankin, the crime writer. We had to find out where Ian Rankin lived.
How did you find the address?
Inquiries?
That's not very helpful.
No? Well, I asked a friend who asked somebody who knew. It's the way things work. Remember 6 degrees of separation? That whole idea started as an anthropological exercise. Networks and so on.
Well, even if he speaks to us, I really don't see him giving it back.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if he did, you know. Those crime writers like to look the part. Dark T-shirts, stubble, a haunted expression and so on. But underneath they're all tremendous softies, you know. People who write about that sort of thing are actually rather gentle underneath.
I'm not so sure. I feel so bad, Domenica. I really do. And Matthew was so nice to me when I told him what had happened. I thought he'd shout and tell me how stupid I was, losing the painting like that. He didn't.
Perhaps he likes you. And what about Bruce? Have you forgiven him for throwing the painting out?
I suppose I have. It's rather hard to be cross with somebody like Bruce. And how was he to know when he cleared out that cupboard?
Yes. Bruce has been forgiven more than once, by more than one young woman. He's invited you out for dinner again.
No, not to dinner.
Oh? The cinema?
Well, not quite.
Do you mind my asking where?
Well, it may sound a bit odd, and I suppose it is odd, but he invited me to a picnic.
Oh, nothing wrong with that. On the grass down at Cramond, followed by a walk on the beach. A very Edinburgh outing.
Oh, no, not quite. It's a rather unusual sounding picnic. A nudist picnic, actually.
Oh, but my dear, you can't possibly... Well, you didn't say yes, did you? Oh, you didn't.
He's very persuasive.
So I see. Well, we'll talk about this later on. Now, I think that one of these houses is Ian Rankin's.
Ah, Mrs. Pollock. Is it that time already?
We're slightly early, I'm afraid. Bertie walks rather quickly sometimes.
Stepping out, eh, Bertie? That's the spirit.
I have to take big steps, you see.
Big steps, Bertie? Tell me, why would that be?
Because of the bears.
The bears?
Yes, if you step on the lines on the pavement, then the bears will get you.
Teddy bears, Bertie?
These are real bears.
I see. Mrs. Pollock, could you and I have a quick word together before we start Bertie's session? Bertie, you just sit in the waiting room here while Mummy and I have a wee chat. Take a seat, Mrs. Pollock. Now, these bears.
Yes, we hear quite a bit about bears.
Interesting. You remember Freud's case of little Hans, of course.
Of course. The dray horses. He thought they'd bite him.
Precisely. Striking parallels with these bears, wouldn't you say?
And he's been going on about wolves, too.
Wolves? Another classic case. Freud's Wolfman. How significant. Yeah. Well, I suppose I should get him through. Will you be waiting in the waiting room, or will you come back to collect him?
I thought I'd just wait. One thing, though, I hope you don't mind my mentioning it.
Huh?
But when we last talked, you told me about your rucksack of guilt and how it got worse. I've been wondering about this. Wouldn't you care to tell me what happened? A shared rucksack, so to speak, is always lighter.
What a splendid hot tub, Mr. Rankin. Reminiscent of what the baths at Caracalla must have looked like before those Ostrogoths destroyed the plumbing.
Forgive me for staying submerged. You catch me on my daily soak. I hope you don't mind talking to me from dry land.
Oh, not at all. It's a slightly delicate issue, actually, that brings us here.
Well, all issues, in my experience, are delicate.
Oh, you could be right. This concerns...
A painting, and it's my fault.
Your fault? I'm not quite with you.
I was looking after a painting, you see, and my flatmate gave it to a charity shop, and so we
went to the charity shop, and they said you had bought it.
And we wondered whether...
Whether you could get the painting back?
Well, if you wouldn't mind too much, we're very happy to refund what you paid for it, more than happy.
It's nothing to do with the money.
No, I suppose not.
It's more of sentimental value.
Oh, yeah? So, you've had the painting for a long time?
Not exactly long. No, not all that long. A bit long, maybe. Not very long. But you can still like things that you haven't had for all that long. Particularly if they're rather nice, colourful paintings.
Colourful? Yeah, so I suppose this painting is quite colourful. It's a painting of sky, I think.
Mull, actually. Or Iona. Somewhere down there. He liked to go there to paint.
Oh? Who's he?
He? He's the artist. Nobody in particular. Lots of them went there to Mull. All that group.
Which group?
Oh, painters who were painting round about that time.
I didn't see a date on it.
Well, it could have been any time, couldn't it? I was talking loosely.
It's obviously a good painting. I made a wise choice buying it. Look, I'm gonna have to get out. Why don't you go inside and I'll join you in a moment once I've dried off.
It's not a story I'm particularly proud of. It concerns wee Fraser, you see.
The little boy who bit you.
Yes. Many years passed, you see, and I had this memory of my hitting him after he bit me. It was a terrible thing for a therapist to have done, and then...
Yes?
Then I saw him. It must have been about 10 or 11 years later. He was 15 or thereabouts, and he'd grown into a real little thug. I saw him on a bus. I was about to get off, and he was just getting on. Our eyes met, and I think he recognized me instantly, and he suddenly inclined his head forward like this, and head-butted me.
Outrageous! What did you do?
What did I do? I reacted.
You reacted?
Yes.
You spoke to him severely?
I'm afraid to say I swung my fist back and socked him in the jaw. There was a cracking sound. I can hear it still.
Oh, you broke your fist?
No, his jaw. His jaw suddenly went out of shape, and I turned on my heels, leapt off the bus, and ran away.
Oh, I see.
It was self-defence.
Of course it was.
But I still reproach myself. And I realised that we're destined to repeat our mistakes.
The rucksack of guilt gets heavier.
Yes. It gets steadily heavier.
Well, here it is. As you'll see, I've already found a place for it on the wall.
Oh.
I'm not sure that it goes there. Isn't it a bit old-fashioned for you? Your taste seems very modern to me. Cutting edge, I'd say.
Oh, no, it's fairly broad. I like all sorts of things, including the colourists.
Including the colourists? The Scottish colourists?
Yes. They were the natural development of the Impressionists. I very much like their work, as it happens, and it's nice to own a Peplo now, or what looks to me like a Peplo, since you raised the possibility.
I didn't say it was definitely.
Tell me, are you in trouble?
In what way?
In trouble because this painting really belongs to somebody else, and you must have been taking care of it, and...
Yes, I am. That's exactly what it is.
I see. So the charity shop got it as a result of the mistake.
Yes.
Your mistake.
I suppose so, yes. My mistake.
Who amongst us hasn't made a mistake? You really want it back, don't you?
Yes. I'd like it back.
Then you can have it.
Oh, Mr. Rankin.
Let's just wrap it up for you. Here, I'll take it down.
Mr. Rankin, what can I say?
Try nothing. Sometimes you don't need to say anything at all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pat, where have you been?
The missing painting. Here it is, safely recovered.
Oh, that.
Aren't you pleased?
Oh, am I pleased? Well, I suppose I'm a bit pleased, but not as pleased as I would have been had it been a real Peplo.
You mean it isn't?
I'm afraid not. I bumped into somebody who really could be expected to know. Guy Peplo, S.J. Peplo's grandson. He's the expert, apparently, and I showed him a photograph I'd taken.
And it's not the real thing.
No, he says it's a copy.
Well, that settles that.
But he did say that the photograph made the paint look rather thick, and if it really is thick, there could be something underneath. Apparently a lot of paintings are painted over another painting.
I see what you mean. It is rather thick.
So there could be something interesting underneath.
You never know.
I think I've got an idea. My friend Angus, he's an artist, and he once showed me how to take the top layer off a painting with paint stripper.
What a good idea. Why not give it a try? Pat, that bottle of paint stripper in the back.
No, you're not going to...
Oh, somewhat unwise, Matthew. I was going to suggest we ask Angus to...
No, I'll give it a shot. What if we find a real Peplo underneath, or something equally interesting? Hold on a moment.
He's really going to do it himself.
It's his painting.
I think it takes a bit of skill.
Here we go. Now, I'll just tip some of this stuff onto this cloth, like so.
Matthew?
Here we go. And then...
Not too much.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. There we are. Look, it's working. And I'll wipe that off. Amazing.
Careful.
Look, there is another painting. What's that?
It looks like an umbrella. A black umbrella.
Yes. And is that somebody dancing? And that in the background?
The sea. You know what this is? I think it's
A Vetriano. People dancing on the beach in evening clothes. Unmistakable.
Matthew, the paint stripper's still working.
Oh.
Oh, look out. It's dissolving the Vetriano.
Oh dear. I don't know what to do.
Too late. You've got a puddle of paint.
Oh well. There are other paintings, I suppose.
After that, life in Scotland Street returned to normal. Pat went to that picnic of hers. She came back smiling. Apparently, Scottish nudist events are somewhat unusual. Our weather, you see, is so cold and wet that Scottish nudists have to wear raincoats all the time. It rather defeats the point of being a nudist, but there we are. Fortunately, she went off Bruce following that, which was a relief. Of course, there was still the question of Pat and Matthew, another interesting area in which one might wish to play a small, shall we say, advisory role, with a little push in the right direction.
It's nothing complicated or expensive. It's not a costly bottle of wine or a slap-up meal or a new pair of merino socks. It's nothing you have to actually pay any money for, or not directly. It's putting away my paintbrushes after a day's work at my easel, closing the studio door behind me, getting my dog's lead out of the cupboard, and stepping out onto the Edinburgh street on a summer afternoon like this. And then setting off round Drummond Place in all its Georgian splendour with my dog, Cyril, trotting at my side. Cyril, the only dog in Scotland to have a gold tooth, by the way, a great companion, and a good judge of most things, in his canine way, of course. And here we are, Cyril and I, making our way to the flat of Domenica MacDonald in Scotland Street, just a little way down the hill. Domenica MacDonald, anthropologist, conversationalist, observer par excellence of the foibles of others, although I hope she's not too observant when it comes to me. Most of us like to be understood, of course, but not too well understood.
Now, Angus, you know the rules. I'm always happy, or nearly always happy to see you, but I'm afraid I must draw the line at that dog of yours. He stays out here on the landing.
Oh.
He'll be perfectly comfortable. Dogs are quite content to wait.
But, Domenica, Cyril is an intelligent and entirely well-behaved dog who
happens to smell. That is something that can't be denied, even if he is your best friend.
Well, an awful lot of eminently respectable people smelled, you know. Diogenes, who lived in a sort of kennel himself, much admired and supported by dogs, was surely malodorous. And King James VI, one of our more enlightened Scottish kings, was a bit challenged in that department too. I could go on.
Well, neither Diogenes or James VI would be welcome in my flat then.
Cyril, you stay out here. The heart that excludes you has shown no signs of softening.
Now then, prepare yourself for a bombshell. Antonia Colley has moved back in next door. That flat on the landing, the one opposite. Antonia Colley, no less.
Oh, Antonia, the person who...
Exactly, the person who owns it. Antonia, as you may recall, bought that flat some years ago and then promptly went off to goodness knows where. Oh, Glasgow, I think. And let the place to those mousy people we never saw. Well, they've been cleared out, and she's returned.
I see. She was difficult, wasn't she?
Very. Oh, perfectly well behaved on the surface. But there's something about her I find a bit unsettling. You never know with Antonia. You do know with most people who do and say the sort of thing that you expect them to do and say. But with Antonia...
Yeah, and what exactly is she doing back in Edinburgh?
Well, again, you never know with her. She claims, though, to be writing another book. She wrote something some years ago, a history of the Picts, I believe. It was remaindered almost immediately, of course. And now she tells me she's working on a new life of the early Scottish saints. Of the Scottish saints, I ask you? Most of them were entirely apocryphal, you know. And those that existed were not real saints anyway.
No, I don't know.
Well, I do, Angus.
Didn't you have some sort of row with her?
I certainly did. Not that I started it, of course.
No.
She did. More or less immediately after she'd bought the place. I remember it very clearly. She came in to introduce herself, and I gave her a cup of tea here in the kitchen. She started to look at the wall in a rather intense way.
Has that wall always been there?
My kitchen wall? Yes, I think so. Or at least it's been there since the early 19th century when Scotland Street was built.
You see, the reason I ask is that the geography of your flat is rather different from mine.
Many flats are different from one another. I don't know the layout of your flat very well, Antonia, but I believe you have one bedroom, whereas my flat...
appears to have 3.
Well, not just appears to have, actually has 3.
Oh, which is interesting, is it not? You'd have thought that, bearing in mind the Georgian attachment to symmetry, flats on the same landing would be mirror images of one another.
I'm not at all sure whether I'd agree. Some flats are larger than others. Why that should be, I don't know.
But that's just my point. I believe that we both originally had 2 bedrooms. Then at some stage in the past, and it may be the comparatively recent past, somebody acquired an extra bedroom by incorporating it within their flat. A wall, I fear, may have been moved, possibly without the appropriate planning permissions.
But that's ridiculous.
Well, that's what I thought. She more or less accused me of stealing one of her rooms. Can you believe it? And I think she still thinks that way.
Very strange.
Indeed. But you know, Angus, there is no more powerful source of ill feeling than the belief that territory has been lost. But look at all those territorial disputes. Look at South America, for example. Ecuador and Peru argued for years and years over who owned some great chunk of the Amazon basin. And Chile and Argentina were at one another's throats over those islands at the end of the Beagle Channel until the Pope stepped in as mediator.
Do you think he might get involved over your flat? I suppose one might ask.
A risky strategy, I fear. But there's more. She's had some renovations done, and she seems to have taken up with her builder. He's Polish, a rather good-looking man, as it happens. They seem to have become very friendly. Yes, but frankly, one wonders what she sees in him. He doesn't speak much English, so what do they talk about?
Or they find something, no doubt. Neighbours always seem to have their little ways. What about those people downstairs? The ones with that little boy?
Little Bertie. Irene and Stuart Pollock's poor little boy. I bump into him most days on the stairs when he's being dragged off somewhere by that pushy mother of his.
Daddy's right, I think.
Bertie, there are some things, some very important things that Daddy knows a lot about, and then there are some things that he doesn't know quite so much about.
Oh.
Well, if I go to yoga, can't that do instead of psychotherapy with Dr. Fairbairn?
Sorry, Bertie, but no. Dr. Fairbairn is helping you to cope with growing up. You're extremely fortunate. Many boys can't have psychotherapy. You should appreciate your good fortune.
I don't really like Dr. Fairbairn all that much, Mummy. His eyes. He looks at me when I'm talking, and I can see that he's thinking.
Of course he's thinking, Bertie. When you talk to psychotherapists, it's their job to think. They think about what you're saying, and then they work out how to offer you stratagems to cope.
I'd like to go fishing. Tofu went fishing last weekend. He told me all about it.
Yeah.
Tofu should not be fishing. Tofu is the son of 2 entirely respectable vegans.
Olive said Tofu's mother died of starvation.
That's nonsense, Bertie. Absolute nonsense. Tofu has a very active imagination.
Actually, I wouldn't mind a little fishing trip myself. There are those rather good lochs up in the Pentlands.
Ooh.
I heard they've got some pretty large trout this year.
You see, Mummy? Daddy wants to go fishing.
Stuart, I suggest that you don't interfere. I have always been in charge of Bertie's Saturdays. There, little Ulysses has woken up now. Stuart, would you mind? I suspect he'll need changing.
All right. The joys of fatherhood.
We'll let Daddy do it this time, Bertie. You can change your little brother later on.
One thing I was wondering, Mummy. You know Ulysses has got a face.
Of course he's got a face, Bertie. What a peculiar thing to say.
I've been thinking about his face. He looks just like Dr. Fairbairn. Have you noticed it, Mummy? Dr. Fairbairn has those ears that go like this, and there's Ulysses with exactly the same ears, just like his.
Bertie, you're not to say such things. Mummies do not like to hear that their babies look like somebody else. It's very tactless, Bertie.
But why? Why is it tactless to say something when what you say is true?
It just is, Bertie. It just is. Now, let's stop talking about it. Let's have a little Italian conversazione. Imagine that you're in Italy and you need to get to the railway station. I shall be a lady in the street and you will call me Signora and ask me for directions. Oh, but first, let's go over our Italian counting, just in case you need to use some number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You carry on, Bertie.
6, 7, 8, 120. 124.
Enough Italian numbers, young man. Let me tuck you in. There we are, all safe in bed. Ready for sleep?
Yes. And Daddy,
Yes, Bertie?
do you think we'll ever be able to go fishing in the Pent once? Fishing for trout? Big ones?
I hope so, Bertie.
And do you think I shall ever be able to have a Swiss Army penknife? A real one?
I hope so, Bertie.
Will you talk to Mummy about it?
I could try.
And we could get a tiny penknife for Ulysses. Maybe they make them for Swiss babies. Do you know Ulysses' face, Daddy?
His face, Bertie?
Yes. He looks just like my psychotherapist. He looks just like Dr. Fairbairn, I think.
Not now, Bertie. Time to drop off to sleep. There we are, that's it. How easy it is to go to sleep at your age. When you're 6, you just close your eyes, don't you? And you're off, dreaming about... Well, what do you dream about, I wonder? Swiss Army penknives, and going fishing, and talking dogs, and freedom from all the things that weigh you down. Sweet dreams, Bertie. Sweet dreams.
Well, it's getting a bit late, so I'd better get back home. Thank you for the coffee, Domenica.
My pleasure, Angus. Early evening tomorrow?
Oh, you're very kind. Is she in, Antonia?
It's hard to tell. Her door looks so discouraging, doesn't it? You know, I have a most uneasy feeling that she's plotting something.
Really?
Yes. I think that her resentment over this room business is bubbling away and is going to come out in some surprising way. We must be prepared, Angus. We must be prepared.
Prepared for what?
Well, the outbreak of hostilities.
Surely not.
No, I'm afraid we must. Vigilance, Angus. Vigilance. Precisely, Cyril.
It's not that I'm a creature of habit. Well, perhaps I am. And one of my habits is to start the morning by taking my dog, Cyril, for a walk in Edinburgh's new town, finishing up in Dundas Street at Big Lou's Cafe. One of the few places that seems prepared to allow dogs to have their morning coffee in peace, metaphorically, of course, curled up at their owner's feet. Big Lou always seems happy to see us, even if you have to watch out for the barbs in her welcome.
Ah, here he is, the great portrait painter himself, the Rayburn de Nozure, in his dug, of course. Cappuccino, Angus?
As always, Lou. Ah, fine day outside. As I was walking up Dundas Street, I turned round and saw the hills of Fife over on the other side of the Forth. Green, yellow here and there, and the sky above them.
Aye, I've seen Fife afore. Been painting.
I have indeed, Lou. And not a portrait this time. I'm planning something big, really big. A painting expressing Scotland's feeling about her past.
Aye, best forgotten, I'd say. All they battles.
Poor Scotland, struggling to defend her fragile shores from the English.
Aye, because we'd stolen their cattle. Can't blame them for that, I'd say. That was our major industry before we started making whiskey, you know. Stealing English cattle down in the borders. Then we started to make whiskey and that got the English drunk and they forgot about coming up here to collect their cattle. Here's your coffee.
Thank you. You have a very limited view of history, Lou. Is that what they taught you up in Arbroath?
A realistic view, more likely? Well, let's not go there.
Let's not go there. A wonderful expression, Lou. But I wonder where there is. Can you imagine the people who are there saying to each other, why is nobody coming here anymore? And somebody will have to explain that it's because people are saying, let's not go there. They aren't.
Oh, you're havering, Angus. More to the point. You heard about that incident in the corner in Great King Street? Somebody was bitten by a dog.
How unfortunate. Block your ears, Cyril.
It was the second time in a few days. Apparently, this dog ran out from under a stair, gave a passerby a good nip and then disappeared again. The police have been run. They called in here and asked me if I'd seen any stray dogs hanging about.
Very worrying. Cyril, of course, has an alibi.
Oh, well, it'll be all right if they round up the usual suspects. Where are you going later, by the way? Domenica's place?
Exactly.
Oh, well, you're muckle great painting about Scotland in the past. Shouldn't you be doing that?
Scotland has been waiting several hundred years for such a painting. It can wait a bit longer.
You can leave him out there if you don't mind.
Oh, Domenica.
Cyril, you'll be fine, won't you? Angus, you come in.
Okay.
Stay. You'll have had your coffee.
As they say these days. Indeed I have. But I wouldn't mind.
In the kitchen. It's already on. Listen, Angus, I have something very disturbing to tell you.
Oh, are you all right, Domenica? I couldn't bear it.
Of course I'm all right. No, it's about my neighbour, Antonia. You know, the one who's come back to write her dreadfully tedious book on the lives of the early Scottish saints.
Who has that Polish builder boyfriend, the good-looking
Well,
one?
the very same. Well, I went in there yesterday to deliver a parcel the postie had left with me as she was out.
What was in the parcel, did you find out?
I tried. I gave it a good shake, but...
It didn't rattle.
No. But the contents of the parcel are neither here nor there. What I wanted to tell you about was this. She made me a cup of tea, and that was when I made my discovery. It was my teacup, my missing spode cup.
The one you were searching for?
Yes. It disappeared a few weeks ago when I hunted high and low. I needn't have bothered. It had been liberated by Antonia.
Oh, that's shocking. It's also, if I may say so, somewhat unbelievable. Why on earth would Antonia want to steal your cup? If she wanted one, she could simply buy it. She's not short of money of her.
Oh, you shouldn't imagine that people only steal things out of need. Stealing things is far more complicated than that. People steal to satisfy some inner urge. They steal to demonstrate their contempt for society and its rules.
Yeah.
They steal because they secretly want to be caught and get punished.
Yeah.
They steal because they're bored and are looking for excitement. There are plenty of reasons why people steal.
Yeah.
In this case, though, I think Antonia has stolen my cup because she feels powerless over what she sees as the expropriation of one of her rooms. If she can't set that to rights, at least she can take something else from me. The blue spode cup, you see, is symbolic. It is a metaphor. There are not many metaphors from which you can drink tea, Angus, but that blue spode cup is one. But it's all very disappointing. One may not expect much of one's neighbours, but one does expect a certain honesty.
Yes, what did you say to her?
I said nothing, or nothing direct. I think I said something like, how nice to have tea out of a real cup rather than a mug.
And?
Well, she simply said that she agreed, that's all. And so then I upped it a bit and said, I've always loved spode. I have some myself, and I'm very fond of it.
Well, she must have realised that you knew.
Being able to write a book on the lives of the Pictish saints is not the same thing as being sensitive to what people are saying. Frankly, I don't see how you can say very much about a culture that seems to have so totally disappeared. Poof! No more Picts.
The Picts are indeed a bit of a mystery, but so is your spode cup. I don't see what we can do about it, though. Have you thought of rising above it, so to speak? Rising gloriously above the whole matter, possibly even buying a replacement?
Certainly not. How can one possibly condone something like that? If people ignore the fact that their neighbours have removed their blue spode cups, then where will it end? We'd be like the Picts. Our entire culture would disappear, and deservedly so. No, Angus. I have a plan.
You have a plan?
Yes, and a very straightforward one. We get it back.
We?
Yes. By we, I mean you and I. This is not something one person can accomplish on her own. Assistance will be required.
You mean we go into her flat and...
We enter, clandestinely, of course.
Like the Watergate burglars?
Come on, Angus. We have right on our side. We shall not be engaged in some sordid little attempt to find whatever it was the Watergate burglars wanted to find. We shall be engaged in recovering what is rightly ours. Or mine, to be precise.
I'm not sure I want to break anybody's door down, least of all Antonia's.
But we shall not be breaking her door down. I would never countenance doing anything illegal. I have a key. As her neighbour, I have a key so that if there were an emergency, I could cope with it. And she is a key holder for me too. In fact, now I come to think of it, that's probably how she got the cup in the first place. She used her key to enter my flat and take it. The nerve of it!
I really don't know.
Angus, are you prepared to let her get away with it? Are you prepared to do nothing in the face of this most outrageous bit of expropriation that Scotland has witnessed since the English removed the stone of Scone, leaving us no alternative but to steal it back? Well, I exaggerate, of course, but this is serious, Angus. We can't stand by. We simply can't.
Oh, well, when should we do it?
Now. She's out, and I don't expect she'll come back for hours yet. She goes up to the National Library to burrow away over the Pictish saints, wading through all the non-existent sources. We have a clear window of opportunity, or door in this case. Let's go, right now.
Cyril?
Cyril is safely tied up on the landing. We don't want him running around Antonia's flat and disturbing anything.
He'll be fine.
Right. Come along.
Okay.
It's one of these keys. I meant to mark it, but I'll find it.
It's all right, Cyril, old chap. We're just going in here for a minute or two. You keep watch.
Now, let me see. Keep him quiet, for heaven's sake, Angus.
But he's heard something.
I didn't.
Dogs have better hear. Somebody's coming. He wouldn't bark if there weren't somebody there. Listen. It's on the stairway. I want to call off.
It's probably just the people in the flat below. Bertie and his mother and little baby Ulysses. They always make a bit of a din when they go somewhere.
No, I'm not going ahead with this. Not right now, anyhow. Some other time. We can do it tomorrow.
Oh, very well.
Now, come on, Bertie. We can't linger. Daddy's going to meet us at the delicatessen, and if we're to do everything we need to do there and still be in time for your yoga, we are going to have to hurry.
Couldn't we miss yoga, Mummy? Couldn't we take Ulysses to Inverleith to feed the ducks?
Ulysses is indifferent to ducks, Bertie. He's far too young for that. No, yoga is important, Bertie, and you know that you love it.
But I don't, Mummy.
Yes, you do, Bertie. enough of that. And if you're good, I shall get you some panforte di Siena in the delicatessen. And you may push Ulysses' pram if you are very, very careful. Now, Bertie, you see that pasta up there on that high shelf? Daddy will lift you up so you can reach it.
Yes.
Ready? Up we go. No, the one on the left.
Yep, up you go, Bertie.
That's it.
Well done. Pass it down to Mummy.
What about panforte di Siena, Mummy? Should we get some now?
All in good time, Bertie. I want to get some sun-dried tomatoes, and Daddy will want to get some wine.
Yeah, right. I'll go off and choose a couple of bottles, then I'll get back to the flat. I'll do the butcher's on the way. And Ulysses...
That's fine, Stuart. Bertie and I will cope.
Well, goodbye then. See you in an hour or so.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Daddy. Daddy loves drinking, doesn't he, Mummy? I suppose you could call it his hobby.
Hush, Bertie. Don't say things like that. Daddy enjoys an occasional glass of wine, that's all.
You like drinking too, don't you, Mummy?
In moderation, Bertie. Now, let's go and pay for these things and then hurry along to yoga. If we walk quickly, we'll get there in time and you won't miss the Cobra position salute to the sun. Such fun that looks to me. Such engaging fun.
But, Mummy!
Come on, Bertie. Don't linger. Yoga starts in 5 minutes and we'll still get there in time if you don't dawdle. There's no danger, as I've told you many times, in treading on the lines. The bears will not get you. There are no bears, Bertie. Non ci sono orsi a Edimburgo, Bertie. They do not exist, at least in Edinburgh.
Mummy, can I ask you something?
There's no time for questions.
But it's important.
What, Bertie, what?
Where's Ulysses?
What?
Didn't you leave his pram at the delicatessen?
Of course not, Bertie. Daddy took him home.
But when Daddy left, I saw him through the shop window. I saw him waving, and he didn't have Ulysses with him.
Bertie, are you sure?
Yes, quite sure. You forgot Ulysses, Mummy. Is that what you did? You forgot him.
Quick, Bertie. We must run back as fast as we possibly can. I'm sure he'll be all right.
Yes, madam. There was a pram there, but we thought it had been abandoned. We couldn't find anybody in charge of it, so I'm afraid we called the police. They took it away, the pram with the baby in it.
You had no right.
The police were most concerned, madam. It's very irresponsible.
Is that the end of Ulysses, Mummy?
Certainly not, Bertie. Ulysses will be perfectly happy at the police station. We'll go there directly.
So no yoga today, Mummy?
Yoga can wait, Bertie. In the circumstances, there are other priorities.
Good. No yoga. And no little brother either. Poor Ulysses. Mummy, do you think Ulysses is the youngest person ever to be arrested in Scotland? Do you think so, Mummy?
So begins another day, and here I am out with my dog Cyril. The streets of Edinburgh are bathed in sunlight, or semi-sunlight, shall I say. We are a touch northern in our situation, and the sun tends to be, well, slightly to the south of us. I take such pleasure in walking each morning along those stone pavements under those towering Georgian tenements to my morning cup of coffee at Big Lou's Cafe.
Well, Angus, what do you make of the headlines in the paper of the day? Your usual.
The usual rules. The headlines, pretty shocking, I imagine. Not that I've actually seen them. What do they say?
Goings on in Dundee. Awful goings on.
Well, such things happen. I rather suspect that there are goings-on everywhere, more or less. Some places, I believe, are an absolute hotbed of goings-on. Doesn't really bear thinking about.
Your coffee.
Thank you, Lou. Now, listen. I have a request.
I'm listening.
Yes, you see, how shall I put this? An issue. Yes, an issue has arisen down in Scotland Street where, as you may know, my friend Domenica MacDonald lives.
Ah, yes, sweetheart.
Would that were true, Lou? She is just a friend, I assure you. Not that I would have it otherwise.
Ah, that may be so, but you were saying...
Yes, I was saying that an issue has arisen, extremely delicate. It centres around a certain, how shall I put it, a certain object that has been removed without authority.
Pinched?
So it appears.
By?
Well, that's not absolutely certain. Possibly a neighbour. You can't be certain about these things until you have the proof. But no matter. What we, that's Domenica and I, plan to do is to retrieve this object, to restore it, shall I say, to its proper position, which is, as I've said, not the position it is now in.
You want to nick it back?
It's not a question of nicking anything. You don't nick stolen property, for heaven's sake, Lou. You restore it.
Well?
Well, I wondered if I might leave Cyril here with you for a little while, probably no more than an hour, while Domenica and I engage in a rather sensitive mission.
Will he behave himself? You've heard about that Doug round the corner getting into all that trouble with the police for serial biting.
Cyril would never do that. Cyril is beyond reproach, I assure you.
All right. No for long, mind.
No, not for long. Thank you, Lou.
Now, Angus, are you ready?
I am. I must confess to a certain nervousness about all this, but bearing that in mind and putting it to one side, so to speak, I might roughly be described as ready. But may I ask you something? Why do you need me? Couldn't you do this by yourself?
But this is an adventure, Angus, and it's far better to share an adventure with a friend, and safer too sometimes.
Safer?
Well, we can't be absolutely certain that nothing will go wrong, can we? So having two of us is a bit better, I think. And there's no need for nervousness, you know.
No need for nervousness. Forgive me, Domenica, but you sound rather like Lady Macbeth, encouraging Macbeth to screw his courage to the sticking place, or whatever she said to him when he was expressing reservation about disposing of Duncan. And look what happened to Macbeth. It's a salutary story.
Nonsense. Macbeth was dreadfully weak. This will be perfectly simple. I have the key to Antonia's flat, and all that I'm proposing we do is let ourselves in and retrieve my blue-spode teacup that she so outrageously purloined from me. There's nothing illegal about taking back what's rightfully yours.
And breaking into someone else's flat. Nothing illegal about that.
We are not breaking in. We have the key. I am fully entitled to enter to deal with an emergency, and in my view that is exactly what we're doing. Any further questions?
I merely raised my concern.
And I hope I've allayed them.
Are you sure she's out?
I heard her going down the stairs. She'll be up at the National Library now, and we'll not hear anything of her for at least 6 hours. The coast, as they say, is clear. Here we are.
She hasn't washed up the breakfast things.
That doesn't surprise me in the least. It's but a small step from stealing spode teacups to leaving the washing up undone.
Where is it, anyway? Doesn't seem to be on that shelf. It looks as if she keeps her cups there, and none of them is blue-spode.
I imagine that she secreted it away somewhere. After all, one would not normally leave stolen property in full view of anybody who walks into one's kitchen.
There's that cupboard over there.
Oh, that's our walk-in pantry, I believe. It could be there. Let's take a look. Oh, it's rather dark. My mobile can be used as a torch. If I can find the correct button... Oh, there we are. Let there be light, so to speak.
It feels very odd, this, to be walking into somebody else's cupboard, uninvited.
Look, Over there. That, I would say, is my cup.
Well, it's blue and it's spoled.
Hold my phone, Angus. Let me see. Yes. This, Angus, is my blue spoled teacup. I distinctly remember that hairline crack there, and the glaze was a little thicker near the base as it is here. Yes, I can positively identify this cup as my own. The cheek of the woman, the sheer breathtaking effrontery.
Good, then we can get out of here. That sounds like the front door.
Perhaps it's just the post.
No, that's not the post. It's Antonia coming home.
We shall have to say we heard a suspicious noise and came to investigate. Or smelt something.
But why would we be in a cupboard? Being in somebody's cupboard is, I think, generally inconsistent with an innocent purpose.
Angus, here we are in a cupboard, and you have to go on and on about
being in a cupboard, which is very much the same as being in a tight corner. No, we're caught red-handed, Domenica. We're going to jail. Shh. Who's with her? What are they up to?
Listen.
It's a man. Antonia has a man with her.
I do believe it's our Polish builder friend.
I'm not sure I want to hear this.
They're coming through here. Close the door. I'll put the kettle on.
Coffee or tea, Marcus?
Oh, coffee.
I'll have coffee too. I was so pleased to bump into you.
Yes, coffee, very good. In Poland, we drink a lot of coffee too.
That's so reassuring. Why don't you sit down? There we are. Comfy?
Yes, very comfy.
And I'll put on some music. Here's a treat for you. Chopin.
Oh, I just remember. I must get something from my truck downstairs. Little present for you. Just for you.
Oh, Marcus, you're an angel. You just let yourself out and the coffee will be ready when you come back. Ah, some post.
What are we going to do? They could be here for hours.
Unless she's distracted in some way.
But I don't see how we could do that. Unless her phone is in the sitting room. She hasn't got a phone here in the kitchen.
So?
Well, if her phone rang, she'd have to go off and answer it. That would give us time to nip out the front door. It's our only chance.
But it may not ring.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong. I have my mobile here, and I have her number on it.
Domenica, you're brilliant. With one bound, we'll be free.
Now then. Yes, here we are. Antonia Colley. Here goes. Are you ready, Angus?
Yes.
Got the cup?
In my hand.
Right.
Give it a moment.
Right. She's going. Now's our chance.
Yes? Who is it? Hello? Is this a marketing call?
We did it.
Quick, back into my flat. Yes, we did, didn't we? We've struck a blow for justice.
Well, that might be taking it a bit far. At least we can say that we got your cup back.
Come on, Angus. That might be her friend.
No, it's the Pollocks. Bertie and that mother of his on their way out.
Come on, Angus. Inside. We shall celebrate the return of the cup.
Why have they kept Ulysses so long, Mummy? They've had him since yesterday. Ever since you left him in the delicatessen.
I didn't leave him there, Bertie. It was all a misunderstanding. I thought Daddy had taken him, and Daddy thought I was going to do that. It was nobody's fault, Bertie.
But the police thought it was, Mummy. Wasn't that why they've kept him so long? Because they think you're not a suitable person to have a baby?
That's utter nonsense, Bertie. I won't have you saying such things. It was red tape, Bertie. Bureaucracy. They claimed, mind you, that they had to establish my identity and then get his release approved by the head of some obscure department. Ridiculous. But there we are. So now we've to collect him from the social work department. How very, very...
I suppose they don't want any old person coming along and claiming a missing baby.
I am not any old person, Bertie. But at least we're getting Ulysses back. That's the important thing.
We take a very serious view of this, Mrs. Pollock. Your baby was abandoned at the entrance of a supermarket.
Abandoned? He was left sleeping in his pram for no more than a few minutes. That is not abandonment in my view. And it was a delicatessen, not a supermarket.
Middle-class neglect is exactly the same as any other neglect, Mrs. Pollock. You have another child, I gather.
I don't see what business it is of yours whether I have another child.
But it is our business, Mrs. Pollock. Child protection is definitely our business. We get people in here who lose track of how many children they have. Would you believe it?
Really, this is outrageous. As it happens, I have one other child. Satisfied?
A boy or a girl?
A boy. He's called Bertie, and he's 6.
Who's looking after him at the moment?
I am.
You?
Yes. I do happen to be his mother, you know.
But where is he? I don't see him.
He's outside. He wanted to sit outside. There was a bench. He'll be perfectly safe.
You've let a 6-year-old sit on a bench? By himself? By himself?
Oh, really? Bertie will be perfectly safe. There's very little chance of his falling off the bench, and it's right outside your front door. Now, would you please hand over my baby and stop interfering?
Dealing with parental neglect is not interference.
Neglect? Neglect? Are you accusing me of neglecting my own child?
I'm not making any accusations, Mrs. Pollock. Merely observations.
Well, I have no interest in your observations. Now, for the last time, will you please hand over my baby?
You may pick him up yourself. He's through in the nursery, the one there on the left. He's nicely wrapped up in that shawl we found him in. They're all asleep, so please don't wake the others.
Oh, Angus, you're back.
Sorry, Lou. It took slightly longer than I had thought. A little difficulty en route to a successful conclusion, no more than that. Where's Cyril?
Cyril. Well, now, there's a slight hitch with Cyril, I'm afraid.
Slight hitch? Where's my dog, Lou?
Well, come over here and sit down.
No, wait. Is he all right? Is there something wrong, Lou?
Cyril is safe. It's just that he's no here. He's
run away?
No, that. You know that issue with the dog round the corner? The dog that's been biting people?
What has that got to do with Cyril?
Well, the police called and I'm sorry to say they arrested Cyril. They think it's him.
Arrested? But that's outrageous. Where did they take him?
To Gayfield Square Police Station. They said you could come and visit him there if you wanted to. They have a cell there they use for dogs.
A cell? This is awful, Lou. Cyril's absolutely innocent.
Well, Bertie, we have our dear little baby Ulysses back in the bosom of his family. All's well that ends well. Although we mustn't normally use such resounding clichés.
What's a cliché, Mummy?
A cliché, Bertie, is any expression we don't like that is used by people other than ourselves.
That's not the definition, Bertie. Your father is having his little joke. A cliché is an overused expression. Language becomes tired when we use the same words over and over again.
You know, Irene, I can't believe that you left Ulysses at the deli. I mean, I really find it difficult to come to terms with that. I'm sorry, but I do.
Excuse me, I left Ulysses. You keep saying I left Ulysses. Let me remind you, Stuart, that Ulysses has two parents, and that both these parents, namely you and I, were present. I happened to be engaged in the purchase of necessities to keep this family going, and you, well, you decided to go back to the flat when quite reasonably I believed that you would be watching our son. But no, you were on your way back to Scotland Street without a thought as to who was looking after your younger son.
Irene.
So don't you start to reproach me, Stuart Pollock.
Irene,
Oh, really, I wish people wouldn't phone at awkward moments. Stuart, could you attend to me?
I'm a bit late for the office. Would you mind?
Bertie, you go and change your little brother. I told you how to do it.
Do I have to?
Yes, you do, Bertie. Changing nappies is every bit as much male work as it is female. Daddy knows that. Don't you, Stuart?
Well, yes, but Bertie's just...
Later, Stuart, off you go to the office. You and I can have a little chat about parental responsibilities later on. I have to get that wretched
Bye, Bertie.
phone.
Bye-bye, Daddy.
Hello, what is it? Oh... Yes, the book club. Well, according to my diary, we decided on the Tuesday after next. Go and change little Ulysses, Bertie. I'll be getting a note out to all the members, you included.
What book are we discussing? What did you choose? I can't remember.
The book, I thought we'd agreed that. The Deconstruction of Children's Literature. I've already read it, and it's full of challenging ideas. There's quite a devastating treatment of the Babar stories. No, they are not harmless, not by any means. He most definitely wasn't French. He was an elephant, and elephants are not necessarily French. Well, that's how colonialism works. And as a good French elephant, he is duly rewarded by being made king of the elephants. Is that right? Discuss. I know they like it, but that's not the point. Children like all sorts of things they shouldn't like. Listen, I have a gurning baby on my hands and a husband and son to supervise. I'm going to have to go. Get the book and we can carry on our discussion at the meeting. Goodbye. Really, some people, one despairs.
Mummy, can you come first to Ulysses' room?
What is it, Bertie? Changing a nappy is absolutely straightforward. I've shown you several times already, and you can't expect Mummy to drop everything and come running to show you how to do something you already know how to do. You can't expect that, can you, Bertissimo?
But Mummy, this is really important. It's to do with Ulysses.
Is Ulysses all right, Bertie? Where's Daddy?
Daddy's gone to work, and yes, Ulysses is all right. He's on his changing mat on the floor. He can't go anywhere.
Then what's the problem, Bertie? Mummy is really very busy, you know.
Well, you know how boys and girls are different.
Bertie, listen to me. How many times have I told you that boys and girls are not different? It's society, Bertie, that imposes different roles on boys and girls. We're all the same to begin with. All the same.
Are you sure, Mummy?
Of course, Mummy's sure. Mummy has even written an article about this, Bertie. I'd give you a copy to read, but even with your very impressive vocabulary, some of the words are maybe just a little bit long. Anyway, having corrected that misunderstanding on your part, what is all this about Ulysses?
He's different.
Different? What can you possibly mean, Bertie?
He's just different. I was telling you, boys and girls are different. Or I used to think they were.
Bertie, this is getting us nowhere. Different in what way?
Well, you know how boys have... You know what I mean, Mummy. Boys have, and then girls don't really. Or I don't think they do. You see, it's a bit complicated. And Ulysses used to have. Well, he was a boy. You see, and now he looks more like a girl. But I'm not sure. You see, Mummy, because I don't really know. And you've just said there's no difference between boys and girls, and I think maybe I've got it wrong.
Now look, Bertie, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say this, Mummy. I think Ulysses is really a girl.
Social Work Department Nursery, can I help you?
Yes, this is Irene Pollock. I recently came to collect my infant son Ulysses.
Oh yes, earlier today. Yes, I was the person you saw, Mrs. Pollock. Is everything all right?
It most certainly is not. You may recall that I have a son, not a daughter.
That's correct. Let me see. Yes, here it is. Ulysses Pollock, aged 1.
Well, you've given me the wrong baby.
What?
I said, you've given me the wrong baby. We seem to have a girl in our possession. My other son went to change the nappy and discovered that we've been given a girl.
But that's ridiculous. Surely you know your own baby. You went to collect him from the nursery, as I recall. How could you get it wrong?
Don't ask me how I could get it. How could you get it wrong? You'd wrapped our baby's shawl around somebody else's baby. I saw the shawl and naturally assumed that it was little Ulysses. The babies were well wrapped up. I couldn't see their faces. If you're going to obscure babies' faces, then all sorts of mistakes are going to be made.
Don't you tell me my job. You're the one who mislaid your baby in the first place, leaving him unattended outside a supermarket.
It was not a supermarket. It was a delicatessen. You obviously have no idea of the difference, so perhaps it's no surprise that you can't tell one baby from another. But the point is not your incompetence, but this. Have you got a baby boy there?
As it happens, we do.
Then that'll be Ulysses. I'm coming to collect him and to bring this other baby back, and I want no red tape or nonsense of any sort, if you don't mind.
Mr. Lordy, please sit down.
Thank you.
I hope you haven't been kept waiting unduly. My last case dragged on. Such a little matter, but you know how litigants can be. But there we are. Now, this distressing question of your dog.
Cyril?
Yes, your dog Cyril and his
Arrest?
Of course, his arrest. Now, I have here a preliminary report from the police, and I see that your dog was arrested in a coffee bar in Dundas Street, having been spotted by a member of the public who identified him as the dog who had bitten her several days previously in Great King Street.
Cyril would never do that. He just wouldn't. I know my dog, you see.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Lordy, but we have to confront the facts as they are presented to us, and indeed to the Procurator Fiscal, who will determine what course of action is to be taken. The police, you see, say that they carried out an identity parade, and one of the other victims also identified your dog as the culprit.
That's absurd. How can you have an identity parade of dogs? Would they all be the same breed?
Yes, I suppose that could pose problems. Yes, indeed. Very droll. Imagine a lineup of dogs of different breeds. A Dachshund next to a Great Dane and a poodle next to a bulldog. Most droll.
I don't see the humour in the situation.
No, of course not. Of course not. In fact, it's very serious indeed, I'm afraid, because the Sheriff Court has the power to, dangerous dogs can't be allowed to run round unchecked. I'm afraid the situation really looks rather dire, Mr. Lordy.
But Cyril is completely innocent.
I shall do my best to challenge the identification, but they have several witnesses now, I'm afraid.
A sorry tale, Angus. Very worrying indeed. In fact, we're both in, how shall I put it, an uneasy situation.
You too? Why?
Well, the issue of the blue-spored teacup.
But you have it back. We successfully and covertly retrieved it from your light-fingered neighbour. That at least is something we can be pleased about.
Yes, I have it back. And you may notice I have just served your tea in it.
Aye, and very delicious it is too.
And you may observe I'm about to pour my own tea into a blue-spode teacup too.
So you have two. These things often travel in pairs, I think.
I have two now, but I didn't have two in the past. In fact, until we liberated my cup from Antonia's, I thought I only had one.
I don't follow you.
Well, I've always had one blue-spode teacup. Now I seem to have two, which prompts the conclusion that the cup we took back from Antonia's was really hers. My own turned up in my own flat. I must have looked straight past it. There was a bowl in front of it on the shelf, and I suppose that obscured it somewhat.
Oh, see.
Yes. Embarrassing, isn't it? That teacup was hers all along. And it gets worse. She came to tea with me earlier today, and she spotted both cups on the shelf and said, "I used to have a cup like that, but it seems to have gone missing. Most odd."
So we've stolen her blue-spode cup?
So it would appear. But in good faith, of course. Oh, I never thought I would become a thief. It just goes to show how strange can be the twists and turns of fate.
Well, what do we do?
Oh, that, Angus, is the question that lies at the heart of every human dilemma. Political, social, economic, and psychological. What do we do?
You put it so elegantly. So, what do we do?
I haven't the faintest idea, Angus. The fact that one puts the question elegantly, as you so kindly say, doesn't mean one has any answers.
We could do nothing, of course.
Yes. To do nothing is always an option, and quite an attractive one. Would you vote for a political party that promised to do nothing? I think an awful lot of people would.
Oh, Domenica, I just don't know. Suddenly life has become rather too complicated. I'm so worried about Cyril.
I'm sure things will turn out all right.
Are you? Well, I'm not. And it's life and death for him. You know what happens to dogs who go around biting people?
Oh, come on, Angus. It won't be that bad.
It will be, I'm afraid. It'll be the end of Cyril.
Unless something turns up.
Which it won't. Life, you know, isn't like one of those novels where a ship suddenly appears to rescue the marooned sailors and the cavalry comes charging round the corner.
And yet there must have been cases where ships did appear, and cases, too, where the cavalry actually did turn up in the nick of time. I have a positive feeling about Cyril's case.
How can you possibly feel positively about it?
Because what's the alternative? Well, you have no answer to that, do you? Well, there you are. Shall we go for a walk?
Yes, let's. There's a band playing in Princess Street Gardens, I believe.
Then we shall go and listen. If bands do us the courtesy of playing, the least we can do is listen to them. It's only polite.
Take my arm, Domenica.
Certainly, Angus. Shall we go?
You know, Domenica, it's very good just to be with you.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
I've sometimes wondered...
Yes, Angus. What have you wondered?
Whether we...
Yes?
Whether we might perhaps go for a walk more often.
It's curious, isn't it? How empty a house may seem when its familiar spirit, a cat or a dog, is absent. I was so used to the presence of my faithful dog Cyril that during his absence, in Durance Vile, otherwise known as Gayfield Square Police Station, I found myself unable to do very much. Poor Cyril, accused of biting strangers and facing... well... But then, in the midst of all this gloom, I received a summons to the police station. I hardly dared hope for good news, and so I steeled myself to being told that Cyril had lost his case, such as it was, and that I was now required to say good-bye to him. With leaden heart, I made my way to the police station and presented myself at the front desk.
I received a message to come here. My name is Lordy, Angus Lordy, and I'm the owner of the innocent dog, Cyril.
Oh, yes, Mr. Lordy, of course. Well, your dog's ready to go.
Off to court?
No, of course not. To go home, he's released.
I can't believe it.
Well, it's true. The whole thing's been a mistake. We don't always get it right.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. While your dog was here, safely locked up, there was another incident. A dog ran out and nipped somebody's ankles at the junction of Dundas Street and Harriet Row. Now, a member of the public had the good judgment to follow this dog and see where he went. That's how we got hold of his address. The rest was pretty straightforward. That dog is now helping us with our inquiries, as their expression has it.
I told you he was innocent.
I'm sorry we weren't able to listen to you. Mind you, all dogs are innocent, aren't they? I mean, no animal can be called to account for what it does. Aristotle was right about the need for responsibility to be based on free choice, wasn't he?
Aristotle? Yes, I suppose he was.
You didn't expect that, did you? Well, we are the Edinburgh Police, after all. Or Police Scotland, as we're now titled. Now, I expect you'd like to be reunited with your dog.
I would indeed.
Then follow me. He appears to be pleased to see you.
I see that you're reunited.
Yes, Lou, Cyril, as you've observed, is free.
Well, I am very relieved. He was innocent after all. Here's your cup.
That runneth over. Metaphorically, of course, Lou.
Aye, metaphorically. Happiness.
Yes, Lou. Yeah, happiness.
Happiness comes in so many different forms, doesn't it? Sometimes unexpectedly, sometimes because we've tried to be happy.
And succeeded. Yes, I suppose so.
Although that's a bit questionable, don't you think? I'm not sure whether people should tell others to try to be happy. I'm not sure that I go along with the idea that we have a duty to be happy, to look happy.
Does anybody say that?
Oh, plenty of folk tell us that we should be happy. Advertisers, for example. People who want to sell us things. Look at their pictures. Everybody's smiling.
Mm-hmm.
Buy this, buy that, and you'll find happiness. Smile away.
Photographers.
What about them?
Well, that's what they say, isn't it? Out comes the camera and we're told to smile. You have to. When did that start, I wonder? Look at old photographs and you'll see that people just looked natural. You had a range of expressions. Now everybody believes they should smile in a photograph or somehow it's not a proper picture.
Oh, maybe. You know something, Angus? Do you ever ask your friends whether they're happy?
Probably not.
Maybe we should. You, for instance, you're happy now that Cyril's returned, but what about tomorrow or the day after? Will you be happy then?
Who knows? Cheerful enough, I suppose, like most people. Get along.
But you could be happier.
Everybody could be happier.
You could be happier if... with Domenica.
I might be.
And she might too.
I'm not sure that that's what she'd want.
I think she may want just that. She's fonder of you than you imagine, Angus.
How would you know that, Lou?
A woman's intuition.
Ah, I see. And men's intuition? Do men have intuition?
That's a question for men to answer.
I see. Well, I suppose I have at least some intuition, and intuitively, I want to have a party to celebrate the return of Cyril and the fact... well, the fact of so many things. Friendship, neighbourhood, the sheer fact of being here at this time in our brief moment.
At your place?
Oh, too messy. At Domenica's. She likes a party. You'll come, Lou?
I'll be there.
This door. How do they expect us to open it when we're so heavily laden?
Mrs. MacDonald, can I carry those things for you?
Oh, there you are, Bertie. Well, that's very kind of you. If you're a Cub Scout, you can consider it your good deed of the day.
I'm not allowed to join the Cubs. My mother says it's a paramilitary organisation, and she doesn't believe in paramilitary organisations.
Oh, I see. Well, be that as it may, Bertie, the doing of a good deed a day is a good thing, I would have thought. You take these 2 packets, and I'll manage the rest.
What are these for, Mrs. MacDonald?
We're having a party, Bertie. That's Mr. Lordy, you know, the man with the dog. He and I are having a party.
We've got Ulysses back, you know. Mummy left him at the delicatessen.
Oh.
And we had to get him back from the social work nursery. We got the wrong baby at first, but then we got the right one.
Oh, really? How very interesting, Bertie.
It was a mistake, you see.
Ah, a mistake. Well, we can all make mistakes, can't we?
My father says it's very important to say sorry if you make a mistake. You should just go and say sorry. I think that's the best thing to do too.
Do you, Bertie?
Yes, I do.
Oh, well, that's very interesting, Bertie. You know, I made a mistake a day or 2 ago, quite a bad one, about a blue-spode teacup. And I think the advice you've just given me is spot on.
I'm not telling you what to do, Mrs. MacDonald.
Of course you aren't, Bertie. You're just giving sound advice, and I propose to follow it. You know this party we're planning, Bertie? Would you all like to come? You, your parents, and even little Ulysses?
I'd love that, Mrs. MacDonald.
Good. Well, you go and tell your parents about it, and if they're free, we shall see you all at 6 o'clock. And I, in the meantime, shall have a word with our neighbour, Antonia.
Domenica, how nice to see you.
Oh, Antonia.
Care to come in?
Well, I'm a bit pressed for time. I come to invite you to a party, 6 o'clock, across the landing, with your friend, if you wish to bring him.
Marcus? I'm sure he'd love it.
And the second thing I have to do is this. I owe you an apology. I have your blue-spode teacup. I took it from your flat in the belief that it was mine, having thought, I'm ashamed to say, that you had taken it from me. I had no right to do this, and I was entirely in the wrong. I ask for your forgiveness.
I see.
Well, I would not be in the least surprised if you were angry. I would be angry in your shoes.
I shall rise above it. I shall not allow myself to be angry. I shall remember those early Scottish saints who rose above so much. The provocations of the Picts, the general prevailing darkness.
Of course, of course. So the matter is closed?
Yes. What time did you say the party was?
6. You needn't bring anything.
You have enough cups? I mean glasses.
Quite enough, thank you. 6 o'clock, then. Le Tout, Scotland Street will be there. Le Tout. Ah, the delegation from downstairs. Stuart and Bertie, how nice to see you.
Thanks for the invitation, and for including Bertie and little Ulysses. Irene will be up with Ulysses in a minute or two. We're the advance party.
Very good. Bertie, come with me and you can pass round the crisps and, of course, help yourself.
Can I, Daddy?
Go for it, Bertie. Go for it.
Party fit. Great.
Angus, you talk to Stuart.
Yes, of course. So,
A neighbourhood party's always such fun.
Oh, of course it is. We have so much to talk about, and it's often difficult just meeting on the stairs or in the street outside. Where does one start?
Where indeed?
So?
Yes?
Well, there we are.
Yes, indeed. Here we are.
What do you think about
the referendum?
No, I wasn't going to bring that up after all this time. Although it's interesting, isn't it?
Yes, it is, isn't it?
I mean, who would have thought that...
I don't think I did. Did you?
No, I didn't. Not in so many words.
Funny that. Because many people thought that, they thought. They thought, didn't they?
It was fascinating. Well, if you don't mind, I must just have a word with Domenica.
Sure.
I think everybody seems to be enjoying themselves well enough, don't you?
Yes, they do. Even young Bertie. Look, he's engaged in very earnest conversation over there with Antonia.
Yes, and I had a good chat with her Polish boyfriend. Nice man, I think, although we couldn't talk about very much.
Now, the important thing is she's happy.
Is that the most important thing in life?
Happiness?
Yes.
I'm not sure. There's maybe a sense in which happiness keeps us from seeing things as they really are. And if that's the case, then I'm not sure it can be the most important thing in life.
And yet, people pursue happiness relentlessly. What other goals can our sort of society have?
Well, enlightenment. The dispelling of the darkness.
Not easy to do.
Well, no, not easy. But probably a bit more manageable if one has somebody to help you dispel the darkness.
Possibly. Do you think that perhaps...
Yes?
You mean, yes, we could, possibly?
Yes, possibly.
What about Cyril? Must he always be marooned on the landing outside?
His status could change.
You'd let him in?
Probably.
Oh, Domenica, you really are quite remarkable.
Oh, not really.
No, but you are.
Oh, don't get carried away. Have another glass of wine.
I think we've run out of glasses.
But we do have a blue spode cup. I gave Antonia hers back, but I still have mine.
Oh, I never thought I'd see myself drinking wine out of a blue spode teacup.
Then close your eyes and you'll see nothing. Here, open your eyes and raise your blue spode teacup.
Your blue spode teacup?
Indeed. Except, you know, Angus, I thought mine had the smallest chip just above the handle. This doesn't seem to have that.
Oh, so what does that mean?
It means there might have been a mistake.
Don't go there, Domenica. Just don't go there.
Go where?
To wherever you were thinking of going.
Oh, there?
Yes. To us, Domenica. To you and me.
To you and me, Angus. You know, I'm so glad that we've still got the accusative case. So many people these days say, to you and I.
Well, they're wrong.
And we're right?
Yes. You and me, we're right. "7 o'clock in the morning. 7 o'clock on a summer morning, to be precise. A summer morning just like this one, when the city hasn't quite yet woken up and my dog Cyril and I have the streets to ourselves. Or almost to ourselves. There may be the occasional gulls in Scotland Street, arguing over something they've found in a gutter, or a siren somewhere in the distance, or even a cat
demonstrating its contempt for Cyril from the safety of a high wall. But for the most part, the only sound is our footsteps on the pavement or the cobblestones, and the wind in the trees of the Queen Street gardens, which gives me the thinking space to reflect on how lucky I am to have Domenica in my life. Here we are, both on the wrong side of 40, in fact, on the wrong side of 50, if the truth be told, yet both very happy that this has happened to us at this stage in life. We may have different interests. I'm an artist and she's an anthropologist. I like to stay at home. She likes to travel. She recently went off on a field trip to the Malacca Straits to research into the domestic life of pirates.
Contemporary pirates, Angus? One must get the terminology right.
Oh.
People think of pirates as swashbuckling characters sailing under the Jolly Roger.
Or picnicking on the cliffs of Penzance.
Yes, that too. Whereas these people lived in isolated villages surrounded by mangrove swamps and had nothing to do with Gilbert and Sullivan.
Well, be that as it may. While Domenica went off on her field trip, I stayed behind as I usually do. To be lucky in love. What good fortune that is. And not everybody has it. My friend Big Lou, for instance, who runs the cafe in Dundas Street where I go for my coffee each morning, she has terrible luck with men. The last one was an Elvis impersonator. He didn't last long. Elvis came between them, I gather. And now she seems to have got hold of somebody else.
The usual, Angus?
Yes, please, Lou. I'd like to surprise you one morning and say, no, something different. But the problem is I don't want anything different, Lou. I never have. I'm one of those people who want everything to be exactly as it always was.
I'll bring your coffee over.
No, don't bother, I'll wait.
As you wish. Dinna drum your fingers on the counter, Angus.
Sorry, Lou.
When you do that, it's a sign you want to ask me something.
Oh?
Out with it, Angus. No point in beating about the bush.
Of course not, of course not. You mentioned the other day...
Aye? I mentioned what?
You mentioned a friend, a new friend.
Maybe. Actually, yes, I did mention him. I'm seeing somebody. You may as well know, since you seem to know, so to speak. Oh, here's your coffee.
Thank you. Oh, not that I want to pry.
Of course not. So, what do you want to know?
Well, his name, to begin with.
Alec. He's called Alec.
Alec. Now, that's a name to inspire confidence. A good, solid name. Now, I did hear something else, Lou. Somebody said to me that Alec is... well, they said that Alec is a Jacobite. That he actually signs up for the whole Jacobite deal. That he thinks James VIII, or James III, as the English call him, should have been on the throne and that the Hanoverian monarchy was illegitimate. The whole works. Really believes it, Lou.
Folk love to gossip, don't they?
Yes, they do. I must confess, Lou, that I was a little bit surprised. I mean, of course, there's nothing actually wrong with being a Jacobite. It's just that, well, on the lists of things that people are these days, being a Jacobite is, shall we say, not exactly at the top. In fact, it's pretty much at the bottom.
Really? Well, I'm no so sure about that. After all, it wasn't that long ago, was it?
Not all that long ago.
1745. The Jacobite Rising. What's that? 271 years ago. More or less yesterday.
Well...
And if we can reopen the Act of Union after 300 years, then I don't see why we shouldn't look at certain other matters.
Are you serious, Lou?
Perfectly. Alec has explained it all to me. He's highly motivated, Angus.
I can imagine. But what's the point, Lou?
Bonnie Prince Charlie was roundly defeated. He went back to France.
Aye, betrayed by a parcel of rogues.
Oh, come on, Lou. The Stuarts are finished, kaput. And with good reason. Look at Charles I, and his son for that matter. They believed in the divine right of kings. They were reactionaries even by the standards of the day. The Hanoverians were a breath of fresh air, Lou. Scotland prospered.
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, we can agree to differ. What do Alec and his friends want to do? Bring over another pretender? Have another chase through the heather?
Dinna make light of it, Angus.
Does he take you to meetings?
Yes. I go with him. He doesn't take me.
Oh, Lou, you need to be careful.
Would you like to come?
To a Jacobite meeting?
Aye. There's one coming up. We hold them at an undisclosed venue. Alec only finds out about half an hour beforehand. It could be down in Leith, it could be over in the grass market, it could be anywhere.
Intriguing. So, another pretender?
Keep your voice down, Angus.
Another pretender?
You'll find out.
I left Big Lou's with a bit of a spring in my step. There's something about knowing a secret that really cheers one up. It doesn't matter what the secret is. It may be entirely mundane, but the important thing is that you know and others don't. When I got to 44 Scotland Street, my mind was taken off the whole matter by an encounter on the stairs. Bertie, the 7-year-old boy from the flat below Domenica's, was sitting glumly on one of the steps. Even the sight of Cyril, who always licks Bertie's face so enthusiastically, dogs are such good judges of character, even Cyril failed to dispel the small boy's morose expression.
Now then, Bertie, what explains the long face?
My mother, Mr. Lordy.
Ah, your mother.
So, Angus, what was happening at Big Lou's?
I had a long conversation with her. It was most enlightening.
Oh, yes? About?
Her new boyfriend. He's a Jacobite, of all things.
Do I hear the skirl of the pipes?
Only in your imagination. And what about you? Making progress with your paper?
It's going very well. If anything, I have rather more to say than I have space to say it in. I filled 7 notebooks out there, you know.
7?
Transcriptions of my conversations with the pirates' wives.
Fascinating.
Oh, they were very hospitable. They went out of their way to make me feel at home.
And they knew you were observing them?
Oh, yes, but they were perfectly happy about it. Some of them really opened up, and I got a very good idea of what it's like to be married to a pirate.
So, things like what pirate families have for breakfast, educational concerns, child rearing, all of that?
Yes.
It's interesting. But how are you going to make it dull enough for an academic readership?
With difficulty. But I shall try. And of course, there's a wonderful conclusion to the whole story.
Which is?
Oh, I don't propose to reveal it, not just yet. One must read to the end in order to see what happens at the end. I've always said that. But I'm quite aware that it goes against the zeitgeist. We live in an age, Angus, where most people want to know the end at the beginning.
How unwise. Would you care for another cup of tea, Domenica?
That would be perfect, Angus. And then I shall return to my paper.
And I shall return to my easel. Bonnie Charlie's new
Jacobites! Be careful, Angus.
To be warned by one's fiancé and one's dog, I shall have to be very careful.
Angus? Do you hear the pipes? Very faintly.
An illusion. It was that talk of Bonnie Prince Charlie. It brings it on, my dear. It brings it on.
My friend Domenica, who is of course an anthropologist, and I as an artist, enjoy nothing better than observing people. Believe it or not, and I used not to believe it, there are people, and I'm not saying there are many of them, but they actually do exist, who take the view that the Stuarts have a better claim to the throne of this country, and by this country I mean Scotland as well as England, than the present monarchy. Of course, our Jamie Sext, as we call him, James the Sixth, that is, became James the First as far as the English were concerned, back in 1603.
Which, of course, was not yesterday.
And neither was 1745 and the Jacobites.
But not as far as Big Lou and her new boyfriend are concerned.
Well, as she said, if we can reopen the Act of Union after all this time, we can bring the issue of the rightful heir up again.
And it's this afternoon, is it, that you're going to this peculiar meeting about this with Big Lou?
It is. I'm to meet at her cafe. She's got somebody to look after it while we're at the meeting.
And where is this great occasion to take place?
I can't answer that.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Angus. If you can't tell your fiancée where you're going...
No, it's not that. No, the point is, I don't know where it's going to take place, and Lou won't know until she's told. And that won't be until the very last minute. For security reasons, she said.
Oh, ridiculous. Who are these people?
Jacobites.
Well...
Followers of the late Charles Edward Stuart and his heirs and successors.
Absurd.
You may think that. They don't.
Evidently so.
Well, you see, there were a lot of people in Scotland for whom the Jacobite cause was a way of expressing dissatisfaction with the government. They felt that Scotland was being badly treated. They looked for some way out. Sound familiar?
We seem to have made a habit of thinking we're badly treated.
Perhaps we have been. Look at the suppression of Gaelic culture after the 45. Look at the clearances. Look at the way in which we were treated like a forgotten province.
Historical wrongs. None of which, in my view at least, has got anything to do with what is happening today.
Don't be so sure.
Oh, well, let's not argue. I must return to work.
And to your research paper?
Yes. I've decided on a title. The Still Centre. The Domestic Life of the Malacca Strait Pirates.
Very fitting.
Now then, Bertie, are you ready for your friend Olive? She should be here any moment.
Olive isn't really my friend, Mummy. I've told you that, and I don't really want her to come and play.
Nonsense, Bertie. Of course Olive's your friend. You've always liked her.
Not really, Mummy.
The point is this, Bertie. It's important for boys to play with girls for personal development reasons.
Now then, let's think of what you and Olive can do. Oh! Who will that be, I wonder? I think that'll be Olive, Bertie. And what shall we say, Carissimo? We shall say, Benvenuta Olivia!
Must we, Mummy? Good afternoon, Mrs. Pollock. Good afternoon, Bertie.
Where's your mummy, Olive? Is she not here?
Mummy dropped me off. She's going to yoga. She'll pick me up on the way back.
Excellent. Do come in. I don't think you've been to Bertie's house before, Olive, have you?
He's never invited me, Mrs. Pollock. He's been to my house, of course, plenty of times. But I've never been invited here as far as I can remember.
Well, now that's been remedied. And I must say, Bertie's been looking forward to your visit immensely, haven't you, Bertie?
Well...
You see, he's thrilled. And what are you two going to do?
I thought we could go out. Could we go to the Botanical Gardens, Mummy? Would you take us there? We could play pirates, you know? How old-fashioned, Bertie. Nobody plays pirates anymore. There aren't any, you see. But Mr. Lordy was telling me that Mrs. MacDonald knows all about pirates and has actually met some.
I find that highly unlikely, Bertie.
Me too.
And anyway, going off to the Botanics is not the point of an invitation to somebody's house. When you invite somebody to your house, you entertain your guest there. It gives the guest a chance to see where you live.
That's right. I can't wait to see your room, Bertie. I've heard that it has pink walls. Tofu said that. Is it true, Bertie? Do you have pink walls in your room? They're not pink. They're crushed strawberry.
We should not be ashamed of pink, Bertie.
Exactly. Lots of girls love pink. Not many boys, though.
Now then, what are you two going to play? I see you've brought some things with you, Olive. A junior nurse's set?
We'll be playing doctors and nurses, Mrs. Pollock.
I see. Well, do remember, Olive, that girls can be the doctors and boys can be the nurses. Remember that?
Oh, I know that, Mrs. Pollock. I thought Bertie would be the nurse and I'd be the doctor. Can we go to Bertie's room now?
Yes, of course. And then a bit later on, I'll give you some of the cake I've made especially for your visit, Olive. Cake and a mug of tea.
My mum says that you can't cook for Toffee. But I'm sure that's not true. She says she's surprised Bertie and his father are much thinner than they are.
Did she now? Very interesting. But run along now, Olive. I'm sure Bertie is itching to show you his room.
And I've just reached the point where I'm describing who takes the pirate children to school. Pirate families have school runs, you know.
And who does take them, Domenica?
The pirate wives, for the most part. Sometimes the pirates themselves, the men, do it if they have a few days off. Some of the husbands are more hands-on in the home.
It's like new men. Are there many new pirates?
A few. Some of the younger ones are more in touch with their feminine side. One or two of them use facial moisturizer, I was told.
Oh, very interesting. You know, we all thought that pirates had disappeared, were a thing of the past.
Like Jacobites.
Yes, I suppose so. And then suddenly up they pop again, and everybody's talking about pirates once more. Very strange.
Perhaps that's because the past never really goes away. It lingers. It has a long reach.
Well, I'd like to know more about your pirates.
You'll be able to read all about them once I've finished writing my paper on them. What time are you meeting Lou?
4.
I'll prepare a light supper for when you come back. Quiche. Is quiche the sort of thing one eats after attending a Jacobite meeting?
Perfect. What do the Malacca Straits pirates have for dinner, by the way? Do contemporary pirates eat quiche?
Boiled rice, fish.
Oh.
They like a bit of curry. Nothing too strong, mind you.
So this is your room, Bertie? Is that your cupboard there? Is that where you keep those dungarees of yours? Yes. Why? Don't you wish you had proper jeans, Bertie? Like Tofu and Arch? I'm going to get jeans soon. So where's your dad, Bertie? We never see much of him. It's always your mother. Not always. My mummy says that your mother has your dad under her thumb. Do you think that's true, Bertie? Is that why he's never here very much? Actually, if you must know, Olive, lots of men try to keep out of the house because their wives are so awful. Do you think that's why we never see your dad? No, of course not. My dad's often here. It's just that he has to work a lot. He's very important in the Scottish government, and as it happens, he's over in Glasgow today. He's at a meeting in Glasgow. Oh, he is he? Well, he can't be very important, Bertie, because if he was, then the people over in Glasgow would come to Edinburgh to see him here. What? But they haven't, have they? And so he's had to go over to Glasgow. Aren't you going to ask me to sit down, Bertie? That's the polite thing to do.
I think we'll take these seats here at the back, Angus.
It's filling up. I'm a bit surprised.
More Jacobites than you imagined.
Well, yes. Makes me wonder what century we're in.
Keep your voice down, Angus. Some of these people here are a little bit excitable. Oh, look. There's Alec over there.
Your friend?
That's him. He's on the committee, you know. It's a real honour, Angus. I'm awfully proud of him.
Well, I wouldn't have known if I'd met him in the street, that is. I wouldn't guess if any of these people here...
And you see that woman over there? She's quite a well-known historian. She's a sympathiser. She's written about James the 4th, 5th and 6th. That's her husband with her. He played rugby for Scotland a long time ago.
And sent them packing to think again.
Listen, Angus, if you're not going to be serious, there's no point you being here.
I'm sorry, Lou.
Well, all right. Hold your wisht. Alec's about to say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the news we've been waiting for. It is, as I can tell you, strictly confidential, and we don't want anyone breathing no word of it. He's coming, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming to Scotland.
Who's coming, Lou?
Listen, you'll hear.
Well, I just can't say somebody's coming without saying who.
Hush, Angus.
For obvious reasons, we can't give you the exact date, but word will go out. You'll be alerted through the proper channels, and I know many of you will want to be there when he arrives, when the first Stuart claimant to set foot on Scottish soil in almost 300 years arrives at St Andrew's Square, off the bus.
He's coming by bus?
It doesn't matter how he comes, Angus. It's when and why he comes that matters.
Now then, Bertie, I'm the doctor and you're the patient. Well, actually, you're just you, and I'm going to take a blood sample. Roll up your sleeve, please, Bertie.
Is that a real needle?
Of course it is.
But I thought that was a pretend junior nurse's kit.
Some of it's pretend, but I've added some real bits. I found the syringe in the bathroom cupboard, and the needle too. But don't worry, the needle is quite clean. It's still in its wrapping, Bertie. See, it's perfectly safe.
Why do you want to do a blood test, Olive?
Because that's what doctors do, Bertie. And remember, you did agree to play doctors and nurses, and you can't go and change your mind just because you're scared of a simple thing like a blood test.
I'm not scared.
Good. Then roll up your sleeve and we can get on with it. Honestly, Bertie, you really make things difficult for yourself, you know.
And that's when you find out what they've been doing, where they've been, who they've seen, and so on. So that I knew that Stuart Pollock, who lives downstairs from my friend Dominica, father of young Bertie and husband of that, how shall I put it, somewhat opinionated Irene, had gone through to a meeting in Glasgow. Stuart. Back from Glasgow. Successful meeting?
Yes, thank you, Angus. Usual thing, of course, departments wanting us to provide them with facts and figures by yesterday. Who'd be a government statistician?
Well, it seems to me that you would.
Yes, of course, yes. But we got through the business pretty much as planned.
I saw you leaving very early this morning. How was the traffic on that wretched motorway?
Not too bad. I left Edinburgh before it built up too badly.
And coming back?
Well, coming back...
Anything wrong?
Actually, I came back by train.
The trouble with your car?
No, not really. What a complete fool I am. I went through by car, parked it over there, and then came back with colleagues who were travelling by train. I just wasn't thinking.
Easily done.
I feel so stupid.
Who hasn't done something idiotic? Cheer up.
I'm going to have to explain it to Irene.
No. That could be tricky.
Well, Stuart, Glasgow went all right?
Yes, Daddy. I'd love to go to Glasgow one day.
There's nothing much in Glasgow, Bertie. Edinburgh's quite sufficient, I think.
But Daddy's always said that Glasgow's an exciting place, Mummy.
For those who like that sort of thing, perhaps. Stuart, is anything wrong? You're looking rather peculiar.
Peculiar? No, I'm fine.
Well, was there something wrong with the train?
No, the train was absolutely fine. Bang on time.
Do you have the car keys? I was looking for them earlier. And by the way, I was looking for the car itself this afternoon. Where have you parked it?
I think it's in Glasgow, Mummy. You see, Daddy...
What?
Well, yes, I drove over there this morning and, well, to tell the truth, I came back by train.
You drove? You mean you've left the car in Glasgow?
Can I come with you to fetch it, Daddy? Could we go tomorrow?
Hush, Bertie. Stuart, do you mean to tell me you've left the car parked somewhere in Glasgow?
I'm afraid so.
Well, that's absolutely ridiculous.
I'll go and fetch it tomorrow.
Can I come too, Daddy?
I don't see why not.
That's great.
I don't know about that. Bertie, there's no need to go to Glasgow.
But Daddy's promised.
Here we are, Bertie. Well on the way to Glasgow.
What's it like over there, Daddy? Is it very different from Edinburgh?
A bit different. Glasgow's a very friendly city, Bertie.
And Edinburgh isn't?
No, I'd never say that. It's just that Edinburgh's a bit more reserved.
Reserved? You mean taken? Booked?
Not exactly.
I live in Edinburgh, and yet I've got friends.
Oh, of course, Bertie. I didn't mean to say that people in Edinburgh don't have friends.
Mummy says that Glasgow's a bit...
Bertie, I don't think we should discuss it on the train. Let's just look forward to being in Glasgow and getting our car back.
Irene, how nice to see you. Do come in.
Thank you, Angus, but no. I'm here on behalf of a charity that's sending relief supplies to Romania. I wondered if you had anything you could donate.
Oh, Domenica would probably suggest most of my wardrobe. No, seriously, I'm sure we'll find something.
The consignments are going off from the old marshalling yards at the bottom of the street. You might want to come along and wave goodbye. We're making a bit of a show of it.
Oh, I like that sort of thing. I might just do that.
It's this street, Bertie. Right here on the left.
This street, Daddy?
Yeah, just along a bit in the right, I think.
I can't see it, Daddy. Are you sure? Our car's red, and there aren't any red cars parked in this street.
I'm positive it was here. I remember that house with the blue door. It was right outside that.
It's been stolen, Daddy. Mummy said that if you left your car in Glasgow... Look, Daddy. There's a man watching us from the window of that house. He's signalling to us.
I'm absolutely sure it was here, Bertie. Right here.
Hey, yous! Yes, yous! What are you doing hanging about outside Master O'Connor's door?
We're looking for our car. It's a public street. We're fully entitled to... What?
Not so fast, pal. You're coming inside with me.
Just a minute.
No nonsense. You're
Daddy.
coming with me, pal. Mr. O'Connor wants a word with you. In there. They're here, Mr. O'Connor. On. In you go.
Now then, who have we here? I saw you sniffing around outside.
I'm Stuart Pollock, and you have no business dragging us in like this.
Have I not? Interesting. And who's this young man? What's your name, son?
My name is Bertie Pollock, and I live in Scotland Street, in Edinburgh.
Oh, so it's in Edinburgh, is it? Well, you have a good tongue in your head, young man. I suppose coming from Edinburgh. I'm Aloysius O'Connor. Most folk call me Lord O'Connor.
No respect. Folks have got no respect these days.
Is that because because you're so fat, Mr. O'Connor. Is that why they call you Lord?
Listen, son. Didn't you speak to Mr. O'Connor like that?
That's all right, Jerry. I like a young man who speaks direct, even if he does come from Edinburgh. So tell me, why were you snooping about outside my house?
I parked my car in the street yesterday. Now it's gone.
We think it's been stolen, Mr. O'Connor. My mummy says that if you leave cars in the street in Glasgow, they're likely to...
Bertie.
Aye, they're likely to get reallocated. Now, you hear that, Jerry? Edinburgh folk think that if they leave their fantouche Edinburgh cars in our streets, then they get reallocated.
Very funny, Mr. O'Connor.
Aye, but I don't like to hear that sort of thing about our tune. It gives it a bad name over in Edinburgh. Tell me, what sort of car was it?
It was a station wagon. It was red.
With a sunroof and blew upholstery.
That's the car.
Never seen it in my life.
Me too. I mean, I haven't seen it either.
But it was parked right outside your
Aye,
house.
well, that's as maybe. Those cars could be tempting to some of the light-fingered folk who pass through this town. You know what I mean? Jerry, you go and put the word out. You see who's had the nerve to reallocate a red station wagon from right outside my house, and then you get it back here smartest. Understand? And if anybody's a bit reluctant, you persuade them, right?
You're very kind, Mr. O'Connor.
That's fine, son.
It's very good of you, Mr. O'Connor, but I suppose I should go to the police about this?
Go to the police? What's this got to do with the police?
Well, it seems we've been the victims of theft.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it in those terms. Aye, there's been a reallocation, but I wouldn't get the police tangled up in it. In fact, I'd regard that as a downright unfriendly act on your part. You get my meaning, Mr. Pollock?
But our car is...
I think your wee boy understands me, don't you, Bertie?
Mr. O'Connor says you shouldn't do it, Daddy. I think you should listen to what Mr. O'Connor says.
Clever boy. That's very good advice. Now then, Bertie, do you support a football team?
Not really, Mr. O'Connor.
Aye, well, as long as it's no Rangers. You wouldn't support them, I hope. Now, can I offer you something to eat or drink before you get back to Edinburgh? A ginger, maybe?
A ginger?
You never heard of gingers, Bertie? You hear that, Jerry? They don't drink gingers over in Edinburgh. Can you believe it?
Shocking, Mr. O'Connor.
And ginger's a fizzy drink, Bertie. That's what they call them in Glasgow. His mother's a bit particular. He doesn't really get these things.
Oh, aye. Well, we can remedy that. And yourself, Mr. Pollock. Same goes for you? Not allowed any gingers over there in Edinburgh?
Oh, there you are. Stuart, you might have let me know you'd be late. I told you I was going to take Bertie to see the lorries going off for Romania.
Well, we're here. And the important thing is, we've got the car. We met this man, you see, called Lord O'Connor, and...
He was jolly fat, Mummy. You should have seen him.
Yeah, but helpful.
And he gave me some ginger.
He sent one of his colleagues out to find the car, and he did just that. Within half an hour or so, there it was, none the worse for its time in Glasgow.
There ye are. One red station wagon with blue upholstery, restored to its owner. You have any trouble, Jerry? Any trouble getting it back?
Nae aggro to speak of, Mr. O'Connor, or none that couldn't be dealt with.
Fine man, Jerry, with the negotiations. Born negotiator, as Father Hegarty used to say.
Well, I really am most grateful. And the car looks spotless.
All part of the service, Stuart. We wouldn't want to send cars back to Edinburgh looking dirty, would we? No, we would not. We wouldn't want to give Edinburgh any chance to say that cars come to Glasgow and get dirty. That wouldn't be very friendly, would it, Jerry?
It would certainly not be, Mr. O'Connor.
Aye.
So you see, here we are. Our car's back in Edinburgh safely, and so are we.
And with hardly a moment to spare. Bertie, go and wash your hands. You've been in Glasgow. And then put your jersey on. We need to go back out right away.
Are those the trucks, Mummy?
Yes, Bertie, they are. And they're full of medicines and other supplies that the Romanians are a bit short of at the moment. All of this is the gift of the people of Scotland to the people of Romania. I'm on the committee, as you probably know. In fact, Bertie, I just need to go and inspect one of the lorries. You stay here with Ulysses and I'll come back in a moment.
Okay.
I've put the brake on his pushchair and I think he's fast asleep anyway.
Yes, Mummy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the convoy is about to leave, so please stand clear. Everything is ready to go. Good luck, drivers, and Godspeed.
She told me to stay, Ulysses. I'm not going to move. But where is she? We've been standing here for 15 minutes.
Hello, Bertie. Are you here by yourself?
No, I was with my mummy, but I can't see where she's got to. Have you seen her, Mr. Lordy? She went to look at one of the lorries.
I can't say I have, Bertie. And people are going now. No sign of her, it seems.
Perhaps she's gone shopping. Perhaps she just forgot that we were here, Mr. Lordy.
I'm not sure about that, Bertie.
Or pirates. Do you think pirates got her, Mr. Lordy?
Pirates? Definitely not, Bertie. I don't think you need to worry about that. Look. I think you and Ulysses had better come back to Scotland Street with me. Is your dad in?
Yes.
Well, we'll get him to try your mummy's mobile. I'm sure it'll all be sorted out. But it wasn't, I'm afraid. I took young Bertie and Ulysses back and had a word with Stuart. He tried to phone Irene, but there was no reply. And eventually, I'm afraid, they had to conclude that she had gone missing, and they reported the matter to the police. Signs were put up, and there was a general alert, all to no avail. Had now been missing for 2 full days. It had been in the papers, and there had been a great deal of speculation as to what could have happened to her. I felt very sorry for young Bertie. He's always struck me as a brave wee boy, but it can't have been easy for him having his mother disappear like that, for all her faults. He had to go back to school, and I imagine that can't have been easy for him.
Hello, Bertie. I've been watching you ever since break began. You don't seem to be playing very much. I'm thinking, Olive. You should be allowed to think, you know? Of course, Bertie. But you don't want to think too much, do you, Bertie? I was wondering how you were doing, by the way. What with your mummy disappearing like that? I'm all right, thank you, Olive. It can be easy for you, Bertie. You know, if you want to cry, you should just let yourself cry. It's best not to bottle things up. Any news of her yet, Bertie? No, nothing yet. No ransom demands? She's probably been kidnapped, you know, Bertie. I'm not sure. Oh, I think the odds are pretty high that that's what's happened. I'd rather not discuss it, Olive. We went for a picnic last year at Plantaling Castle. And you know something, Bertie? I thought it would be an ideal place for kidnappers to hold people. You know the place? There near North Barrett? Do you know if the police have looked there yet? I don't think so. So no letters yet? What sort of letter? A letter from the kidnappers. Sometimes they have to show that they have the person. Sometimes they cut the person's ear off and send it as proof that they've got them. Do you know if there's been a letter like that yet?
I don't think so.
It happens quite a lot in Italy, I believe.
Look out, Olive. Here comes Miss Harmony.
Olive? Olive, I heard that. You mustn't say things like that. I'm shocked. How do you think poor Bertie feels about all this?
Sorry, Miss Harmony. I was just trying to comfort him.
Well, that's hardly comforting what you said, so no more of that talk, please.
The rumours of what had happened to Irene persisted. Bertie's father, Stuart, maintained a calm demeanour, a brave face for the children. Perhaps. Meanwhile, there were political stirrings at Edinburgh's bus station, of all places.
That's a good crowd, Angus.
The big day at last. Thanks for bringing me along, Lou.
Oh, it's history in the making. That's what my friend Alex says anyway. There he is. See him? Wearing his best kilt.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm awfully proud of him, Angus.
Yes, well, it is a bit of an occasion, I must admit. Even Cyril is enjoying this. Not that Cyril has strong views one way or the other about the Jacobite cause.
And the bus is overdue. I hope nothing's happened.
Well, after 300 years or so, a few minutes won't make all that much difference. What do you know about this pretender, Lou?
He's Belgian, apparently.
And definitely a descendant of Bonnie Prince Charlie.
He has a strong Stuart claim, Alex says, through the Polish connection.
Through the Polish connection? Well. Very authentically Scottish. I wonder if he speaks English. Did Bonnie Prince Charlie speak English? I ask myself. Excusez-moi, mais où est la route vers Edinburgh pour mon armée de Highlanders?
Angus.
Poor Miss Harmony. I don't think she understands all that much, Bertie. Oh, and by the way, you remember that blood test I took the other day?
Yes? When I played doctors and nurses?
I have the results now. The results have come back from the lab.
What lab?
Never you mind, Bertie. When a doctor takes a test, you don't ask what lab the sample is going to.
What do they say?
Bertie, I want you to be strong.
Why? Why do I have to be strong?
Because the results are not good, Bertie. In fact, they're very bad.
Why? Why are they bad, Olive?
Leprosy, Bertie. You have leprosy.
Olive? What was that? Why have you upset Bertie?
I didn't say anything, Miss Harmony.
She said that I have leprosy, Miss Harmony. She took a blood sample and did some tests.
You took a blood sample?
With a real syringe.
Bertie agreed to it, Miss Harmony. He gave his consent.
Oh, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Come here, you wicked little girl.
I was only trying to help, Miss Harmony.
Let me tell you something, you nasty little girl. You know what the test for leprosy used to be? I'll show you. It involved a really strong pinching of the earlobe to see whether the person could feel it. Like this.
Ow!
You see? And then once more to confirm the results. Like that.
Ow!
So, you clearly haven't got leprosy yourself, Olive, or you wouldn't have felt that.
I'm going to tell my mother about that.
Tell her, you little horror. Now listen to me, Bertie. Ignore what Olive said to you. Of course you haven't got leprosy. You poor boy. You may mock, Angus, but look about you. Look at all these loyal people.
Disloyal, you mean?
Oh, something's happening.
A challenger to the throne,
Oh, it's so exciting.
Stand back, ladies and gentlemen. Let the pretender get out.
Is this Edinburgh? Have we arrived?
Your Royal Highness, welcome to the capital of Scotland, your royal capital.
The bus is late. I have a terrible journey, and look, my duty-free whiskey is broken. These foolish people put it with the suitcases, and look at it now, shattered.
We much regret that, sir. We shall make sure that you get another bottle.
2 bottles. There were 2 bottles.
2 bottles, then.
Is this Princess Street?
Not quite. Princess Street is not far away.
I have heard about Princess Street. I'm sure my distinguished ancestor, Charles Edward Stuart, paraded down Princess Street.
Possibly.
This is priceless.
Yes, it's a very significant moment in Scotland's history.
That's not what I meant.
Where are the English?
The English? Well, they're currently in London.
Haha, so we have surprised them. It is always very important to keep the element of surprise.
Yes, I imagine they'd be very surprised by all of this.
We must get you to your hotel, sir. We've made a booking. 2 nights.
With breakfast included?
All is laid on, sir. Then we'll get you up to the Hebrides and take it from there.
We shall fly?
Not quite, sir. We thought of going by train to Oban, and then there's a ferry to Barra.
And then the uprising!
That's what we hope, sir.
Well, this is all very satisfactory, Bertie. Here we are in our car, safely restored. Are you pleased?
Very pleased, Daddy. Isn't it kind of Mr. O'Connor?
Yes, very kind. And his friend? What's his friend called again?
Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry.
What do you think happened to it, Daddy?
Oh, I think it was stolen, Bertie. I left it in Glasgow by mistake, as you know, and it was just unfortunate that some car thief happened to see it.
You know that boy at school? Tofu?
Yeah, I know Tofu.
He says that lots of people come through to Edinburgh from Glasgow, pinch a car, and then drive it back to Glasgow. He says that there are bags of people in Glasgow driving round in Edinburgh cars.
Oh, that's nonsense, Bertie. Not lots of cars. A few, maybe, but not lots.
Daddy, do you think Mummy might have been kidnapped by pirates?
Well, Bertie, I have some news on that front. Mummy has been found.
Ooh.
And she's coming back.
But where's she been?
Remember you told me the last time you saw Mummy, she went to inspect one of the lorries being loaded with relief supplies for Romania?
Yes. She wanted to check they'd packed it properly.
Well, unfortunately, they closed the back of the lorry while she was inside, looking at the boxes of medicines and so on. Then they drove off, and they didn't hear her banging on the side of the lorry until they reached Hungary.
Poor Mummy. She must have been very uncomfortable.
Apparently there were big piles of blankets being sent out too, and so I think she sat on those. I don't think it was too bad a trip. But then there was all that bureaucracy to deal with before she could travel back.
When does she get back?
Tomorrow, Bertie. Isn't that exciting?
Yes.
So, we must prepare a big welcome for her. Shall we buy a cake, Bertie? Do you think she'd like that?
You don't think Mummy would like a few more days away? Just as a holiday?
I don't think so, Bertie. I think she'd be very keen to be back.
Daddy, I was wondering.
What were you wondering, Bertie?
You know our car?
Yes, of course I know our car, Bertie. We're in it right now, as it happens.
Well, our car has 5 forward gears, doesn't it?
Yeah, 5 forward and 1 reverse. In general, it's best to have more forward and reverse, Bertie.
Well, I'm looking at the gear stick, Daddy, and there are only 4 gears. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4. And R for reverse. This car only has 4 forward gears.
What? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Bertie, I don't know whether we should go into that. Lard said he's recovered our car for us and... Oh, Bertie, let's not go there.
We don't need that 5th gear, Daddy.
My thoughts exactly, Bertie. Let's not only travel forward, in forward gear, but look forward too. And one doesn't want to be selfish in this life, wanting 5 rather than 4 gears. Plenty of people have to make do with 4 gears. Anyway, Bertie, why don't we go off and have a pizza?
With 5 toppings, Daddy.
6 if you like, Bertie.
I hear that Irene's coming back safe and sound.
Yes. General rejoicing all round. Perhaps. And what about you, Angus? What about that affair you went off to witness with Lou?
Oh,
that ridiculous business up at St Andrew's Square?
Comedy of the highest order, Domenico.
There they all were, about 50 of them. Absolutely astonishing. I had a ringside seat, so to speak. I was standing more or less exactly where the bus stopped, and the pretender climbed out. Oh, a most peculiar piece of work. Sort of peevish. He complained about his duty-free whisky being broken.
Wonderful. And this was the Stuart's claimant.
Yes.
Well, who exactly was he?
Oh, some deluded Belgian.
And then what happened?
They took him off to a hotel in the Braid Hills. I've since heard from Big Lou that they've set off from there, her boyfriend Alec and a few others, and they're heading for Oban and then the Outer Isles.
Why?
Oh, they're expecting an uprising of the clans.
But the clans can't rise. They're far too busy running bed and breakfast establishments in the Highlands.
And their benefits would be cut if they uprose.
So a bad idea all round.
Poor Lou. The sooner she sees through that boyfriend of hers, the better. Now, how's your research paper about the pirates going? Getting near the end?
It's taking longer than I thought. I'll finish soon enough. But at the moment, I'm dealing with the pirates' wives' social lives. When I was out there, I did relationship diagrams, plotting out who got on with whom and so on. I built up a very interesting picture.
So, what exactly do the wives of contemporary Malaccan Straits pirates do?
They have book clubs, you know. Oh. And there were several going strong when I was there doing my field work. I went to one or two of their meetings.
Oh, my goodness. What did they read?
They have a preference for romance. They've read one or two more serious novels, but mostly romance. One of the pirates' wives was very keen on Jane Austen, but the others weren't.
So you'll finish soon?
Yes. I'm just about to write up how I followed the pirates to work one day. I took a small boat I borrowed from one of the wives.
You actually followed them? In a boat?
Yes.
But that must have been very dangerous.
Yes. Things went quite as I imagined them to be.
Was it very traumatic, Domenica? You kept this awfully quiet.
I'll tell you in due course all about it, Angus. But I really must get back to my paper now. In the meantime, picture me setting off in my boat, following the pirates in their much larger boats, around a headland.
We had certainly had events in Edinburgh. Firstly, we had seen the arrival of the Stuart Pretender, an extraordinary throwback to the politics of the 18th century, encouraged by a small group who still romanticised that foppish military disaster Bonnie Prince Charlie. Then we had the disappearance of Irene Pollock, Bertie's mother, and her subsequent discovery, in Hungary, accidentally shut in the back of a lorry bound for Romania. A day or two after her return from Hungary, my friend Domenica and I bumped into her in Scotland Street.
Welcome back, Irene. I'm so pleased you were fine.
Yes, we're so relieved. At times, you know, I feared the best.
I take it you mean the worst.
Of course, I feared the worst. I'm sorry, a slip of the tongue.
There's no such thing as a slip of the tongue, Angus. Our linguistic mistakes, indeed all our mistakes, give away our true thoughts. You were obviously hoping for my continued absence.
Certainly not. I would never have wished that fate on a friend.
Oh, but you might wish it on others. Again, a somewhat revealing choice of words.
Oh, no, I certainly wouldn't. Let me assure you, I'm perfectly happy to see you back.
My back? To see the back of me?
To see your back.
And so say all of us. A great relief.
Well, that's the sort of person she is. Irritating is not a sufficiently strong word. Enraging might be more appropriate. So it was a relief for me to walk into Big Lou's cafe with Cyril that morning and catch up on her news. Poor Lou. It was not at all good. The usual, please, Lou. Cappuccino with a double shot of coffee. Lou, are you all right? You look a bit, somewhat desolate.
Yeah. You can't look your best all the time. I'm surviving.
Yes, undoubtedly you are, Lou. But I must say you look really down in the dumps.
Oh, I suppose I'm not what you might call 100%.
Oh, what's happened?
The Pretender.
Oh, has he been shot by the Redcoats? I'm sorry, Lou.
You know that they took him to the Outer Hebrides?
Yes. Was there an accident?
No. My boyfriend, Alec, went with him. They travelled up to Oban and then caught the McBrain's ferry to Barra.
Huh?
Oh, here's your coffee.
Oh, thank you. And they got there all right?
The trip went fine, according to Alec. I spoke to him once they'd arrived on Barra. I'm afraid I had to give him an ultimatum.
Oh, dear.
I told him that he should come back to Edinburgh now that he'd safely delivered the Pretender to the islands. I told him that he was spending far too much time on these Jacobite affairs and that he had to choose between me and the cause.
And he chose the cause.
Yes. He didn't hesitate.
Oh, Lou, I'm so sorry.
I liked him, Angus. I liked him a lot. And I hadn't had a fella for a long time, and he came along and it raised my hopes.
Lou, there'll be others.
Maybe you're right. I'm still sad about Alec, because of what happened.
It gets worse?
Yes. They went up to South Uist, and the Pretender said that he'd like to cross the Minge in the same way in which Bonnie Prince Charlie did, in a rowing boat.
Ah, not a good idea.
And he wanted to be dressed in the same disguise as the Bonnie Prince had been dressed, in a woman's dress, disguised as a maidservant.
That sky over there, sir. That's where we're heading.
I know that, my friend. Remember, this is my country. I come to claim this throne from the Hanoverian usurpers. The throne of my forefathers.
We'll down to that, sir. To the king over the water.
To the king covered in water if you don't stop splashing me.
I'm sorry, sir. It is no easy task rowing against this tide. I'm finding it very exhausting. And we aren't really dressed for the crossing. Well, you certainly aren't in that Flora MacDonald outfit.
I'm dressed as my ancestor was. That is all that matters. What's that boat coming towards us?
I think it's the Malleed lifeboat.
Ahoy there, rowing boat! What are you doing out here?
We're rowing to Skye.
I'm going to throw you a line. You can't possibly get to Skye against this tide and in that boat. You can't tell us what to do. Don't you know who I am?
Shh. You're meant to be in disguise.
Oh. By the way, that's a very nice frock you've got on, sir. Très chic. At sea, I know it's unfashionable, but you should really be wearing a life jacket.
Leave us alone.
Sorry, you're a danger to other shipping. I'm taking you in under the Merchant Shipping Act. Stand by.
I see. So they were...
towed ignominiously back to Malleed, and the Pretender kicked up a terrific fuss. He's gone back to France.
Without any flight through the heather, without even reaching Preston Pans.
Without any of that.
I'm sorry, Lou. Perhaps some other time. We can all misjudge people, especially when it comes to Jacobites.
Are you all right, Olive?
Just about. That horrid Miss Harmony. Did you see what she did to me the other day?
She pinched your ear. I don't know why. She gave you a great big pinch on the earlobe.
It still hurts. Take a look at it, Bertie. Is it all red?
Yes, it's red and swollen. It looks as if somebody's pinched you. Right there.
Ow! You did that deliberately, Bertie.
Sorry. I was just showing you where it was.
Well, you should be more careful. Of course she said it was because she was showing me how they tested people for leprosy in old days. But I know it wasn't that. She pinched me because she hates me.
Are you sure, Olive? Are you sure she hates you?
Yes, She does. Teachers hate me because I'm cleverer than they are. You can always tell. It's envy, Bertie. Pure envy.
But you reported her.
Of course I reported her. I went to the office and showed them my ear. They were very cross.
With you?
No, with Miss Harmony. And you know what? They've suspended her. She's suspended for pinching.
Will she go to jail? Who'll teach us if they send Miss Harmony to jail?
I don't think so. They'll just suspend her and leave her there.
Can't they just tell her off, Olive? Can't they just tell her not to pinch anybody again? Olive, why did you take my blood?
Bertie, it's no good complaining. You gave me your permission. It was for your own good.
And is it true I've got leprosy?
I can't be sure, but it's better to be safe than sorry. And anyway, Bertie, I hope you've learned a lesson over all this. Boys think they can go around being boys and not suffering the consequences. Well, they can't.
Ah, Bertie, now this is very convenient finding you at the stair.
Hello.
Would you mind giving me a hand with these bags? My hands are rather full, I'm afraid, and I don't want to drop this bag here, which has a dozen eggs in it.
Have you been shopping, Mrs. MacDonald?
Yes, I've been shopping. Just a few essentials. Sun-dried tomatoes, whiskey, quail's eggs. Only joking, Bertie. Flour, eggs, porridge for Angus's breakfast.
And now you're going back to work, writing your research paper on pirates?
Precisely, Bertie.
Mr. Lordy told me you followed the pirates' boats one morning when they went off to work. Did you really do that, Mrs. MacDonald?
I did, Bertie. You see, I was very curious about where they were going. I hadn't really seen them engaged in any acts of actual piracy, holding up boats and so on, and so I thought I might follow them in a boat borrowed from one of the pirates' wives.
That was jolly brave, Mrs. MacDonald.
Anthropologists have to be brave from time to time, Bertie. They used to study headhunters, you know. They had to be extremely brave to do that.
So what happened?
I followed them round a headland. It was quite a misty morning, so I was able to keep out of their sight, but I was close enough not to lose them.
I would have been really frightened, Mrs. MacDonald.
Do you think so, Bertie? I think you're really rather brave yourself.
Maybe, but what happened, Mrs. MacDonald?
The mist lifted a bit, Bertie, and I heard some shouting. I saw that their boat was going into shore, towards a jetty. I kept my distance and watched them all get out of the boat onto the jetty. There was a big warehouse a short distance away, and they all trooped in.
All the pirates?
Yes, the whole lot.
Perhaps that's where they hid the things they steal. Or maybe it was their hideout. Do you think it was their hideout, Mrs. MacDonald?
But that's what I decided to find out, Bertie. So I went ashore myself and crept very quietly round to the back of the warehouse.
I hope they didn't hear you.
No, they didn't. There was a bit of noise coming from inside, a sort of thumping.
Maybe they were punching people.
Well, I was soon to find out. There was a high window back there, but by standing on an old crate, I was able to get up and take a peek inside.
And?
Bertie? Are you there, Bertie? Time to come inside?
I'm coming, Mummy. Just give me a minute.
No, immediately, Bertie. Your dinner will be getting cold. I want you in this moment, please.
You'd better go, Bertie.
But did the pirates get you?
I'll tell you some other time.
Pirates, oh really, Domenica.
Enjoy your dinner.
Well, there we all were, living in a city every bit as beautiful as an opera set, witnessing the unexpected twists and turns of fortune.
Good news, Angus. I've heard back about my research paper. They want to publish it in the journal and make it the lead article in the next issue.
Oh, that's excellent news.
And Angus, I have a bit of a confession to make about my pirates. I was going to tell Bertie the whole story, but didn't get round to it before that mother of his called him inside.
They weren't pirates after all? Is that it?
Oh, yes and no. You see, I followed them to a warehouse one day and found out how they spent their time. They didn't really go out to sea and commit acts of piracy. They were more, they were more involved in making pirate DVDs. They had a pirate DVD works. That's what they did.
I see. Well, poor wee Bertie's going to be a bit disappointed.
Do I have to tell him?
I think he has to know.
I suppose you're right. But it's a pity in a way. It's rather like believing in fairies. It's a shame that has to stop as one gets older.
Of course, some people go on believing in impossible things. Jacobites, for instance.
Oh, poor Big Lou. Still, I suppose she might not have believed herself, but rather believed in somebody who believed. There's a difference, don't you think?
These are big questions, Domenica.
Yes, they are, Angus.
Shall we turn round and go back home?
I don't see why not. Look, Angus. Look at the light on the rooftops. This city is a bit of a dream, isn't it?
Possibly, Domenica. Possibly. And that is where we left it. Everybody was back from wherever they'd been. From the Malacca Straits, from involuntary travels in Eastern Europe, from Glasgow. Life in Scotland Street, it seemed, could return to normal. Well, or comfort break, I suppose, from the dog's point of view. That time of the morning when we have the city of Edinburgh more or less to ourselves. Not that I would suggest that everybody else is sluggardly about getting going. Although, if pressed, that's exactly what I would say. Isn't it grand, Cyril? Of course, my wife, Domenica, who is an anthropologist, has her own distinct outlook on Edinburgh and its folk.
Living here is like living on an opera set. At any moment you expect a window to be flung open and a tenor or a soprano, or possibly both, to strike up.
Ah, yes. I suppose it's a bit like living in Venice. You open your window there and you see a gondolier poling his way along the canal.
Indeed. And the interesting thing, Angus, is that visitors to these much-visited cities don't really think that the people living there are actually leading ordinary day-to-day lives in the midst of all the beauty.
And yet they do, don't they? Okay, Cyril, yes. Here we are at the gardens, and I shall be able to let you off your leash in a moment or two. Oh, I see that somebody has left the gate open. Not a good thing to do in the case of private gardens. Not encouraged by the proprietors, as they say. A lovely language, that, Cyril. Very Edinburgh. The leaving open of the gate is not encouraged. Well, we'll close it behind us, and you can have a good run around. Persecute a few squirrels if they're about. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Don't worry about my dog. He's completely harmless.
He is not worrying me. But tell me, am I imagining it, or has your dog got a gold tooth?
You're not imagining it. He does have a gold tooth. Upper right-hand side. There, you see? It shows to full advantage when he smiles like that.
What an extraordinary dog. I've seen you with him before, but I've never been that close. Do you mind if I ask how...
Not at all. It goes back a bit now, to a rather enjoyable evening in the Scottish Arts Club. We'd had a dinner, I think it was a St Andrew's night dinner, and people had enjoyed themselves. We were sitting there talking about this and that, the latest exhibition at the Royal Scottish Academy, I seem to recall, when somebody remarked on the fact that Cyril, that's his name, by the way, had a badly chipped tooth.
Your dog was at the club, at the dinner?
Oh, yes. He comes pretty much everywhere I go. Anyway, there we were when this person remarked on Cyril's tooth, and as it happened, one of the members was a dentist, and he said that he could fix Cyril up if anybody had a small golden item he could use, and, well, this was the result. He did it there and then, with everybody watching. It was quite remarkable. I'm not sure, though, whether he would have tried it had he been completely sober.
Most remarkable, I must say, but perhaps not something to be encouraged. Well, I'd better be on my way. I cut my walk short when I remembered that I'd left the gate open, which is...
discouraged.
Precisely. I was actually having a look around. I belong to an organization that's hoping to have a garden party here. We normally have our annual garden party in the Moray Place Gardens, but this year they're booked.
I see.
So we thought we'd try to book these gardens instead. But we need to check. We need to see that there are no unsuitable plants, nothing with thorns and so on.
Nothing with thorns? Do you mind my asking, why would thorns be a problem?
Not at all. But they would be a problem, you see, because, well, I'm the chairman of the Association of Scottish Nudists. Name's Torquil MacLean.
Hello.
We have a social convener, but he's away, and so all the planning for the garden party has fallen on my shoulders, along with everything else, of course.
Sounds like a demanding job.
No, it is. We're having major constitutional problems at the moment.
Don't we all know it?
No, I don't mean Scotland as a whole. I mean the Association of Scottish Nudists.
Now then, Bertie, as you know, you're about to have a birthday. Just think of that, a birthday.
It's taken a long time. It's been ages.
It just seems like that, Bertie, but it's only been a year.
It seems much longer, Mummy. And will I be getting any presents?
Of course you will, Bertissimo.
Because I want a Swiss Army knife, Mummy. I want one of those red knives with all those blades and that thing for taking stones out of horses' hooves.
I'm afraid not, Bertie. Why would you want a knife?
To cut things?
That's no answer, Bertie. Knives are weapons, Bertie. We don't approve of weapons, do we? No, we do not.
The Swiss Army does, Mummy. Tofu says that the Swiss Army fights only with penknives.
Nonsense. That boy talks the most awful nonsense. Is his mother any better, by the way? Have you heard how she is?
I don't think she's all that well, Mummy. Olive says it's all down to the fact that she's a vegan. Olive says she's dying of starvation.
How ridiculous. Olive is almost as bad as Tofu, but we must be patient. Olive has some very fine qualities, and we mustn't forget that.
I don't think she has, Mummy. I think Olive's horrid. She's really bossy. Almost as bossy as...
Wished, Bertie. Now, talking of Olive reminds me that we must sort out your birthday party. We must decide who's coming.
I suppose Tofu, and maybe Hiawatha, and Ranald Braveheart Macpherson. I think that'll be enough, Mummy.
Just 3 boys? Certainly not, Bertie. There must be more girls than boys, Bertie. I'm not going to have any discussion of that.
But I don't want to have too many girls at my party, Mummy. They just want to...
I know, Bertie, you've told me. They always want to play Pride and Prejudice.
No, they've moved on, Mummy. Now all they want to do is play the Bronte sisters.
The Bronte sisters? That sounds like a very interesting game, Bertie.
Well, now, look who the dog's brought in.
Many a true word spoken in jest, Lou.
I used to imagine that I was taking Cyril for a walk. Now I know better. It's Cyril who takes me.
The usual.
Yes, please, Lou. And a bowl of decaf latte for Cyril, if you don't mind.
You ever heard of a dog drinking coffee?
Oh, he's a new dog, Lou, as I've told you more than once. He's reconstructed. He has all right attitudes and tastes.
Well, here's yours.
Thank you.
And Cyril will get his bowl in a moment.
Well, you're very kind, Lou. By the way, I see you have a notice up about being closed for a few days. Is that you going away?
Just for a day or two.
Anywhere interesting?
Crieff. You know the big hotel up there? The one behind the golf course?
Oh, I know it well, Lou. We used to go there when I was a boy. You're going with friends? Not that I wish to pry.
Yes, I'm going with a friend. Well, I might as well tell you. You'll find out anyway. I've got a new fella.
Oh, Lou, that's marvellous. What's his name?
James.
Well, I'm very pleased for you, Lou. And I imagine he's a golfer, if he's going up to Crieff.
No, it's got nothing to do with golf. There's a meeting.
A meeting, Lou? Political?
No, nothing to do with that. Actually, it's to do with his music.
Music, Lou? Opera?
No.
Traditional music, perhaps?
No.
A ceilidh. I love a good ceilidh.
No, actually, Angus, it's a convention of Elvis impersonators. James is keen on that. Aye, I know, another one.
Elvis impersonators, that's unusual. But then people have all sorts of odd, unusual interests. You know, only this morning Cyril and I were in Queen Street Garden and we met the chairman of the Association of Scottish Nudists. Have you heard of them, Lou?
Nudists? Oh, aye, I've heard of them. They have their headquarters over at Murray Place. One of their members was in here a few days ago. Fully clothed, of course.
Yes.
She was telling me that they're having awful serious internal disputes, something to do with their constitution.
Yes, so I believe. You'd think that they'd have plenty of other things to worry about. Our Scottish weather, for instance. Well, I must get back to Scotland Street. Domenica was wanting me to hang a painting somebody gave her, so I'd better not stay too long.
I know before you finish your coffee, Angus.
Oh, of course, Lou. I'd never leave your coffee unfinished.
Down a little, I think. Yes, just a bit more. You know the rules, Angus? Never too high.
Yes, and always line up the bottoms of the frames so that they're at the same level. Doesn't matter about the tops.
Down a bit more.
There.
Left hand up a bit. Yes, that's it. I'll mark the place.
Good.
And I'll put in a hook.
Another view of Mull from Iona.
Oh, one can't have enough of Mull from Iona, I feel. Here we are.
Now I'll put Mull in place. How's that?
Perfect. Sit down now, Angus, and let's catch up with the day's news.
Well, you start, Domenica.
I went out to the shops, bought the paper. I came back, and then something extremely interesting happened.
Yes?
I bumped into Irene Pollock. She had young Bertie with her. He was brimming with excitement.
Have you heard Mummy's news, Mrs. MacDonald?
Oh?
Hush, Bertie. Not everybody's interested in what our family is doing.
But they are, Mummy. When I told my teacher at school, she immediately phoned somebody up and said, "Guess what? Guess who's going to the Persian Gulf?" They seemed very pleased.
You're going to the Persian Gulf, Irene?
Mummy has won a big prize, Mrs. MacDonald.
A big prize? Oh, well done, Irene.
Well, it was nothing, really. A newspaper competition.
She had to make up a tourist slogan for one of those places out there. Mummy's won, Mrs. MacDonald. She won. She made up so much sand and so close at hand.
So much sand and so close at hand. Well, that's very impressive, Irene. I bet they were pleased.
Yes, first prize. 5 free days in the Persian Gulf.
Ooh, staying in a really big hotel, Mrs. MacDonald.
with real air conditioning.
5 days away. I imagine that's going down very well with young Bertie. 5 days without his mother.
5 days of freedom.
Oh, that'll be bliss for him. And for Stuart, too, I imagine. But listen, I hadn't told you that I bumped into the chairman of the Association of Scottish Nudists on my walk this morning.
Oh, priceless. Fully clothed, I hope.
Apparently they're feeling rather exposed at the moment. They're in the middle of a constitutional crisis.
Well now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the Secretary for reading the minutes of the last meeting.
Point information, Mr. Chairman.
Yes?
Can the Secretary confirm the temperature? It's a bit chilly in here. Remember, we're not exactly covered up.
The temperature is fine.
So, can someone agree the minutes?
Excuse me, not so fast if you don't mind. There are 2 matters that the minutes say nothing about.
I can't be expected to put absolutely everything in. I'm not Marcel Proust.
What's Proust got to do with it?
He went on at great length about very minor matters, pages and pages.
Well, that may be, but all we want is for the minutes to say what happened, and there were 2 major issues brought up.
And I made the point about the summer outing. I remember very clearly proposing a motion of censure in the committee for having planned the association's summer outing to Glenetive.
At the height of the midgie season.
Exactly. Some of us were very badly bitten.
The Secretary can't record every little moan and niggle.
Every little moan and niggle. Is that how you look on that? Just because you were wearing a full-length mosquito net and didn't have to put up with what we had to deal with.
And what about the vote of no confidence in the committee?
It was voted down, you silly man.
Because every Edinburgh member of the association has 3 votes and every Glasgow member has 1.
That's right. Our constitution is fundamentally unfair.
It was drawn up in Edinburgh in 1932. It's a fine document.
Now, about the temperature.
Oh, not that again.
It's freezing.
Oh, really?
Domenica as an anthropologist, and me, well, I'm a portrait painter. And here in Edinburgh's new town we're awash with interesting subjects. Only yesterday I met Torquil MacLean, the troubled chairman of the Association of Scottish Nudists. Now, what if I was commissioned to paint him? Head and shoulders only, or... well... I suppose painting people for a living is an unusual way of earning one's crust, but it's a well-established calling, especially in Edinburgh. This, after all, is the city of Alan Ramsay and Henry Raeburn, 2 of the very greatest portrait painters of all time. I'm a Raeburn man myself. I love his work. I love the way he captures the person, the free-flowing style, the seeming effortlessness of it all. It's as if they're sitting there in the flesh, right in front of you. All those people, those Edinburgh judges in the red robes, those philosophers and natural scientists, those dour Scottish theologians. Mind you, Domenica disagreed rather sharply once when we were touring one of Edinburgh's fine galleries.
Hold on, Angus. Not all Scottish theologians are dour, as you put it. Some of them are really rather fun.
Like John Knox.
John Knox had a very unfortunate time of it. Not many know that he was a galley slave for some time.
Slave? John Knox?
He was captured by the French when they took the castle at St Andrews. He was eventually freed, but it wasn't easy for him. If he didn't exactly have a lightness of touch, one might understand why. But then there's Raeburn's Skating Minister. Our most iconic Scottish painting, Angus.
Apart from Landseer's Stag?
I prefer the Skating Minister. It's not the fault of stags they've become such clichés, but they have, I'm afraid. Stags and Highland cows.
The Skating Minister is a marvellous painting, you're right.
And he's not dour at all. Look at his face.
Oh, he's not dour. He's purgink.
Oh, that's a fine Scots word.
Isn't it just?
And the skating minister is indeed per jink. He's very neat and trim, well turned out. In other words, per jink.
Of course, Rayburn is quite flattering to his subjects. He never makes them look at all forbidding or severe. Some of them must have been a bit, how shall I put it, crabbit. But you never know that from the portraits. Rayburn, I think, was a kind man, and that, I suppose, is what we should all aspire to be kind.
Can a portrait painter always be kind? What if his subject is unprepossessing or looks threatening?
There are ways of telling the truth. Kind ways and not so kind ways. You know, Domenica, the truth is not just a problem for portrait painters. Other artists have an issue with it. Landscape painters, for instance.
Really?
Yes. Landscape painters tend to believe in the beautiful. They like to paint attractive scenes.
Oh, I suppose they do.
But the problem is, our land is so beautiful, but what are we doing to it, Domenica? We're covering it with great metal windmills.
Could you ever paint those things, Angus?
No. Oh. Now, what if I was to paint our neighbour, Irene Pollock?
Could you be kind?
And if it was to be a joint portrait with her little boy, Bertie?
Could it be titled Great Expectations, perhaps?
Don't dawdle, Bertie. We don't want to be late.
Do I have to go to see Dr. Fairbairn, Mummy? Do I really have to?
Yes, you do, Bertie. You know very well that Wednesday afternoon is your afternoon for psychotherapy.
But I'd much rather not go, Mummy.
Listen, Bertie, you must be positive about this. Didn't Dr. Fairbairn himself talk to you about positivity? And just remember, there are plenty of boys and girls who don't have psychotherapy. Think of them.
I bet they're happy.
What was that, Bertie?
Nothing, Mummy. I just think that it would be much nicer for Dr. Fairbairn if he didn't have to sit there and think of things to ask me. He could go and play golf instead.
Nonsense, Bertie. Psychotherapists don't play golf. Now, you just remember, you'll thank me for this when you're bigger. You'll say, "Thank you, Mummy, for arranging all that psychotherapy when I was young."
I am getting older, though, Mummy.
Of course you are, Bertie. And that's why it's important to continue with your psychotherapy. Growing up brings with it so many challenges. Psychotherapy helps us to navigate our way through those changes.
When will I be 18, Mummy?
In the fullness of time, Bertie.
And when you're 18, you can do what you like. Is that true?
It is, Bertie.
So you can go and live in Glasgow if you want to? You can leave Edinburgh and go and live in Glasgow?
Yes, I believe that's what the age majority is all about. You can go and live in Glasgow if you're 18, not that I'd necessarily recommend it.
Without your mummy? You can go and live in Glasgow without your mummy when you're 18?
Bertie, I don't think this is very helpful.
Sorry, Mummy. I was just thinking, that's all. When are you going away on your trip to the Persian Gulf, Mummy?
We'll talk about that later. We've just about reached Dr. Fairbairn's consulting rooms, Bertie.
I was just thinking, that's all.
Ah, Irene. And young Bertie. It's that time already. Well, why don't you just come right in, Bertie, and we can start our little chat.
I think I should have a word with you first, Hugo. Bertie, you stay out here in the waiting room. Dr. Fairbairn and I are going to have a little talk.
Okay.
You can read those nice magazines, Bertie. I haven't got any comics, I'm afraid. But there's that nice Scottish country magazine you can take a look at. There's plenty to entertain a boy in that. Do sit down, Irene.
Oh, thank you.
How's Bertie been doing?
On the surface of it, all seems well, but I suspect that there are some fairly major anxieties there.
I wouldn't be surprised. He's coming up to that age, isn't he? There are all sorts of issues at his age.
Yes. My husband doesn't see it, of course. He thinks Bertie doesn't need psychotherapy. But
we know better, don't we? Of course we do. I take it there's no actual opposition from your husband?
I wouldn't countenance it.
Very wise.
There's been an interesting anxiety surfacing recently. He's been talking to me about spontaneous combustion.
Your husband?
No, Bertie.
Oh, really? Well, what sort of thing has he been saying?
He read somewhere about some alleged case of spontaneous combustion in Australia, where a woman was sitting in her garden and apparently burst into flames. She was reduced to ashes, I gather, with only her shoes left smoking away.
Highly unlikely. I imagine there was an external source of heat. It's amazing how many of these cases involve heavy smokers.
He was very anxious. He wondered whether we should keep a fire extinguisher handy in the garden shed, just in case.
I see.
He said, if somebody starts to spontaneously combust, should you call an ambulance first, or the fire brigade?
Rather a sensible question, I would have thought.
But think of how anxious he must be to ask that.
Yes, I suppose so.
And then there are his friends.
He has anxieties relating to his friends?
But of course.
In what respect?
He shows a marked aversion to playing with girls. He seems to want to play with other boys.
I see. Does he know any girls?
There's a very nice little girl in his class called Olive, and she has a friend called Pansy. They'd be very suitable.
I see.
I wish they'd just leave me here in the waiting room. I could carry on reading this really interesting magazine. I love looking at these photos of people having fun at parties. What's this one here? It says, Mr. Charlie McLean at the recent party to launch a new whiskey. They're having a lot of fun, I can tell. Much more fun than I'm ever allowed. And these people are dancing. I wish I had a kilt like that. I'd be able to dance like that too. It looks such fun, instead of which I have to have psychotherapy and go to yoga and learn the saxophone and Italian and...
Dr. Fairbairn's ready for you now, Bertie.
Can't we just go home, Mummy? Dr. Fairbairn must be tired, now that he spent ages talking to you.
Bertie, would you care to come in now, young man? Please sit down in your normal place. That's it. There we are. Now, shall we start with a little chat about your friends? Do you have a lot of friends, Bertie?
Quite a lot, Dr. Fairbairn.
I've heard that, Bertie. But tell me, I've heard that there's a girl called Olive who's in your class. Mummy says you get on well with her.
No, I don't, Dr. Fairbairn. I hate her.
Now, really, Bertie, I'm sure that's not quite true.
Dr. Fairbairn's ears are very odd. They're not very big, but they have a jolly unusual shape. Just like my little brother's ears. Ulysses has ears like that. In fact, Ulysses looks very like Dr. Fairbairn. I must ask Mummy about that again.
Surely you don't dislike Olive, Bertie? Surely there are nice things about her?
No, there aren't, Dr. Fairbairn. She's horrid. She bosses me around, she tells me what to do, and when I don't do what she orders me to do, she says, I'm very disappointed in you, Bertie.
Mm-hmm. And what about boys? What about Larch? Tell me about him.
He hits people. Sometimes he hits people just because of the shape of their face. I don't like him at all, Dr. Fairbairn.
Very interesting indeed.
Poor Dr. Fairbairn's mad. I've always thought that. I'll just have to humour him. Maybe I'll talk to him about my dreams. He seems to like that a lot. That seems to calm him down.
And your friend Tofu? That's an unusual name, isn't it?
His mummy and daddy are vegans. They called him after that white stuff that vegans eat. But I think his mummy is very thin and ill. I think she's dying of starvation.
It's rare to get so open and unambiguous a case of an imaginary friend as this. Often children are quite reticent to talk about their imaginary friends. There's a clue in the name, Tofu. That's just too unlikely. Tofu may not exist, but in a sense his presence is very real for Bertie. But there's something particularly interesting going on here. The literature talks about imaginary friends. This is something rather different, an imaginary enemy.
That raises rather unusual issues, in my view. Very unusual. Is Tofu a real person, Bertie?
Of course he is.
You're sure he's not imaginary, Bertie?
Positive, Dr. Fairbairn. He really does exist. And you know what he does if he disagrees with you? He spits at you.
Well, Bertie, that's psychotherapy over until next Wednesday. I hope you enjoyed your chat with Dr. Fairbairn.
Not really, Mummy. Do you think that Dr. Fairbairn is mad?
Good heavens, Bertie, what a suggestion. Dr. Fairbairn is a psychotherapist. How can he possibly be mad?
Because of what he says. He was asking me about tofu, you see? And he said that he thought tofu was imaginary. Isn't that a bit strange?
Hush, Bertie, I'm sure he said no such thing. If you've misunderstood him, you can talk to him about it next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday? You know that prize you won? The 5 days on the Persian Gulf? You're going off there on Sunday, aren't you? That means you won't be here on Wednesday. And there'll be nobody to take me to psychotherapy. What a pity. But I'm sure I can do something else.
No, Bertie, we shall make arrangements. Daddy will take the afternoon off. He'll be able to take you. Now, Bertie, let's think of something else. How about a little bit of practice with your Italian as we make our way home? Let us talk about Edinburgh, perhaps. I'll say to you, buongiorno, Bertissimo. Siamo in Edinburgh, la city principale della Scozia. And you'll say to me,
Buongiorno, Bertissimo. Buongiorno, Bertissimo.
Living on an Edinburgh stairway, you learn a lot about your neighbours' lives. This morning, Cyril and I weren't the only ones up and out early. I bumped into Stuart and Irene Pollock and young Bertie getting into the car. They all looked quite extraordinarily cheerful. Of course, I'd forgotten they were off to the airport. Irene was going away.
Now, Irene, are you sure you have everything? Passport?
In my bag.
Money?
Of course I've got money, Stuart. Stop fussing. I have everything I need.
Sun cream, Mummy? The sun's very hot in the desert. And you must take lots of water so that you don't die of thirst.
I'm not going to be in the desert, Bertie. I shall be in a city. There are great big cities in the Persian Gulf with very comfortable hotels. I shall be in one of those.
You're very clever, darling. 5 days in the lap of luxury all for nothing.
Well, I did invent that winning slogan. So much sand and so close at hand. That was creative work.
Of course. You really deserve it.
Yes, you do, Mummy. In fact, I think you deserve even longer. Don't you think you should stay out there for a bit longer, Mummy? Maybe 3 or 4 months? You really deserve a rest, you know. We'll be fine looking after ourselves back in Scotland.
That's very kind of you, Bertie, but no, I think 5 days is quite enough. And I'm sure that you and Daddy and little Ulysses would miss me if I stayed away longer, even in the lap of luxury.
We'd be all right, Mummy. I promise you, we'd manage somehow.
Oh, there you are, gate 27. You'd better get along.
I shall. Now, goodbye, everybody. And Stuart, remember, Monday evening is Bertie's yoga class, Tuesday is saxophone lesson, and Wednesday afternoon is psychotherapy. I'll be back in time on Friday to take him to a sacred dance lesson, but don't forget any of that.
Will Mummy be up in the air now, Daddy?
Yes, they'll be well on their way now, Bertie.
Why did we have to go all the way to Glasgow Airport, Daddy?
Oh, that's where these people fly from. But we're having a nice drive back, aren't we? Just you and me, Bertie.
What will Mummy be doing now, Daddy? Will she be telling them which way to go, like she does in the car?
I don't think so. Yeah, probably enjoying a nice cup of coffee and looking out over the clouds.
Now, madam, another cup of coffee? May I top that up?
Yes, please. It's a bit of a bumpy flight, isn't it?
Oh, I've seen far worse. Oh! I am terribly sorry, madam. I'll fetch your cloth.
Oh, it's all over my new dress.
Oh, yes, so sorry. We'll soon have it mopped up.
Mopped up? I'm so through. Do you expect me to sit like this all the way to the Persian Gulf?
Well, I have a spare uniform. You could change into that.
What?
Aye, Lou. Bertie was grinning fit to bust, and Stuart seemed to me to have a real spring in his step when they got back from the airport.
Oh, aye. Here's your coffee.
Thank you. Stuart's taken a few days off, and he and Bertie are planning to have a bit of fun while Irene is away on holiday. Oh, and little Ulysses has been booked into a creche for most of the week.
That woman. They'll be putting the bunting out while she's away. But I feel sorry for the people in the Persian Gulf. I wonder if they know what's coming their way. She'll be giving them the benefit of her profound advice on every subject under the sun, telling them what to do, I imagine. There'll be no stopping her. Aye. Cyril ready for his coffee?
Oh, how very Pavlovian.
There you go, Cyril.
Actually, Cyril has a number of Pavlovian tricks up his metaphorical sleeve. Do you know that I've trained him to lift his leg when I say Turner Prize to him? Yeah, Cyril, no, that was just a practice. Oh, please forgive him, Lou. We stopped him just in time anyway.
Why, Turner Prize, Angus?
Cyril, no, stop. It's all to do with pretentiousness, Lou, and shallowness, too. Cyril shares my views of the banality of so much conceptual art, you see?
Each to their own, or whatever they say.
Yes, but what about yourself, Lou? You're going off to Crieff this afternoon, aren't you? It's the Elvis impersonators convention, isn't it? That'll be a real treat.
Aye, for the Elvis impersonators. I'm not so sure about their partners. Still, James is very keen.
And he'll be taking all his props, clothes and guitar and stuff like that.
That's what they do.
And a dance. Will there be a dance?
I think so.
Ah, rock and roll, Lou. That was real dancing, wasn't it? Elvis knew how to dance, didn't he? What a great man. I'm not surprised he has so many impersonators.
Are you making fun of my man, Angus?
No, of course not, Lou. Heaven forfend. No, let's talk about something else. Any word from the Association of Scottish Nudists yet?
I hear they're having an important meeting today.
To be a fly on the wall at that, Lou. Can't you just imagine?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, thank you. Is it my imagination, Mr. Secretary, that they're a little bit more, how shall I put it, more boisterous than usual?
Well, there's certainly something unusual going on. I'm not sure that I recognise all of them. I certainly didn't recognise Mr. Thompson without his uniform. Oh, on which subject? Is the heating up high enough?
I don't see any goose pimples. I think it's all right. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I call this meeting of the Association of Scottish Nudists to order.
Excuse me, Chairman, if you don't mind.
Yes, we have somebody over there. Sir,
This extraordinary meeting of the Association of Scottish Nudists, that's what you should have said. This extraordinary meeting, called in terms of paragraph 3 of the Constitution, drawn up and signed in Edinburgh on the 3rd of June 1952.
Oh, really? You see?
It's the Ouija's. The meeting's crawling with Glasgow members. I knew it.
Very well. I'll begin again. I call to order this extraordinary meeting of the Scottish Association of Nudists.
Well, Bertie, here we are. They say this is one of the best places in Edinburgh for pizzas. You pleased?
I'm very pleased, Daddy. I've been wanting to come to this place for ages.
And you can choose as many toppings as you like, Bertie, within reason, of course. Ham, pineapple, 4 sorts of cheese, pepperoni, artichoke...
I wonder what Mummy's doing, Daddy. I bet she'd like to see us here.
Yeah, I bet she would, Bertie. She'll be in that grand hotel of hers, I imagine, having a lovely time.
May I say, Mrs. Pollock, on behalf of the hotel management, that we are delighted to have you staying with us here in the Gulf Luxury Hotel and Tower Suites. And congratulations, too, on your winning the competition. We very much hope your 5 days with us will be relaxing and satisfactory in every respect.
Yes, well, thank you, but as I have been trying to explain, my suitcase has not turned up at the airport and I find myself without any luggage.
Oh, I am sorry, madam. That happens, of course, and the cases usually turn up a day or two later. And I expect as you work for the airline...
I do not work for the airline. I am simply wearing this stewardess uniform because they spilt coffee all over me on the plane. Am I expected to wear this until my case takes it upon itself to arrive?
I would suggest, madam, that you purchase an outfit as a stopgap. We have the hotel boutique right here. In fact, allow me to take you there and show you what clothing we have, if you don't mind accompanying me.
Excuse me about something you just said, Mr. Chairman. Association of Scottish Nudists, not Scottish Association of Nudists.
Very well, the Association of Scottish Nudists. What possible difference could it be?
Mr. Chairman, I think some of the membership thinks there's a difference.
Calling it the Association of Scottish Nudists is not sufficiently inclusive. I mean, what if there's a French nudist living temporarily in Scotland? Would such a person be eligible to be a member?
Oh, really? Of course he would. They're just splitting hairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, I propose that we deal with the first item on the agenda, which is next year's annual outing to the beach at Gillen.
Excuse me? Where's that?
Gillen, as most people know, is in East Lothian, just outside Edinburgh.
Oh, you mean Gullen?
The correct pronunciation is Gillen.
That's what you say. We ordinary folk, we call it Gullen, which is what it is.
Aye, the Appies call it Gillen and the Doonies call it Gullen. I know which one I prefer.
This is getting out of hand. Are you sure these people are members?
We checked their credentials. They're all paid up. I fear we've been the victims of entryism. It sometimes happens in political parties, you know.
Mr. Chairman, I want to propose an emergency motion in terms of para 6 of the Constitution of this society. I want to propose an immediate dissolution of the committee and the election of a new committee forthwith.
Is this competent?
I'm afraid so.
But what about the provision in the Constitution that each Edinburgh member gets 3 votes and each Glasgow member gets 1?
Even allowing for that, there aren't enough of them.
Oh, well, this is a tsunami.
I'm afraid so. I'm afraid it looks as if the game's up.
Time for a vote, if you please.
Aye, a vote. Let the people speak. Well, Bertie, time for bed. But tomorrow's another day to do exciting things. Maybe another trip to that pizza place. What do you say to that?
I'd say yes, please, Daddy. There's the telephone, Daddy. I wonder if it's Mummy to tell us how she's enjoying herself. Shall we answer it, Daddy?
No, I'll do that, Bertie. You go and check that Ulysses is all right.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, is that Mr. Stuart Pollock?
Yes, speaking.
Good evening, Mr. Pollock. My name is Mr. Lawrence. I'm British chargé d'affaires out here in the Gulf.
Yes?
You're the husband of Mrs. Irene Pollock, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Has something happened?
Yes, well, it has, actually. I'm sure your wife is all right. I mean, I'm sure she's unharmed.
Well, that's a relief.
But there has been an incident, I'm afraid.
What sort of incident?
A rather unusual one, as it happens. I've been out here a long time, and I've never seen anything quite like this happen. But I suppose there's always a first.
Please, tell me what happened.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, you see, your wife has been staying in a very well-known hotel out here, and she went to the hotel's boutique and bought herself a local dress, one of those voluminous dresses they wear in the desert. Anyway, she put this on and was walking out of the boutique when she happened to be mistaken for the new wife of a Bedouin sheikh who happened to be staying at the time.
What? Did I hear you correctly?
I'm afraid so. Anyway, the sheikh's agents bustled her out of the hotel, ignoring her protests, I'm afraid, and they've carted her off into the desert.
Into the desert? They've taken her into the desert?
Yes. The Bedouin sheikh has a big camp out there, and that's where his harem is. I have to inform you, Mr. Pollock, that your wife is temporarily in residence in a desert harem. I'm sure she's very comfortable. They have very good facilities, you know, these chaps. Hot and cold running water, air conditioning, and so on. I'm sure she'll be very comfortable while I do my best to get her back. It's not always simple, though.
Because of what's been happening downstairs with my neighbour, Irene Pollock, going off on her 5-day free holiday in the Persian Gulf, and then being carted off to a harem, and back in Edinburgh, her son, young Bertie, suddenly getting his childhood back, enjoying his freedom with his dad. Mind you, for all of Irene's faults, I take no pleasure in her predicament. I wonder how long she'll be detained in her desert harem.
Stuart Pollock?
Ah, Mr. Pollock. I'm glad I got you in. I hope this line's all right. I'm calling from the Gulf.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, indeed. British consul. How's the weather over in Scotland? I imagine the temperature will be perfect. At least from our perspective. It's hellishly hot out here. My air conditioning is having a bit of a battle, I'm afraid, and the Foreign Office is so mean about electricity budgets these days. I pointed out to them that good air conditioning is the difference between surviving and going under in this part of the world. But you know how civil servants are.
Yes, I'm one myself, actually.
Of course you are. I forgot. Statistician, aren't you?
Now, look, I was wondering, my wife, I was wondering whether there was any news of my wife. I assume that's why you phoned.
Oh, of course, your wife. Now then, there is news, not a great deal, and nothing to justify putting out the bunting.
You mean she isn't coming home?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I imagine that she will come home sooner or later. The issue is when, and that's not absolutely clear yet. In fact, to put in less diplomatic terms, I am a diplomat after all, I haven't a clue when she's likely to be released.
All is not doom and gloom. We have a bit of news for you. One of our local chaps was out there in the desert, and he called in on the Bedouin sheikh in question for a bit of a chat.
He saw her?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Men don't get to see what goes on in the harem.
But he heard something?
Exactly. He spoke to somebody who knew what was going on, and he told him, this chap who knew what was going on, that is, he told our chap, are you with me?
Yes, he told him...
He told him that your wife had settled in very well. More than that, he said she'd gone down very well. Apparently there had been a bit of trouble in the harem of recent. Nothing too dramatic, but a bit of trouble. Some of the ladies had become a bit restless, and this had caused a spot of concern. But, and this is the interesting thing, when your wife turned up, she seemed to settle everything down.
I see.
Yes. Apparently she started a book club.
A book club? In the harem?
So we were told. She's been in touch with the Guardian and is getting all the latest recommendations sent out to the harem. And of course, the Sheikh is delighted. So you see, it's not going to be simple to get him to agree to let her come home if that's going to mean an end to the book club. Mr. Pollock? Are you still there?
Angus? Is that you?
Yes, me, Domenica. And Cyril, of course. I've just been giving him a walk. 3 squirrels chased, none caught, which brings the total this week to 16 squirrels chased, none caught.
Anybody in the gardens?
Not a soul. We had Edinburgh to ourselves. Oh, but I did bump into Stuart downstairs. He and young Bertie were going off fishing, believe it or not. The baby...
Ulysses.
Yes, Ulysses. He's being looked after for the day by the wife of one of Stuart's colleagues. People are rallying round.
I'm sure they are. There's been so much publicity about her case. I gather there's been a question in the Scottish Parliament. People are very concerned. Of course, you and I know that she can look after herself, and that our sympathy should be directed towards her hosts in the Gulf. But of course, we can't say that openly.
No, of course not. And I must say, young Bertie looked pretty cheerful, as did Stuart. He's not been allowed to go fishing until now. She disagrees with it, nor join the Cub Scouts.
Oh, I heard about her views on that. She describes them as a paramilitary organisation. He was terribly disappointed, that poor little boy.
And all he wants, apparently, is a Swiss army knife. He's been longing for one, and she said no all along, ruled it out, forbidden. And everybody knows that that's the one thing every boy wants.
And most men too, Angus, to be honest. And a shed. We're told men want a shed. Do you feel the need for a shed, Angus? Because you don't have one, do you?
I've not felt exactly bereft in not having one. I have my studio, and that's a shed substitute, I suppose.
Fascinating. Perhaps I should write a paper. Men and their shed substitutes, an anthropological perspective. What do you think, Angus?
Well, Bertie, I think we should pack our rods up now. Bring your line in, and we can get everything sorted out.
I wish I'd caught a trout, Daddy. There was a big one looking at the fly, but I think he wasn't hungry.
That's often the case with fishing. Everything's just right. The fly's the right colour. The water's exactly as you hoped it would be. Not too much disturbance. Not too much sun in it. And then the fish just aren't hungry. It's a very frustrating sport at times, Bertie.
Can we come back again? Can we come back one day when the fish are hungry?
Of course we can. Here, let me sort that line out for you.
But will Mummy let us come, Daddy? You know she doesn't really like fishing. She's on the side of the fish. She says she's on the side of the oppressed. Are fish oppressed?
Well, perhaps Mummy thinks they are, Bertie, and we must respect Mummy's convictions.
But I saw her eating a fish one day, Daddy. She had fish and chips, and she looked as if she liked it. Was that fish oppressed?
These are big questions, Bertie. Perhaps we should concentrate on getting our fishing kits sorted out and getting back up the path. There's a bit of a mist coming in, a har as we call it. We need to watch out we don't get lost.
Are you sure this is the way, Daddy? I thought we should have turned left back there rather than right.
No, Bertie. I'm pretty sure it was right rather than left. I think.
I don't recognise that stone dike, Daddy. And all those sheep over there. I didn't see them when we were on our way to the law.
Yeah, sheep move about, Bertie. That's what they do.
But stone dikes don't. And look, there's a farmhouse over there. We didn't see that when we came.
I know. No, you're probably right about that. I wonder. Perhaps you should go and knock on the door and ask them where we are, eh? Otherwise we could be wandering about these hills until kingdom come. Hello? Anybody in? Hello?
Well now, who have we here? You two been fishing?
Yes, we've been at the loch over, well, down there somewhere. And with this har coming in, we've become a bit,
We're lost.
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, we're just kind of,
We are. You said we were, Daddy.
You wouldn't be able to tell us where we are and point us in the right direction for 9 Mile Burn?
9 Mile Burn. Heavens, you're way off. Mind you, it's awfully easy to get lost in these conditions. People wander around the Pentlands for days if they lose their way. Why don't you come in? You can't stand out there in the mist and cold.
Well, you're very kind.
I'll put the kettle on. Nice cup of tea will get some warmth into you. Come away in. There we are. You sit down near the range, young man, and dry off a bit.
You're very kind. This is Bertie, by the way, and I'm Stuart Pollock.
I'm Fiona MacLeod, and my husband is Rory. He's off looking at the cattle, but he'll be back soon. He'll run you down the road. And this is our son, Andy, about your age, I think, Bertie.
Hello, Bertie.
Shake hands with Andy, Bertie.
Hello.
That's it.
Why don't you two boys go upstairs to Andy's room and play while I'm making the tea? I'll call you down when it's ready.
You want to come upstairs, Bertie? You want to come and see all my things?
Yes, please, Andy.
This is my room, Bertie. Have you got your own room where you live, Bertie?
Yes, but it's not so nice as this room.
What colour are the walls?
They're sort of... My mummy painted them, actually. She's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? That's jolly bad luck, Bertie. But these things happen, don't they? What colour did she paint them?
Sort of crushed strawberry.
Crushed strawberry? You mean pink, Bertie? Have you got pink walls?
They're not pink. I said they were crushed strawberry.
Oh well, it doesn't matter, Bertie. It's not your fault. Would you like to be my friend, Bertie?
Yes, please. And you can be my friend too.
You can have a club, just the two of us.
With a password.
That's really important. What will it be, Bertie?
How about... Shibboleth?
What?
Shibboleth. It actually means password.
That's a very posh password, Bertie. Is that the sort of password you have down in Edinburgh?
Yes, I think it is.
All right, so that's fixed up then. We'll have a club, and we can be like that golf club in the newspaper, and not let any girls join.
Well, maybe we can let them apply, and we can consider them on a case-by-case basis, and then say no.
Jolly good idea, Bertie.
Let me top up your cup, Mr. Pollock. When you've been out in the hills, you get a bit thirsty, I find. Oh, your phone. You don't always get a signal out here.
Excuse me, I'd better take this. Hello?
Mr. Pollock, Lawrence here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, fine. Any news?
Yes, actually. There's very good news. Your wife has been released and is about to leave to come home. She'll be with you in less than 24 hours.
Oh. Thank you so much.
I'll call you back tomorrow just to check up that all is well.
Thank you.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
That sounded like good news.
Well, but my wife has been away. It's it's a long story, actually, but she's been detained, so to speak, and she's now coming back.
Well, isn't that good news? Do you want to nip upstairs and tell Bertie? He'll be so pleased.
Actually, I might just leave him to enjoy himself for a little longer.
You've got Lots of stuff here, Andy. I like that train set.
I got that for my last birthday, when I turned 8. Have you got a train set, Bertie?
No, I wish I had one though.
Did you see that drawer over there?
Yes.
Do you know what's in that?
No.
Would you like me to show you?
Yes, please.
Alright, it's a bit stiff, but if I give it a pull... There! You see?
Swiss Army penknives. How many have you got, Andy?
6. You see, look. This is a special one here, with a thing to get stones out of horses' hooves.
It's wonderful.
Do you know that the Swiss Army fights only with penknives, Bertie?
I'd heard that. Do you think it's true?
100% true, Bertie.
You're really lucky, Andy.
I know. I have a pretty good life, Bertie. We've got 4 dogs on the farm, and one of them is mine. He's a really good dog for chasing things.
You're lucky. There's a dog upstairs from us in Edinburgh. He's called Cyril. He's got a gold tooth. Mr. Lordy says he's the only dog in Scotland to have a gold tooth.
He must be very valuable.
I think he is. Do you know something, Andy?
No. What?
Sometimes I dream of going off to sea in a boat with sails. I dream that I'm with a friend and we're setting off and there's nobody to stop us. And I dream that the water's blue.
And warm. Warm enough to swim in without freezing to death.
Yes, and I dream that we get to an island and there are pirates and we chase them away in our boat. And I'm really happy.
I could come with you on your boat.
Thanks, Andy. But then I usually wake up and there isn't any boat.
Maybe there will be one day, Bertie.
But you have to do something fairly impressive to merit that.
Oh, I knew that even then. I said to my mother, "Do you get in there if you play netball for Scotland?" And she laughed. "You'd have to die first," she said. "That's the first requirement."
A bit misleading, that. There are plenty of live subjects. Look, we're coming to one right now. You know who that is, of course?
Of course I do. That's the inventor of the Higgs boson, Professor Higgs himself.
I don't think he invented the Higgs boson, Domenica. It was always there. He just discovered it.
Like Columbus discovered America.
America was always there, yes, but lots of people knew about it. Some actually lived there. Not that the Spanish took too much notice of that.
The past is a cruel country, if I may paraphrase.
It is indeed. But I suppose most of them were children of their time, averagely bad and averagely not so bad.
You know, I can't help but look at this place with anthropologists' eyes. And you know what I see? Ancestors. Anthropologists used to talk about the ancestor worship of others as if it was something we would never do. But we do, of course we do.
The decolonization of anthropology.
Yes, that happened some time ago. We put our claimed exceptionalism behind us, and we're looking at our own societies with much more clear-sighted eyes.
So this is really a temple to the ancestors. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Angus. We come here to pay homage to our ancestors. All those hirsute individuals in their kilts and so on. We come to make obeisance to them just as much as if we lived in New Guinea and went off to leave offerings of food at the graves of the ancestors.
Yes. Oh, and speaking of food, they have a very useful tea room here. Yes. I was here for lunch the other day, and you know who I saw? Torquil MacLean, that man I'd met in the Queen Street Garden, the one who revealed that he was the chairman of the Association of Scottish Nudists. Well, he was there at the next door table, and I'm afraid I couldn't help but hear their entire conversation.
I've never been so humiliated in my life. Never.
Nor I, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I mean Torquil, now. The sheer effrontery of it. Those people from Glasgow showed their ruthlessness, their utter ruthlessness. I'm only pleased that the founders of the association were not there to see it.
There are some circumstances in which being dead is undoubtedly a mercy. I think this was one of them.
Toppled from our committee positions. Voted off just like that, with no regard at all to everything we've done over the years for the cause. Bundled out of office unceremoniously and without regard to our feelings.
But the greatest insult of all was a name change. What, may I ask, was wrong with the Association of Scottish Nudists?
Too elitist for them. Too Edinburgh.
Nudism Scotland, indeed. I despair. I really despair.
Shall we fight back?
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. But how would we do that? We're reduced to the ranks of ordinary members now.
We could pack the association. We could get a whole lot of new members, members who would vote for us, and then we'd be back on the committee and we could vote to pass on the assets of the association to a new body, which would not allow members from Glasgow.
Oh, what a brilliant idea. We'd effectively disenfranchise them, and we'd own the headquarters in Murray Place. They could still have their wretched Nudism Scotland, but it wouldn't have any premises. They'd be out in the cold. Oh, that would teach them.
At one point, where do we get the new members? Entryism is all very well, but you have to have entryists.
I think the answer to that is Aberdeen. I'll get in touch with people up there and offer inducements. 3 years free membership. No Aberdonian could resist such an offer.
Even if they aren't nudists?
Precisely. More tea, Mr. Secretary? I mean, Mr. Ex-Secretary.
Thank you, I will, Mr. Past Chairman. I mean, Mr. Past Chairman, but future Chairman-elect.
Oh.
I tell you, Domenica, I couldn't avoid hearing their political machinations.
Well, I hope you enjoyed your lunch as well.
Oh.
You know, I've always imagined that there's a lot of plotting goes on in Edinburgh. It's that sort of place.
Well, here we are, home to the quiet of Scotland Street.
Hardly quiet today. What's going on? All these people and photographers. Something's happening.
My goodness, the press is out in force.
Oh, that car. Oh, Angus, look. She's back. Irene Pollock. She must have been released.
Oh, well, I suppose we must be pleased. It can't have been much fun for her in a harem in the desert. It'll be all over the papers tomorrow, no doubt. Irene Pollock free.
The return of the Scotland Street One. They'll be making a great fuss of her.
I wonder how poor Bertie will be feeling. It'll be the end of freedom downstairs. The Scotland Street spring over.
Well, Bertie, Stuart, here we are all together again.
Reunited at last.
I'm very pleased you're back, Mummy. It must have been awfully hot in the desert. What was it like in the harem?
Very comfortable, Bertie. Lots of cushions. And you know I started a book club for the ladies. They enjoyed it very much. In fact, they're very upset that I've had to come back. But there we are.
You could go back and visit them.
Perhaps, Bertie. We shall see. But what we have to do now is celebrate your birthday. I'm so sorry I was away for it, but I do have some presents for you.
Oh, thank you, Mummy. I've been hoping for a Swiss Army knife, you know? I met this boy called Andy, you see, and he had 6 Swiss Army knives, Mummy. 6! And he's only a little older than me.
Stuart, has Bertie been playing with knives?
Oh, it was nothing. We'd been fishing.
Fishing?
We didn't catch any fish. We weren't oppressing them.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, here are your presents. Happy birthday, Bertissimo.
Thank you, Mummy. Shall I open the small box first?
As you wish.
It's a doll.
Not a doll, Bertie. It's a gender-neutral play figure. Look. She's got a sort of uniform, and she has that little belt round her waist with all those spanners hanging off it. And look at the label. It says, "My name is Joe, and I like doing all sorts of useful things."
What do you say, Bertie?
Thank you, Mummy. Thank you very much.
And now the next box. Oh, it's much bigger, isn't it?
A Junior UN Peacekeeping Kit.
Isn't that nice? You see all those little blue armbands? You wear them when you're keeping the peace. And you see all those nice leaflets you can distribute? And a badge too. You see there's a badge?
Thank you, Mummy.
Not at all, Bertie. Now you go off and play in your room.
Yes, Mummy.
Now, Stuart, we need to catch up. How's Bertie's Italian progressing?
Oh, I'm sure it's fine.
Have you been giving him regular conversazioni? You know, one can very quickly lose fluency in a language if you don't use it.
I'm sure he hasn't forgotten anything.
So you haven't been speaking Italian to him, not at all?
I thought a bit of a break wouldn't do any harm.
Oh, Stuart, really? I turn my back for a few weeks and everything goes to pot. What about his yoga classes? I take it that you've been taking him to those.
Well, I wasn't really sure when those were, or
Stuart,
where.
This is seriously remiss of you. You could very easily have found out. Really, I just don't know. I hope you didn't allow Bertie to watch any films.
Oh, hardly anything.
Hardly? What does that mean?
Well, he expressed an interest in Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins! Stuart, I can hardly believe my ears. Flying governesses and sweeps with unconvincing Cockney accents. Did you really allow Bertie to watch that nonsense?
He loved it, actually. We only watched it 3 times.
It was, I'm afraid, just as I'd feared. Irene's return meant the end of that brief glimpse of freedom for poor Bertie. No more fishing, no more pizzas with his father, no more of all the things that any small boy so desperately wants to do. I saw Stuart and Bertie a few days later, walking down by the water of Leith, along that path that runs through the gorge. I like taking Cyril for a walk down there. Bertie was dragging his feet, clearly unhappy about something. About everything, I imagine.
Bertie's had a birthday. And it was a present from his mother.
Would you like to show it to me, Bertie?
Show it to Mr. Lordy, Bertie.
Oh, well. That's a very competent-looking action figure, that is.
Bertie, what are you doing?
It's a doll. It's a doll. I'm going to throw her into the river.
Don't, Bertie, don't. Bertie, you shouldn't have done that. Poor Joe. Look, she's been carried away by the current.
Yes.
I don't care. I don't care if she can't swim.
Cyril, careful. He's going to retrieve her.
Angus, is that you? How was your walk?
Eventful.
Why is Cyril wet? Don't let him shake himself all over the place.
Cyril, he was in the water of Leith. He effected a heroic rescue of, a doll, I suppose.
Really?
Yes. Stuart and Bertie were down there, and poor wee Bertie had been given a dreadful doll as a birthday present by his mother, not surprisingly. He threw it into the river in an act of pure rejection, and Cyril, unfortunately, rescued it.
Oh, the poor little boy.
Yes, Cyril meant well, but there we are. We walked back together, and when we went past a rubbish bin, Stuart very discreetly put the doll in.
The poor wee fellow was cheered up by that, no doubt.
He picked up. Stuart had to nip off to some shops, and so he asked me to walk Bertie home. We had a good heart-to-heart on the way back. I think I know how you feel, Bertie. Your life is a wee bit difficult at times, isn't it?
Sometimes it is, Mr. Lordy.
Aye, and you know what? I think everybody's life can be a bit hard from time to time, even Cyril's. You look at a dog like him and you see him wagging his tail and so on, but there are days when things don't go so well for him, when he can't seem to get near to catching a squirrel, that sort of thing. And when you're a boy, it can sometimes seem to you that you're never going to get where you want to be, that you're never going to get to do the things you want to do. 18 can seem a long way away.
I wish I were 18, Mr. Lordy.
I'm sure you do. And you'll get there, Bertie. You'll get to 18, and you can go off and live in Glasgow or wherever you want to go.
I really want to go to Glasgow, Mr. Lordy. I'm going to go the day I turn 18.
Well, I'm sure that'll be possible. But until then, I think you should just try to enjoy being what you are today as much as you can. Enjoy your friends, because that's one of the most important things in this life, Bertie. Friendship. You've got some friends, haven't you, Bertie?
Yes, there's a boy called Ranald Braveheart McPherson, and there's another boy called Andy, who's got 6 Swiss Army knives.
Well, there you are, Bertie. You've got 2 good friends. You be kind to them, and life will be kind to you. And don't forget Cyril. He may be just a dog, but dogs have very big hearts. And I know that you have a special place in Cyril's heart. That's so, isn't it, Cyril? And Cyril agrees. Well, feeling a bit better now?
Yes, Mr. Lordy.
Well, you know, Bertie, you're a real trooper.
Am I?
And you can hold your own, can't you? And you always like to have the last word. Recollections of friends who lived behind that door or the next. Street names that take you back to some otherwise forgotten piece of Scottish history. And I suppose in Scotland Street, where I live with my wife, Domenica, our friends and neighbours are creating their own histories, day in, day out. As is my dog, Cyril. Oh no, here she comes. Iceberg ahead, Cyril. Good evening, Mrs.
Good evening.
And a fine evening it is.
If this is the sort of evening one likes.
Ah, well, Mrs.
McGilvery?
There's no dog this evening.
Florence is indisposed, since you ask. Good evening to you, Mr. Lordy.
Difficult woman, that, Cyril. Mrs. Max, the lady who owns that other dog, the one you rather liked. No, Cyril, no time to chase anything or even investigate. Domenica is waiting for us in the pub.
There you are, Angus.
There you go.
Your usual. And a dish of stout for Cyril.
Much obliged, Maggie. I limit Cyril's consumption, as you know, but he does enjoy a small dish of beer.
Oh, he's a bonny dog, that, Angus. Your wife is over there in the corner.
Aye. Come along, Cyril. I hope you haven't been waiting too long, Domenica.
I was early. I'm enjoying observing the clientele.
Ah, that's the anthropologist in you. Never off duty. Cyril kept stopping and sniffing at things. You know how he is. There, Cyril, your beer.
How was your walk?
Oh, we saw that Mrs.
McGilvery.
Yes, it's a bit of a mystery there. That woman photographed Cyril the other morning. I'm sure she did.
Oh, Angus, why would she do that?
Well, I saw her take out her mobile phone and pretend to have a conversation with somebody, but it was pointed at Cyril. It's very odd, that. It's disconcerting, in fact.
Really?
Oh.
Well, I bumped into Matthew. He popped in on his way back from the gallery. He had some interesting news.
Oh, has he found some long-lost painting in another peplo?
Oh, no, nothing to do with that. It's about Bruce. According to Matthew, our suave young friend has met his match.
I find that hard to believe.
Be that as it may, he's in danger. The new girlfriend's called Claire, and she's Australian.
Oh, nothing dangerous about that. In my own somewhat distant youth, I had a girlfriend from Melbourne. Lovely girl. Far too good for me, or so she decided.
Well, apparently Claire is into extreme sports.
Oh.
Are you listening to me, Bruce?
Yes. I always listen to you, Clarykins.
It's just that you're looking around the bar as if, well, it's as if you aren't listening.
No, I am. Every word. You were telling me what happened to you after you left school in Perth. What was the name of the place again? Your school?
Presbyterian Ladies' College. We had black botch tartan for our uniforms and a pipe band, just girls, of course.
Très Scottish. Presbyterian ladies. I like it. I went to a heterosexual school. Only joking. We had heaps of girls. Heaps of them. All over the place. They kept writing me notes. I got hundreds of notes.
Are you listening, Bruce?
Yeah. So, after school?
I went to uni and I started studying physical education. I'd always been good at it. And teacher at school said if you want an outdoor job, and I did, then you should be a PE teacher like me.
Oh, I was pretty good at PE. One of my best subjects, in fact. Rugby, though, was my strong suit.
Oh, first 15?
Well...
Were you in it?
Not exactly. I could have been, if I wanted to, but I had other things to do.
Well, first 11 then.
We didn't play cricket. It's an English game. I would have been good at it, if I'd played.
I wonder what women see in Bruce. Oh, I know he's desperately good-looking, but apart from that...
Rose, I would have thought physical attraction only went so far. After that, there must be drawbacks. Major drawbacks. His vanity, for example, his utter self-confidence, his narcissism.
He's so pleased with himself.
And his hair gel. That clove-scented stuff he puts on his hair.
Extreme sports. I love it. Skiing, whatever.
Well, we need to test you out.
No problem. This PE course of yours, Claire, at uni, did you enjoy it?
Well, I did enjoy it, but...
But...
That's funny. There's a kind of weird smell in this place, like clove.
What?
Anyway, uni. There was a row. It wasn't my fault.
What happened?
Well, it was in my second year, and we had to do this teaching practice, you know? Go to a school for a month and understudy the PE teacher, or, as in my case, actually be the PE teacher as the regular one was off.
So they threw you in at the deep end?
Yes, exactly. And one of the things I had to do was take a group of kids for an adventure weekend in the bush. They had to do a 10-mile hike. Great. Then camp for the night and try to find some bush tucker if they could.
Oh, I've heard you can live on that. The Aboriginal people can get by for ages on it, can't they?
Well, anyway, we were dropped off at the start point, a sheep station in the middle of nowhere.
Whoa. And how did it go?
Well, it went well enough to begin with. The kids all reached the campsite, no problem, and then we looked for some bush tucker.
And you found some?
We found quite a lot of things. One of the boys even found a comb of wild honey. There was no bees around, so nobody got stung. That was a great find. There was also witchetty grubs. Do you get those in Scotland?
Never seen them. You eat them?
Yeah, they're sort of fat white grubs, a bit like caterpillars. You can eat them raw, you can cook them. They taste a bit like almonds. But what happened was, one of the kids came up with some quandong berries. They're full of vitamin C. And I told them to go ahead and eat them, but they weren't quandong berries at all. And the kids got really sick, and there was this really big fuss about it, and none of them died, but they were pretty crook.
Oh, dear.
They gave me a real rocket. So I gave up the course and I decided to do something else. You know, we've got this really good airline in Australia. Well, I decided to train as a cabin attendant. Are you listening, Bruce?
Sorry, I was just thinking about little Bertie.
Who's Bertie?
One of my neighbour's kids in Scotland Street. He would love all that camping stuff.
Right.
Eat up, Bertie. Then you can do your homework.
Yes, Mummy.
Or shall we have Italian conversazioni? I don't want your Italian to get rusty.
I don't think there's any danger of that, Bertie. Your Italian's very good.
Do I have to speak Italian, Mummy?
Bertie, I've told you countless times Italian is a very fine language.
Spanish could be a bit more useful, surely. I mean, they speak it all over the place, whereas Italian
Stuart,
is
do you
limited...
mind? I thought we agreed I would supervise Bertie's language education. Italian is the language of Dante and so many others. Petrarch, Calvino.
Caravaggio.
Caravaggio. Where'd you pick that up, Bertie?
I found a book, Daddy. It was all about this Mr. Caravaggio, who was an artist.
That's quite enough, Bertie. Caravaggio was not a credit to Italy.
I don't know. May have been a bit of a lad, but he could paint well enough.
Stuart, I thought you were going to a community council meeting.
I suppose I was.
Well, I suggest you do so.
It's a bit early.
We'll pop into Big Lou's for a coffee on the way. She'll still be open.
I could do. All right. I'll be back by 10:30, I expect. Night, Bertie.
Night, Daddy.
Enjoy your meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I wish Daddy didn't have to go out. If he didn't have to go to the community council, he could stay here and read to me. Mummy, you don't think you'd like to go out a bit more?
I get out quite often enough, Bertie. I don't need diversion.
You could go and see Dr. Fairbairn. That would be nice. I know he's up in Aberdeen, but you could go and see him, maybe even for a few days.
Don't talk nonsense, Bertie. Why should I want to go all the way up to Aberdeen to see Dr. Fairbairn? Anyway, I think Dr. Fairbairn's coming down to Edinburgh in the next few days.
But you could see more of him if you went to Aberdeen. I thought you and Dr. Fairbairn were very good friends. You always used to like talking to him. You talked for hours. And then you took him down to the flutarium, didn't you?
Hush, Bertie. I talked to Dr. Fairbairn because we had a lot to discuss about your psychotherapy, that's why. And I don't think we should discuss it any further.
So, Stuart, I don't normally see you in here in the evenings. Off somewhere?
The community council meeting, Lou.
Oh.
Usual agenda. Rubbish collection, planning applications, parking. New railings for some of the gardens. Oh yeah, some of the members want to pass a motion of solidarity with the Catalonian Parliament.
Oh, I see. Well, that covers all bases, I suppose. So, what would you like? A coffee might keep you awake during the meeting. Do you really want that?
Decaf, please, Lou. Lots of milk. Busy here this evening, isn't it?
Aye, and no help tonight. Would you do me a wee favour? See that young woman over there sitting by herself?
Over by the window?
Aye. I've been heating her scone. Could you take it out here? Save me coming all the way round the counter. And anyway, the only free seat in the place is next to her.
Sure.
Oh, here's your coffee.
Thanks. Excuse me? Your scone.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not actually the waiter. I'm a regular here, but Big Lou just thought that she could ask me if...
You're very kind. I know I shouldn't eat too many scones, but I can't resist them.
Well, we all have our weaknesses. I like anchovy paste and marzipan and those cheese cracker things that are so Moorish and... Look, do you mind if I join you? There doesn't seem to be any other free seats.
Not at all. It was far busier than usual.
My name's Stuart, by the way. I live just round the corner.
Katie. I live on Howe Street.
That book you're reading, Norman McCaig, one of my favourite poets.
You're interested in poetry?
Oh, yes, yes. And you? Well, obviously you are if you're sitting there reading McCaig.
Oh, I love it. It's my favourite thing. I'm actually doing a PhD on 20th century Scottish poetry.
Ah. Well, I started a PhD in statistics and gave it up. Maybe I should have done poetry instead.
Maybe. Oh, although there are times when you think, why on earth am I doing a PhD?
And then there are others when you don't think that.
That's right. I read something that makes my spine tingle and I think, this is why I'm doing this. This is what I have to do. Well, I felt that yesterday when I was reading McDermott. You know his lines about not wanting the rose of all the world, but only wanting the little white rose of Scotland.
That smells sharp and sweet.
And breaks the heart. Yes, those lines. And I thought, yes, this sort of thing makes it all worthwhile. All those long hours in libraries, all worthwhile. Are you happy in your job?
Am I happy in my job? I suppose I am. Not absolutely happy, I suppose, but I find it interesting enough. Yeah, but happiness is an odd thing, isn't it? I mean, how can we tell if we're happy?
We feel it. I think it's like being in love. You feel it. You didn't tell me where you lived. You said it was round the corner.
Scotland Street. I live there with...
With?
I live there. But let's not talk about me. Tell me more about your PhD. When will you finish it?
Oh, that's the one thing you don't ask a person who's doing a PhD.
Oh, I suppose not. So what will you do afterwards?
That's the other thing you don't ask a person who's doing a PhD.
Oh, you must think I'm very tactless.
No, not at all. So, let me ask you, who's your favourite poet? Why are you smiling like that?
Sorry, it's just that...
Do you plan that far, I wonder? Probably not. You dogs are somewhat more immediate than Homo sapiens. Although, frankly, I sometimes feel that we flatter ourselves with that description. There are adjectives other than sapiens that we might well apply to our species, Cyril, such as... Oh, well, now that's embarrassing. I seem to have forgotten the Latin word for destructive, if I ever knew it. Homo pernicious. That'll do, I think. Homo pernicious. As to the day ahead, I like to take it as it comes. Expect the unexpected.
Morning, Angus.
Oh, Bruce, you're up early.
Hi, no slacking. Keep up the pace. This is Claire, by the way.
Morning. Well, Cyril, Bruce's new lady friend seems to be putting him through his paces.
Mr. Lordy, one moment, if you don't mind.
Ah, Mrs. McGilvery,
Mr. Lordy, McGilvery.
Of course, yes, please forgive me. Well, another splendid morning, isn't it? How lucky we are to have one splendid morning after another, although some of our countrymen would say we'll pay for it sooner or later. Yes, that's the Calvinist streak coming out.
Be that as it may, Mr. Lordy, I have something to say to you.
Ah, how very interesting, Mrs. McGill.
You may recall, Mr. Lordy, that some time ago this dog of yours had an encounter with my dog, Florence. A rather unfortunate encounter, if I may say so, in the bushes over there.
Yes, I do recollect something like that. They were rather exuberant, I seem to remember. You know what dogs are like.
It was more than that, Mr. Lordy. Your dog became a bit too friendly with Florence.
Oh, I don't think so, Mrs. McGilvery. They seemed on very good terms, and I didn't really see what was going on.
Well, I did. Although I had to avert my eyes, I regret to say.
Well, there we are. Nature is a bit like that, even here in Edinburgh. We're not exactly the plains of the Serengeti, but nature still, how shall we put it, nature still takes place. You know, I sometimes find those wildlife programs a little difficult to watch, a little harrowing, perhaps. You remember those scenes of the poor wildebeest crossing the river and those voracious crocodiles waiting for them in the water, ready to clamp their jaws on the weaker wildebeest brethren?
This has nothing to do with the Serengeti, Mr. Lordy, or with wildebeest. The unfortunate truth of the matter is that my Florence has had puppies as a result of that encounter.
Puppies? Surely not.
Oh, that's the result of such activities, Mr. Lordy. As a result of your dog's unwelcome attentions, poor Florence has been confined to deliver herself of 6 puppies. 6! Mr. Lordy.
Well, I must congratulate you, or rather Florence, I suppose, but I'm not sure that it was my Cyril.
Oh, it was your Cyril. The puppies, in fact, look remarkably like him.
I see. Well, Mrs. McGilvery, your Florence was a willing participant, and I really don't see what I could do about it.
I'm sure the puppies will find a good home in the fullness of time. Such joy. 6 puppies. Now, if you'll forgive me, I must be on my way.
You'll be hearing from me, Mr. Lardy. Good morning to you.
Oh, well, Cyril, that was unexpected.
This apartment of yours, Bruce, it's a bit of a dump.
Do you think so? I rather like it.
It's like so old.
Scotland's old. The country goes back a long way, and so do flats like this. It's part of the deal.
Well, I find that creepy. I mean, these stupid shutters, for example. What's wrong with having blinds like everybody else?
Shutters provide character, Claire. This whole part of Edinburgh's full of character. Great selling point for property.
Oh, and the heating, it's rubbish.
Cold builds character too.
Yeah, outdoors, not inside. What you making?
Oh, I'm making a marinade. A very special marinade. And then I'm going to marinate a couple of venison steaks for us. Not just any venison, Claire, but venison from a special estate up in Perthshire. Single estate venison, you see? Like single estate coffee. Do you like that, Claire? I like to know where my coffee comes from.
What, out of a jar? Surely coffee's just coffee.
That's what you think. I suppose you think chocolate's just chocolate, but the same thing applies there, you know? It all depends where the cocoa beans come from. Makes a big difference.
You're very funny, Bruce, but funny nice, if you see what I mean.
Most people just call me irresistible.
Seriously, though, I wish you'd be a bit more modern in your clothes, for example. I mean, what do you call that, for instance? What you're wearing?
This is my old rugby shirt. My old school, Morrison's Academy.
You need something more contemporary, more in touch with what's going on.
Whatever. You were telling me about what happened after you left uni.
Oh, yeah. Well, I decided to apply for a job with an airline, cabin crew. And I saw this advert, you see, and it said something like, "The sky's the limit when you join with us." And I thought, interesting. So I went for an interview. And there was this guy with a mustache and really bushy eyebrows. Honestly, they were amazing. And he asked me all sorts of personal questions, such as whether I had any criminal convictions and stuff like that. I mean, really intrusive. I mean, none of their business, if you ask me, and I almost told him that, but I decided not to.
Probably just as well.
Well, I was accepted for training, and I went off to Sydney for a 6-week course. I learned a lot.
Oh, I bet you did.
Not just the obvious things. Things like safety, first aid, how to deliver a baby.
No.
Yeah.
In the air? Deliver a baby in the plane?
Yes, and how to stop people choking. You'd be surprised how many people choke, Bruce. They choke all the time.
Great. So, if I start to choke...
Oh, do you want me to show you?
Well...
Okay, so I get behind you, you see, and I give your back a few blows.
Oh! Yeah!
And if that doesn't work, it's good old abdominal thrust like this. And this. And this.
Okay, point taken. No more demonstrations, if you don't mind.
But you know what was the most interesting part of all that training?
No. What was it?
Psychology. It's all psychology, Bruce. Cabin crew are all trained to be psychologists, you see. And they taught us how to recognise types of passengers just by looking at them. There are 6 categories of passenger, from no problem at one end of the scale to serious trouble at the other end. An experienced flight attendant can tell just by looking at somebody where they fit in.
No.
Yeah.
Just by looking? What sort of passenger am I?
You're all right. I mean, you need a bit of work, maybe, but you're all right.
The things you find out. I mean, once people tell you what's really going on.
Yeah. Difficult passengers. It was a difficult passenger that did it for me. Do you want to hear about it? You're not getting bored.
Bored? How could I get bored listening to you, Clarikins? But how do you like your venison? Rare, medium, well done?
Couldn't you just order in pizzas? Single steak pizzas?
Very funny. Okay. If you can tell anyone's type just by looking at them,
Yeah?
look out the window.
What?
Down there. That's Stuart Pollock. What type's he?
Well, he looks like he's just a regular guy with his wife.
Uh-huh.
They look quite loved up.
Only...
What?
Well, that's not his wife. And Stuart's not exactly the loved-up type.
Excuse me. I mean, hello. It's you, isn't it?
Well, I suppose it is.
Oh, sorry, it's a ridiculous thing to say. It's you. Of course it is. It's Katie, isn't it? We met the other day in Big Lou's Cafe. Remember, you told me about your PhD.
Of course I remember. It was Stuart, wasn't it?
Yes, we talked about...
About poetry.
You were reading Mackay.
And you said you liked him.
And MacDermot, too.
Yes. Oh, well. It's always nice to talk about poetry.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Another thing, too, I suppose.
Oh, except politics.
Oh, no, of course not. No politics. So are you going up the hill or down the hill?
Metaphorically, or...?
No, geographically, yeah.
I'm walking back to Howe Street.
I'm going that way, too.
You live in Scotland Street, don't you?
Yes. What a good memory you have.
For small things. Irrelevant things. I tend to forget the big things.
And you live in Howe Street?
I share a flat with 2 others. It's a lovely, big, Newtown flat. I love Georgian proportions.
So do I.
You don't fancy a cup of tea, do you? I'm parched. You could take a look at the view from my kitchen. Oh, it's really something on a day like this.
Well, why not?
Well, and I could show you a book I've just found. It was published in the Poetry Scotland series years ago. Oh, it has illustrations by this terrific artist who did these amazing Celtic designs.
I'd love that.
I'm not keeping you back, am I?
No. No. I'm not in a rush.
Stuart, is that you?
Yes, it's me, Irene.
You've been ages. I was expecting you back hours ago. Where have you been?
Oh, nowhere in particular. It was rather pleasant out and I decided to take a bit of a walk.
Well, you should have phoned me. I'm meant to be going to the Carl Gustav Jung drop-in centre and I'm going to be late now.
Oh, does that make any difference?
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Irene, I'm sorry. I'm sure they won't be busy. They never are they? Nobody exactly drops in.
Don't talk nonsense. It's a very valuable resource. There are plenty of people who want to discuss their dreams.
If you say so. Where are the boys?
Ulysses is sleeping and Bertie's playing in his room. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going off to the centre. Give Ulysses some milk when he wakes up and Bertie's not to have any more peanut butter.
No more peanut butter.
There are carrots in the fridge.
Carrots in the fridge.
Give him one of those if he's hungry.
Will do. Best not to keep Gustav waiting.
Is this a dagger I see before me? Yes, just what I need to do the dastardly deed.
Hello, old fella. Everything all right?
Hello, Daddy. I'm fine.
Good day's school? Anything interesting happen?
We started a rehearsal of the school play.
Ah.
It's about a man called Macbeth. He was the King of Scotland, you know.
Yeah, so I've heard, Bertie.
I'm sure he would have been helped by psychotherapy.
Quite possibly, Bertie. Quite possibly.
You know my psychotherapist, the one who went to Aberdeen?
Dr. Fairbairn. Yes, I know who you're talking about.
Well, Mummy says he's coming down to Edinburgh for a visit. She's looking forward to seeing him.
Is she now, Bertie? And that's very interesting.
You're looking rather stressed, Angus.
Yes, things to do, Lou. In fact, rather a lot on my plate at the moment.
Usual?
Perhaps a double shot of coffee. I need it.
Trouble in the studio. Pain no going well.
Oh, nothing to do with work. No trouble at home. Nothing to do with Domenica, of course. It's more in the dog department.
Well, Cyril looks all right to me.
Yes, it's not him, Lou. It's puppies.
Puppies? I thought Cyril was male.
He is. I'm afraid he's the father. Well, the whole story's a bit complicated. Put it simply, Cyril had a bit of a fling some time ago with a rather attractive pedigree friend in the gardens. And, she became pregnant, and the owner's claiming Cyril is the father.
There you are, Angus.
Oh, I wasn't expecting to meet you here, Domenica.
And I wasn't expecting to find 6 puppies dumped on our doorstep.
What?
They were left in a box with a note attached. It said, "These are your responsibility, Mr. Lordy, and I'm handing them over to you."
All 6 puppies?
Oh, mighty, 6 puppies? What are you going to do?
Exactly. Angus, any suggestions?
Cyril.
I rather think that might be happening to our surveyor friend Bruce. By all accounts, his new girlfriend Claire, an extreme sports enthusiast, has been giving him a run for his money, getting him super fit, changing his lifestyle, and, well, he's lapping it up like an obedient puppy. Not that my life has been plain sailing recently. That wretched Mrs. McGilvery has landed me with 6 puppies, allegedly the offspring, through an irregular union, of you, Cyril, and her own precious little dog, and, according to her, my legal responsibility. My wife, Domenica, is not impressed.
Frankly, Angus, I don't share your optimism. It's difficult enough to get rid of 1 puppy, let alone 6.
Oh, I don't know, Domenica. I was reading somewhere that there's a healthy market for pedigree puppies. People pay £500 for them, sometimes even more.
Excuse me, Angus, pedigree puppies. These are not pedigree. They look very peculiar in my view.
Their mother was a pedigree dog, I gather.
But Cyril isn't. These are mongrels, Angus. Face facts, they're mongrels.
Be that as it may, I'm sure we'll find a home for them. People love puppies. Little Bertie downstairs, for example, when he saw them, he told me he'd love to have one.
Do you imagine for one moment that Irene would let him have a puppy?
Oh, poor wee fella. By the way, he told me they're doing a play at school. I was rather fired up about it.
They did one not too long ago. He gave me a full account. Apparently his mother chose it to help the teacher.
Oh.
And do you know what Irene suggested?
Hardly dare guess.
Waiting for Godot.
Oh.
Yes. Can you believe it? She adapted it for primary school use.
Oh, priceless. Oh, that woman.
So what is it this time?
Macbeth.
Well, I suppose that's more mainstream.
Don't you just love Princess Street, Bruce? That old ruin up there?
That's the castle, Claire.
Okay, that old castle up there on one side, and all these little shops on this side, and the flags and so on, and that noise in the background.
That's a piper.
Yes, I know about the pipes, Bruce. We had a pipe band at the Presbyterian Ladies' College. I never had much time for that sort of thing, of course, but some people liked it. Now, come on, let's find you some decent new clothes.
They've got a good selection of jeans here, haven't they?
I told you this was the place to come. So, try these ones. Label says tight fit. That's what you want. What's your waist measurement?
34 inches.
Right, try these. These are a 32. They'll look great.
No, 34?
We're not talking about comfort here. And denim gives. You need to get a slightly smaller size so that the material can mould to your shape.
I thought denim shrank.
It both shrinks and gives.
I don't know if I'm going to get into these.
Don't be defeatist. Just push your left leg in. And now, just push. Straighten out your... like a ballet dancer. And push. There we are. I told you it would be fine.
It's going to cut off the circulation further up. It's gripping me like a vice.
No, it's fine.
It's not. My legs already feel numb.
That's natural. When you get new jeans, particularly hipster jeans like these, your legs feel numb to begin with. It wears off. Now let's take a look. Just take a few steps back. Oh, great fit. Look at how they follow the contours of your body, Bruce. You've got great contours, you know.
I can't walk.
Of course you can walk. Don't be such a girl.
I'm not a girl.
You're behaving like one.
You're one to call me a girl. You're one yourself.
You're calling me a girl?
No. And anyway, let's not argue. I'm not criticising you or anything. I'm just saying it's really hard to walk. And it hurts.
Next, we need to get you some sports gear. I've booked us a little cycling adventure on Sky.
Cycling?
Sort of cycling and gliding combined.
Great.
Now then, children, pay attention, everybody. As you know, we're going to be doing a play. We had such fun with the last one that Mrs. Pollock helped us with. Or some of us had such fun with it. No, Tofu, you are not to say that, even just with your lips. That is not the sort of thing we say about other people's mummies, is it?
He said that Bertie's mother's a bossy old...
That's enough, Olive.
But he did, Miss Campbell.
Well, that's not very nice, Tofu, is it? No, it isn't.
Bertie can't really help it if his mother's a bossy
Olive! What did I say?
I think it actually is true, Miss Campbell. But I agree. It's not the sort of thing you should say to somebody, especially if you're Tofu.
Thank you, Olive.
My dad says that Tofu's father is really weird. He says that his mummy and daddy are both vegans and they've converted their car to run on olive oil. He says you really smell the olive oil when they drive past.
Oh, there is certainly nothing wrong with being a vegan. Olive, it's a perfectly respectable option.
But let's not talk about your mummy, Bertie. What about your granny? Is she still drinking like a fish?
I don't know. She does like gin, I think. Grannies often do, don't they, Miss Campbell?
That's quite enough of that, Olive. We do not say things like that about other people's grannies.
Even if it's true?
Even?
It's just that Bertie's granny's nose is really red, Miss Campbell. No, it's not. When she came to the school concert once, I was really worried that people might think her nose was the exit sign when we switched the lights off.
That's quite enough, Olive. We are not here to make personal remarks. We are here to talk about the new play, which is going to be Macbeth. Now then, who can tell me what Macbeth is all about?
Me, miss.
Yes, Bertie?
It's all about the King of Scotland, Miss Campbell. He's called Macbeth, and he has a wife who's called Mrs. Macbeth.
Lady Macbeth, actually, Bertie.
Yes, and she's really horrid. Do you think that Olive should be Lady Macbeth in the play, Miss Campbell?
Are you saying that I'm horrid, Bertie Pollock? Did you hear that, Miss Campbell? Bertie said that I'm horrid.
I didn't say that, Olive. I said that Lady Macbeth was horrid.
Now listen. I am going to be deciding who takes which role, and in fact, I've already made up my mind. Olive, you'll make a very good Lady Macbeth. And Bertie, you can be Macbeth himself.
Yes.
Sirius will be Duncan, and Tofu... Tofu, I've decided to cast you as a tree.
Oh, there you are, Bertie. Pansy and I were looking for you. What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything, Olive. I'm just standing. You're allowed to stand about in the playground, you know. There's no rule against it.
That's true, I suppose. I just thought I'd come and tell you that I'm sorry if you were upset about what I said about your mummy.
That's all right.
And never blame me for what your mummy does. Or your daddy, for that matter.
My daddy?
Stuart, that's his name, isn't it?
There's nothing wrong with my daddy, Olive.
No, not much, I suppose. He probably has quite a nice life, Bertie, meeting lots of ladies and that sort of thing. I suppose it's a nice change for him, what of your mummy being so awful.
What do you mean, Olive?
It's just that I saw him
Didn't I, Pansy?
Yeah.
I saw him drinking coffee in a cafe with another lady. I just thought I'd let you know, so that you wouldn't be worried about him not feeling happy or anything.
I'm really glad you could join me, Katie. I was a little bit worried that you'd be busy or something.
I'd have cancelled anything, Stuart, don't worry. I was pleased you asked me.
It's been a long time since
Since what?
well, since I've been out for lunch with anybody.
Well, I'm glad then. I haven't been out to lunch for some time either.
There's nobody, I mean, you don't have...
I'm by myself. I had a boyfriend, but we split up a year or so ago. He went to live in New Zealand, and I don't do...
Distance? You don't do distance?
No, not that distance. And you? I never asked you, are you...
Look, I know this sounds cheesy, but, well, yes, I suppose I have to admit that...
There's somebody else.
I'm actually married.
I thought you might be.
And I'm not the type to...
To have an affair?
Well, yes, you could put it that way, and yet...
And yet, you're unhappy.
Well, not completely. I mean, I admire Irene, but she's a rather unusual person, and somehow I don't think that she has much time for me. I mean, she dismisses me, you see. She's very keen on the works of Melanie Klein, and there's this Carl Gustav Jung drop-in centre that she goes to where members of the public can go and discuss their dreams, and she won't let my son be an ordinary little boy, and...
There's more.
I suppose there is, but I feel disloyal even talking like this.
You have to talk. You can't just bottle it all up.
I suppose you're right, but I've never discussed this with anybody, but I think she prefers the psychotherapist to me.
Which psychotherapist? Hers?
No, she takes my wee son to psychotherapy. He doesn't need it, of course, but she takes him all the same, and she keeps going on about what the previous psychotherapist, he's called Dr. Fairbairn, lives in Aberdeen now, she keeps going on about what he said about this and that and the next thing, and she hangs on his every word, and... Well, I don't think I should say this, but...
Which means you must. You must say it.
I've got this other little boy, you see, Ulysses. I didn't choose the name, Irene did, and anyway, Ulysses looks terribly like Dr. Fairbairn. It was Bertie, my other son, who noticed it. He keeps drawing attention to the fact that Ulysses and Dr. Fairbairn have the same sort of rather unusually shaped ears, and he's right.
Well, do you think she might follow him to Aberdeen?
No, she's not an Aberdeen sort of person.
Stuart, it sounds as if you would have every justification for getting involved with somebody else. Somebody who appreciated you.
Possibly, but I can't, I'm afraid. I just can't. Although I can have a friend, surely. Just a friend?
Of course you can, Stuart. Of course you can.
Why have we come to this cafe, Mummy?
I thought it would be nice for you, me and little Ulysses to have an outing, Bertie.
But Ulysses doesn't know where he is, Mummy. I don't see the point of taking him anywhere.
Now that's nonsense, Bertie. Ulysses is drinking it all in.
It would have been nice if Daddy was able to be with us.
Well, let's not talk about Daddy. Let's find a table.
Mummy, can I ask you something?
Oh, look, Bertie, there's Dr. Fairbairn. What a coincidence. Shall we join him?
Oh, I don't know, Mummy. He might ask me about my dreams.
Wish, Bertie. Hugo! Oh, what a pleasant surprise.
Oh, nice to see you, Irene. I was worried I was going to be late.
Yes, well, here we are. Say hello to Dr. Fairbairn, Bertie.
Hello, Dr. Fairbairn.
Hello, Bertie. So, this is your little brother, and a handsome chap.
Don't you think he looks a bit like you, Dr. Fairbairn?
Bertie.
But he does. And look, he's staring at you. You know he doesn't speak English yet. I think he understands some words, but he can't use them. Mostly, he screams.
Oh, well, he's very young.
He's still staring at you, Dr. Fairbairn. And look, I think he wants to hold your hand. Yes, look at that, Dr. Fairbairn. He's really getting hold of you now. He really likes you.
Irene, do you think...
Bertie, try and get Ulysses to let go of Dr. Fairbairn.
But he won't, Mummy. He's holding on to him like a limpet. He really likes Dr. Fairbairn. Maybe because he looks so like him. Do you think that's why it is, Mummy?
Well, Cyril, here we are, as usual, in the gardens, and life looks rosy. A fine morning. Edinburgh's still half asleep, but waking up to a peach of a day, and everything as it should be. Or perhaps not quite in your case, I'm afraid. That woman, Mrs. McGilvray, has written me a note. She wants some of your hairs to get a DNA test to prove that you are indeed the father of those 6 puppies she dumped on our doorstep. And meanwhile, neither you or I are in Domenica's good books.
Well, Angus, how was your walk?
Uneventful, which I suppose is what one wants walks to be. Cyril and I dropped into Big Lou's on the way home.
Any news about a buyer for the puppies?
No developments yet. But our friend young Bruce turned up.
Oh, yes. And how's this new girlfriend of his, the extreme sports enthusiast?
Claire.
Yes. How's it going?
Well, I was already in Big Lou's when Bruce came in. I saw him approaching the cafe in the most extraordinary way, sideways, as if he was having great difficulty in negotiating the steps.
Injured? Was he injured? There's a high risk of injury in extreme sports, I'm told.
Well, that's what I thought, at least to begin with. So I asked him whether everything was all right.
And he replied?
I'm fine, Angus.
It's just that you looked as if you'd sprained something.
No, nothing's wrong. Except, well, new jeans, you see, and they take a bit of getting used to.
Oh, I see. They're rather smart, but they look a bit tight to me. In fact, how did you get your legs into them? There doesn't seem to be much room for, for your feet.
I've been told they'll loosen.
These things fashionable. This is something to do with being a hipster. You haven't become a hipster, have you, Bruce?
No, it's just that Claire thought my clothes needed a bit of modernising. Anyway, I thought I'd just grab a quick latte before we drive up to Skye.
You poor man. How are you going to get out of them? Will you have to cut the denim?
I suppose it's quite hard being a hipster. You have to spend so much time looking the part.
Growing the beard.
Finding just the right sort of bicycle.
Or a unicycle. I gather hipsters are very keen on unicycles.
Oh, well, the nice thing about hipsters is that they're harmless.
Yeah.
They're too preoccupied with being cool and putting pomade on their beards to cause any trouble for anybody.
But it's quite a turnaround seeing Bruce dancing to a young lady's tune.
Oh, he's fair smitten, as they say. Usually the other way around.
Well, so much for Bruce. Oh, we saw young Bertie on the stairs when we came back, going off to school. He was full of the play they're doing, Macbeth. Seems a bit much for 7-year-olds, but I suppose these days...
Now then, children, we're going to start where we left off last time. Does anybody remember where we got to? Nobody? Yes, Olive?
We just finished the bit where Lady Macbeth tells Macbeth not to be a wimp.
Well, that's not quite what she says, Olive.
Au contraire, Miss Campbell. She understands how weak he is. That's why Bertie's such a good choice to play Macbeth, and why I'm Lady Macbeth.
Now, Olive, that's not at all nice. Bertie isn't weak.
No, I'm not, Olive. I'm sorry, Bertie, but you are. I'm not saying it's your fault. You can't help having such a wimpy father.
He's not wimpy, Olive. I bet my dad's brave.
Ha! He's a statistician, Bertie. You know that, and I don't think they're brave at all.
Olive!
Well, he is, Olive.
You know what my daddy says, Bertie? He says that your dad is really frightened of your mummy.
Olive! That is quite enough, Olive. We are not interested in what your father says about other people's parents.
Or about teachers, Miss Campbell.
What do you mean, Olive?
My daddy gives marks to teachers. Would you like to know the mark he's given you, Miss Campbell?
Certainly not, Olive. And this has got nothing to do with Macbeth.
My dad says you're a very good teacher, Miss Campbell. He said he'd give you a 10 out of 10 any day.
Oh, thank you, Bertie.
That's not what my dad gave you, Miss Campbell. Au contraire.
Oh, well, I suggest we move on. Now, Lady Macbeth has urged Macbeth to kill Duncan. Well, this is a terrible thing, of course, as Duncan is the king and a good man. But the real blame lies with Lady Macbeth herself.
Yes, Olive, it's your fault.
Oh, I want to change the words, Miss Campbell. I want Lady Macbeth to say that Macbeth shouldn't kill the king, and then he can say, "Oh, but I want to."
You can't change plays just like that, Olive.
Oh, can't I, Bertie Pollock? And then she'll say, "You'll feel really bad if you do it, because you may be the King of Scotland, but you're really a wimp underneath."
She's changing everything, Miss Campbell. She thinks she knows better than Shakespeare.
Oh. Can't you drive a little faster? Be good to get to Skye early doors. You excited about our holiday?
A bit. Claire, this paragliding, mountain biking thing, what exactly does it entail?
It's very straightforward. You've got your mountain bike, you see, and you've got this large canopy above you. It's a wing, really, so you ride towards a cliff.
A cliff?
Or a hill. You see, you need elevation, obviously, and then you launch yourself over the edge and you fly off. You're attached to the bike, of course.
And how do you land?
On the wheels. It's simple. It's no different from landing a plane.
I've never landed a plane.
Neither have I, but it's not rocket science, Bruce.
Talking of planes, you were telling me about when you became a flight attendant.
Yeah, I graduated with distinction, actually. And I was given a special certificate signed by the boss of the airline.
And so you started flying straight away?
Well, for the first few months I did internal routes, you know. Sydney to Darwin, Darwin to Adelaide, that sort of thing. But then they put me on international routes. I went to Bali, Hong Kong, LA, all over.
And enjoyed it?
Yeah, I did.
Well then, why did you stop doing it?
Well, I still feel a bit sore about that, Bruce. It wasn't my fault, you know.
What wasn't?
You see, there was this really difficult passenger in first class. We were on a flight from Melbourne to Auckland, and he kept talking to all his friends and moving about the cabin, shaking hands and so on. A real pain. Anyway, the captain put on the seatbelt light and he wouldn't return to his seat, so I said to him, "I'm sorry, sir, but you must return to your seat." And he took no notice of me. So I spoke to him again and he still didn't.
So what did you do?
What did I do? I gave him a karate blow and then dragged him back to his seat. What else could I have done?
A karate blow? That's a bit extreme, isn't it?
That's what the purser said. She went and reported me to the captain. Then he came down to have a word with me. He said, "You know who that was?" And I said, "It was a really difficult passenger, that's who it was." And he said, "Actually, it was the Prime Minister of New Zealand."
Oh, right. Claire?
Yeah?
Last night you said something about getting married.
Did I? Oh, yeah. I said that I've decided to marry you. I assume you're cool with that. I mean, everything you've said or done made me think that we were an item, right?
Of course we're an item.
We've been living together, sort of, haven't we? But I'm not sure...
Well, that settles that. I don't want to get married tomorrow, but maybe in a couple of months. We could have an action wedding.
An action wedding?
Yeah. We could get married while abseiling down the Forth Railway Bridge. Or underwater, but that's a bit cheesy now. Or we could get married during a free fall.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
Let me guess what's in the box, Angus?
What box? Oh, that. Nothing illegal, I hasten to point out.
Did it make a wee noise just then?
My box? Make a noise.
Aye. Yes, there you are, a noise just like that.
Lou, I found a home for those puppies. The new owner suggested we meet somewhere to do the handover, and I suggested here.
How many's he take?
All 6. He's obviously keen on dogs.
Aye, and keen on other things too, I'd say.
What do you mean, Lou?
He'll be selling them on, I imagine, or using them for some purpose or other. He might be one of the puppy farmers you read about.
Oh, I don't think so, Lou.
He doesn't own a restaurant by any chance.
A restaurant? I don't think so.
You do know there are some national cuisines where dogs are a delicacy. You do know that, do you, Angus?
Lou?
Pity Irene wouldn't let wee Bertie have one of them.
Yes, if it had been up to Stuart.
Oh, when's it ever up to Stuart in that house?
You've not been waiting long, have you, Stuart?
Katie? No, I've just been watching the river. Something hypnotic about it, don't you think? Watching water flowing?
Yes, particularly here. I sometimes follow the water of Leith all the way down.
Shall we walk up to the Dean village?
Yes, why not? Oh, it's so beautiful here. A bit like being in the Highlands. It's hard to believe we're in the city.
So what have you been up to?
Oh, this and that. Mostly that, which in my case is the thesis. Well, you know how it is with a PhD. It begins to occupy your every waking thought. Although, I have been thinking of other things too. More pleasant things, now and then.
Such as?
Friends. You, I suppose. I've been thinking about you.
So have I. I mean, not thinking about me, but about you. And
so we've both been thinking about one another.
Good sign, don't you feel? I mean, if you don't think about somebody, then that means you don't care much about them.
I don't suppose you read Rupert Brooke. Hardly anybody does these days.
That stands the church clock at 10 to 3, Rupert Brooke?
Yes. Well, people think of him as a bit precious, a bit too sentimental, but he was immensely popular, you know, and he wrote 5 or 6 rather good poems that they've survived.
I'll look at him again.
No, I wasn't going to recommend him. I was just going to quote one of his poems where he writes about thinking of somebody. All day long I have been happy, he says. Oh, which I think is rather nice. Being happy all day long, thinking of somebody.
Yes, I can see that's rather romantic.
May I read you something I've written, Stuart? Could we sit down somewhere?
We can go down to the Temple of Hygiena.
Oh, I've not been there.
It's not far.
Who would think we're in the middle of Edinburgh?
It's dry on these rocks.
Oh, it's beautiful here.
You were going to read me something.
You won't laugh.
Why would I laugh?
Because it's personal.
Go ahead. I promise you I won't laugh. I won't even say anything if that's what you want.
It's a poem, you see.
You wrote it?
Yes. I wrote it yesterday when I was thinking about how we were going to meet today.
Has it got a title?
Not really. And it's not about us, you know. It's about somebody thinking about somebody else.
Of course, the I in poetry isn't necessarily the poet, is it?
You're right. But here it is anyway. Forgive me for telling you that without you the day seems frozen. The land is touched with white rime. The trees are stark against a sky of distant blue, washed out by the absence of warmth and anything but cold sunlight. Forgive me for telling you that the air outside the cabin of a plane in high flight is 50 degrees below. Here, ice crystals form in falling veils of white, so cold we cannot live.
Irene is apparently still in awe of her son Bertie's psychotherapist, and husband Stuart is enthralled by a young lady with a keen interest in poetry. Then there's Bruce, who frequents the bar round the corner with his new Australian girlfriend, she of the fascination for extreme sports, giving him a run for his money. He's up in Skye at the moment, about to be put to the test, poor man.
Well, there's one thing you can say about this sport. It's good exercise.
You don't get anything for nothing, Bruce. And this is the easy part.
Really? You said this paragliding, mountain biking thing was straightforward. You said anyone could do it.
I did. And it is.
But you've never done it before yourself.
Not actually over the edge of a cliff. Not quite.
I don't know, Claire. Maybe we should do something else. There are plenty of extreme sports.
Give up? That's not the Australian way, Bruce. And anyway, the instructor's waiting for us. That's him up there. He's called Neil.
Has he done it before?
Of course. You'll like him. He's hyper fit. He was Scottish hill jumping champion last year.
Hill jumping?
Yeah. It's another extreme sport. Lots of people are doing it these days.
And you jump off hills?
That's the idea.
Just like that?
Yeah, you don't come all the way down in one jump, of course. You do a series of jumps.
Claire, I'm not really sure if this is my scene.
Are you frightened, Bruce?
No, but I'm not sure I have to prove anything, unlike this character Neil.
Neil isn't trying to prove anything. He's a real man. He could even be Australian, if he weren't Scottish.
What do you mean by that?
You read it any way you like.
Now, Bertie, tell me what you did at school today.
Nothing much, Mummy.
No, Bertie, that won't do. Mummy knows that you do lots of interesting things at school. Surely something happened?
Miss Campbell taught us a new song.
How interesting. What was it about, Bertie?
It was about Bonnie Prince Charlie.
Oh, yes. I wish they wouldn't perpetuate that romantic rubbish.
It wasn't rubbish, Mummy. Bonnie Prince Charlie was jolly brave. He went and hid in the Highlands with all those midges and everything.
All irrelevant, Bertie.
And then, when he had to go, they sang a special song for him. Will Ye No Come Back Again?
Well, he didn't come back, Bertie, which is just as well for Scotland.
My friend Ranald Braveheart Macpherson says that his dad sings that song in the bath.
I can imagine it. Ranald's dad is what we call a reactionary, Bertie.
Ranald says that his dad thinks the Stuarts will come back one day. He says that after they come back, we'll beat England at rugby and have lots of Euros.
How much further, Claire?
This is it. Look down at that view.
Hello there! Claire, Bruce.
Hi, g'day.
Hi.
I'm Neil. Good to see you guys. All ready for a bit of energetic paragliding mountain biking?
Yeah, or rather, I am. Bruce here is being a bit of a wimp, I'm afraid.
I'm not being a wimp. There's a difference between being cautious and being foolish, that's all.
Said the problem is, Bruce, that caution and cowardice are often rather difficult to separate.
Yeah, Neil's right.
Now, wait a minute.
Seems Claire here's keen as mustard, aren't you?
You bet. Bring it on.
That's what I like about these Aussies, Bruce. They're keen.
Well, that's kind of you, and I suppose we don't sit around.
No, you don't. You see a mountain and you say, let's climb that. You see the surf breaking and you say, let's get into that. It's an attitude issue.
Oh, really?
You're dead right. We don't whinge. You been to Australia, Neil?
I went once, just for a short time, for the Brisbane Triple Marathon.
I've always wanted to do that one.
Maybe we could do it together sometime. It's easier in a team.
That would be great. And then I could take you down the Birdsville track, a great outback journey. We could get down to Lake Eyre.
Fantastic, that's a date.
I'd quite like to go too.
Don't know if it'd be your scene, Bruce. Sydney might be more your cup of tea. Anyway, should we make a start? We can talk about Australia later.
I'll go first.
You think you should?
Yes. You people seem to think I'm a whip, so I will go first.
Only joking, Bruce. Let's not have a sense of humour, failure.
Where do I start?
Go that way. The slope's less extreme, then you can try the bigger one over there.
Oh, yeah?
So, cycle as fast as you can, and then as you come to the ledge, lift off and glide.
Piece of cake.
Be careful, Bruce. Don't go too fast.
Watch it, Bruce. Slow down. Hey, not that way.
Easy.
Well, at least he's taken off.
He's going a bit high. And I think the wind's got him. Oh dear, he's heading off towards the Coolins. What a wimp.
Frankly, Neil, I am glad to get rid of him.
I was hoping you'd say something like that. You and me, we could be quite a team, don't you think?
I do, actually. Should we just cycle down?
Yeah. And there's a pub in the village down there. Have lunch. Get to know one another a bit better.
Great idea. Lead on, Macduff. You aren't actually called Macduff, are you?
No. No worries there.
Now, Bertie, I think it's time to do your homework.
Is this song a sort of poem, Mummy?
Yes, it is. Sometimes poems are set to music and become songs, Bertie. Perhaps you'd like to write a poem and we can set it. That would be fun, wouldn't it? You could even write it in Italian, Bertie. Your Italian's getting very good these days.
Daddy wrote a poem, you know.
Daddy? I don't think so, Bertie. Your father's a Scottish government statistician.
No, he definitely wrote a poem, Mummy. I found it in the pocket of his coat while looking for a pen.
Are you sure you aren't imagining this, Bertie?
No, I put it in the drawer over there, just in case Daddy lost it.
Did you now, Bertie? I think we should take a look. Which drawer did you put it in, Bertie?
That one over there, Mummy. Yes, that's it.
I see. Ah. Forgive me for telling you that without you the day seems frozen. The land is touched with white rime. The trees are stark against a sky of distant blue, washed out by the absence of warmth and anything but cold sunlight. Forgive me for telling you that the air outside the cabin of the plane in high flight is 50 degrees below. Here ice crystals form in falling veils of white, so cold we cannot live. I cannot live without you. Forgive me for telling you that.
Mummy, is something wrong? You've gone all quiet.
I'm perfectly all right, Bertie.
I think I can hear Daddy coming back.
You go to your room and play, Bertie. I'll call you when your dinner's ready.
Okay, Mummy.
Stuart, is that you?
Yes, it's me. What a day at work. The minister kept asking for figures. Made an awful job making them up.
I'm in the kitchen.
Oh. What's for supper? I'm ravenous.
Nothing at present.
Would you like me to rustle up something?
That won't be necessary, Stuart. You could always go out, you know, and have dinner with the person who wrote you a poem.
Poem?
Yes, the "Forgive me for telling you I can't live without you" poem in someone else's handwriting. I found it, Stuart. You should be more careful about what you leave in your pockets, especially when there are inquisitive children about.
It's not what you think it is.
Oh, what a tired line that is, Stuart. Who is she?
All right. I've been seeing somebody, but we're just friends.
Of course. Just friends who write poems to one another.
Oh, you're cheapening it.
Am I? Well, you listen to me, Stuart Pollock. That little friend of yours has just become an ex-friend. You've unfriended her permanently as of now.
And if I don't?
One shouldn't have to threaten people, Stuart. You should be able to expect them to understand the realities of the situation.
Are you suggesting that I don't?
I'm not sure how much you understand, Stuart.
What exactly does that mean?
It means I think you may not appreciate what you have.
What do I have? I have a wife who spends her time criticising everybody else. A wife who considers herself superior to just about everybody else in Edinburgh, except some ridiculous psychotherapist who spends his time criticising everybody else's dreams.
Careful, Stuart. You've no right to bring Dr. Fairbairn into this.
Oh, it's Dr. Fairbairn still, is it? Not Hugo.
I don't know what you're implying.
I'm implying that you and your precious Dr. Fairbairn are close friends. Very close friends.
You're jealous. Just because I have somebody I can talk to about things of mutual interest, you proceed to accuse me of something without the slightest shred of evidence. In fact, on the basis of no evidence at all.
Other than our younger son's ears. Or haven't you noticed?
Be very careful, Stuart. Very careful. We're not going to talk about Dr. Fairbairn, I'm afraid, but we are going to talk about your young friend, your muse, shall I call her. You unfriend her immediately, or it's goodbye to Scotland Street. It's goodbye to Bertie and Ulysses. We shall go elsewhere.
You'd take the boys?
I would. So, let's think about dinner. You offered to cook, and I'm delighted to accept. Would you mind if I tear up this poem, by the way? There. Wastepaper bin, rather than a Saltire Award for poetry. Sorry about that, Stuart.
It's rather nice to be walking back from school, Bertie, isn't it? For a change.
It is. Is that Princess Street down there, Daddy?
'Tis, Bertie.
With all those flags?
Yes, with all those flags.
Do you like our Scottish flag, Daddy? Do you think it looks nice?
It looks very good, Bertie. Yes, I do like it. I like it very much.
Are you happy, Daddy?
What? No? Yes, I think so, Bertie.
Because I think you looked a bit sad.
There are different ways of feeling happy, Bertie. You can be happy about some things and not so happy about others. So I'm happy that I'm here with you, walking down the mound, with all those flags fluttering away down there. And then maybe there are some other things that make me feel a bit sad, things I don't need to talk to you about. So don't worry, Bertie, I'm fine.
I saw Mr. Lordy this morning, Daddy. He was very happy.
Did he say why, Bertie?